1. Lucia. Who the hell are you? I bark as I approach the table my papa, and I have permanently reserved on Fridays at the back of Angelo S. This table is clearly reserved for Conti. The man sitting at the table, who is definitely not my father, flicks his eyes up to meet mine, and I suck in a breath. He's gorgeous, with rich brown eyes and hair to match. His black shirt is stretched taut over his broad chest, and the sleeves are rolled up to the elbows to reveal his heavily tattooed forearms that are also insanely muscular. I swallow, forcing my eyes back to his face, where I try not to ogle his razor-sharp jaw. Who the hell is this guy? I know. My skin prickles at the deep and gravelly voice as his dark eyes flick over my body. I'm wearing a skin-tight black dress that has never failed to get me free drinks and a man in my bed at the end of the night, which is exactly why I chose to wear it to go out after dinner. You're late, the stranger states. Excuse me, I huff. I really don't have time to be messed around. I promised my cousin Elle that I would meet her and some of her college friends at Dolce at 11 for the opening night. I'm on the list, and they can't get in without me. Being the daughter of a mafia don has many perks indeed. I was told I would be meeting you at 9. I roll my eyes, placing a hand on my hip as I stare this fucker down. My father knows I'm never on time. I don't appreciate being kept waiting. It's disrespectful. His voice is cold and flat. I'm starting to get pissed off. And what does he mean, kept waiting? I'm having dinner with my father, unless he's decided to set me up on some sort of blind date. And I don't appreciate being blindsided. Take that up with Massimo. He swirls what looks to be vodka on the rocks around in his glass with a tattooed hand. I shoot this asshole a glare, but he doesn't even blink. If anything, he seems bored by the entire interaction. That's new. You can get me a gin martini, I demand as I pull my phone out of my clutch and dial my father. His eyes betray his annoyance, but I only offer him a smirk in return. I keep my eyes locked on his as I hold the phone to my ear and wait for my father to pick up. How's it going with Mikkel? My father asks the second he answers my call. What do you think? Lucia. What the fuck is going on? Watch your tone with me, my father scolds, but I don't back down. I will not. I'm meant to be having dinner with you. I sent a respectable replacement. Sure as hell doesn't seem like it. Mikkel Koslov is a powerful man with many connections. You could do a lot worse. What is my father getting at? I'd use tonight to get to know him. I frown. Why would I do that? Because you're going to be marrying him very soon. I don't fucking think so. The eyes of some of the other customers turn in my direction, but I don't care. I'm allowed to cause a scene when I've just found out my father has decided to betroth me to a man I've never even met. It seems Mikkel catches the drift of our conversation as his lips tug up at the corners as I scowl at him. You don't have a choice, Lucia. It's either marry Mikkel or be stripped of your trust fund and shipped off to live with your nana in Italy. I have to grab hold of the back of my chair to stop my legs from giving out beneath me. Enjoy your dinner, my father adds before hanging up the phone. I'm speechless for a second until reality covers me with a mantle of anger. Papa wants me to enjoy this. Oh, I intend to. Would you like to sit down now? Mikkel indicates the chair across from him. I ignore Mikkel and hold my hand up to catch the attention of a passing waiter. Are we ready to order, Miss Conti? I lock eyes with Mikkel and let a cruel smile pull at my lips. We won't be needing menus. Tell the chef to send out 2 plates of the white truffle, ravioli, as well as a bottle of the vintage Don Perignon, not the cheap rubbish. We're celebrating an engagement. I grin. Mikkel's eyes narrow, but he stays quiet. Congratulations, Miss Conti. The waiter nods. Oh, and make sure the bill is sent to my father. Two can play at this game. Of course. The waiter leaves, and I take a seat at the table. Mikkel remains quiet, and my cheeks start to burn under his intense stare. Not much of a talker, huh? I reach across the table and snatch the drink out of Mikkel's hand, downing it in one. I wince as the vodka burns my throat. I don't understand how you can bear to drink this shit neat. My family's distillery makes this vodka. Wonderful, is this all you can offer me? Crappy liquor and even crappier conversation. I know I'm a mafia princess, and I've always been treated as such. I have dreams just like every other girl out there, and I knew marrying for love would be a long shot. But I was hopeful my papa loved me enough to give me that because I do know he loves me. But I hate how he insists on controlling every aspect of my life. I get he wants to keep me safe. I'm his princess after all. But at some point, he's going to have to loosen the reins and let me live my own life. Before Mikkel can thrill me with a reply, our champagne arrives, and I hastily down half my glass in one gulp. Mikkel, on the other hand, leaves his glass untouched. Well, more for me. So, what do you do for fun? I take a sip of my drink. Mikkel crosses his thick arms across his chest. Run, hike, lift weights. Really anything where I can burn off energy and clear my head. Sounds great, not. I take it you're not a big fan of exercising. I like the horizontal kind, if you know what I mean. Though I can be partial to the upright, against the wall kind of exercise too. I watch with amusement as Mikkel's jaw clenches. He really is uptight. Apart from that, the most exercise I get is lifting the blankets over my head after a big night of partying. Mikkel's eyes flick over my outfit, and I slyly push my elbows together so that my breasts are almost spilling out of my dress. I wait for his eyes to go half-lidded or a lick of the lips, anything that might prove Mikkel's not a robot in disguise, but there's nothing. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? What else? I lean back in my chair, folding my arms over my chest. There isn't much else, he shrugs. I run one of my family's companies, and that keeps me very busy. Don't forget all the hiking and running. I roll my eyes. My father can't be serious. Mikkel Koslov is my polar opposite. We literally have nothing in common. He's a grumpy workaholic who seems to have never had a day of fun in his life. Though I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. He looks to be almost a decade older than me, and while that normally would turn me on, he's way too serious for my liking. I have very strict priorities. I can see that. Mikkel presses his mouth together in a firm line as he looks at me, and I smile in return. So do I, though mine are more of the fun variety. Clearly. I frown. What's that supposed to mean? His eyes flick to my empty champagne glass, and my cheeks burn. Nothing. Perhaps my father is hoping that Mikkel Koslov will have a positive influence on me. Sure, I've been a little wild lately, and I might have appeared in one too many gossip columns. But people in this life don't live to be old, and I want to be free until I have no choice. I've barely turned 21. I'm nowhere near ready for marriage. And even if I was, I don't want to waste my good years on some random guy who seems to be nothing more than a miserable ass. Why can't my future husband be fun and carefree like me? Though, I know that's not what Papa would be looking for in a marriage match. Everything is business where he is concerned, which seems to now include my life. And of course, I'm well aware of who the Koslovs are, and my father is smart to want to do business with them. Joining forces with the Koslovs will mean power and status, but at what cost? My happiness, apparently. Thankfully, our food arrives, which gives us both an excuse not to talk for a while. I push my ravioli around my plate, seething as I think about the turn my life is taking. I thought I had time, but it looks like my papa decided to cut off my legs before I was even able to fully walk. But if he wants an heir, he's got another thing coming. If this marriage has to go ahead, then it's going to be nothing but a signed paper contract. Though, if I'm to marry this guy, then perhaps I should make it my mission to loosen him up a bit. Surely, a person can't be this uptight all the time, right? I guess I'm about to find out. 2. MIKHAL. This is the dinner from hell. I knew the moment Lucia walked in that I would be in for a nightmare of an evening. Her reputation as New York's most infamous party girl is no secret. She is the last person I want to be spending my evening with, but I wasn't given much of a choice. My family is expecting me to step up and marry this girl in order to form a strong alliance between our family and the Contis, and I want nothing more than to prove to them that I'm up for the task. What I wasn't expecting was for Lucia to be quite so stunning. I've seen enough pictures of her in the tabloids to know she's attractive, but they don't do her justice. Dressed in the most mouth-watering black dress, I instantly stiffened as I took in her luscious curves and her long brown hair cascading over her slender shoulders as she strutted toward me, her full breasts bouncing with every step she took. With my cock still half hard in my pants, I clear my throat, shifting my belt. She might be my future wife, but that doesn't mean I want her to warm my bed every night. All I want is for us to sign on the dotted line and be done with it. I can thank my brother Dmitri for getting me into this situation in the first place. He was the one who was meant to be marrying the mafia brat, but after faking a relationship with the best friend of our oldest brother's wife, he managed to worm his way out of the deal. Though I can't be too mad, not when it all worked out for the best. Dmitri and Zara are disgustingly in love, and they welcomed their newborn twins, Sasha and Benedict, only a few weeks ago. I, however, am not destined for such a path. Being a Koslov comes with great rewards, but also great sacrifices. I have no choice but to step up and do what is best for my family, and unfortunately for me, an alliance with Massimo Conti is just that. So I push the feelings down. I have a job to do, and I can't back out, no matter how badly I want to. The waiter appears halfway through to check on our meals, and to top up Lucia's glass of champagne. I've left mine untouched, wanting to keep a clear head. She smiles at him. Everything's wonderful. Though, would you mind bringing a glass of whatever crappy vodka my fiancé was drinking? My teeth grind at the dig, but I keep my attention on my half-finished meal. I thought the Koslovs were supposed to be well off. Her eyes roam over my body. I'm not here to talk about money. Lucia rolls her eyes, which only has me grinding my teeth harder. Is there anything you do talk about? Not really. I pop another piece of ravioli in my mouth. Of course, she had to go ahead and order the most expensive dish on the menu, but I'm secretly not mad about it. The white truffle is heavenly, and it's made even more so by the fact that Massimo is the one picking up the bill. It's the least he could do for making me suffer through a dinner with his brat of a daughter. How long have you known about this little arrangement? She sips on her champagne. My body stiffens at her question. She really is blissfully unaware. Mikhail. Fuck, the sound of my name on her lips has me adjusting my belt yet again. Trust me, Kisa, you don't want to know the answer to that. I toss my cutlery onto my plate and lean back in my chair. Yes, I do. Her brown eyes narrow as she folds her arms over her chest. I shrug. Very well. It's been a few months in the making. How many is a few? I let out a breath and run my fingers through my hair, bracing myself for the explosion that is likely to occur when she learns the truth. Almost a year. What? A few neighboring tables glance in our direction, but as soon as I shoot them a glare, they turn their attention elsewhere. We thought it would be best to wait until you turn 21. She scoffs. Did anyone think to include me in the conversation? You know, seeing as it's my life you're about to ruin. No. Lucia glares at me. I wasn't your daddy's first choice for a husband, so it took a little time for him to come around to the idea of a replacement. We didn't want to mention anything to you until we had finalized it all. And he chose you. Her eyes flick over me again. My arms flex, my muscles straining against the tight material of my shirt. Who was the first choice? My oldest brother, Alexei. Her eyes widen, and a soft flush appears on her cheeks. Oh, I like him, she purrs, flicking her long hair over her shoulder. I've seen his picture in the paper. He's very handsome. Too bad he's fucking married, I growl. And so is Dmitri. You're third. Wow, nice to see I get the sloppy leftovers when it comes to the Koslovs. I say nothing. My temper is starting to rise, but I can't afford to say something that I might come to regret. Thankfully, a young waiter appears to clear away our plates. Your usual dessert, Miss Conti. Lucia's rich brown eyes light up as she turns her attention to the waiter. I ball my hands into fists as she licks her lips and offers him a sweet smile as she pushes her chest out, which has the poor kid practically drooling. Is she always like this? If so, this needs to stop. I can't be having her flirt with every guy she comes across. Even if this isn't a conventional marriage, she's still going to have to abide by some rules. If she's linked to my name, I can't have her face blasted over the front page of the tabloids every other day. She'll not only put a target on her back, but on my family, as well. I have a responsibility to keep them safe, and I'm not going to risk them because of some entitled brat who doesn't like hearing the word no. This might be more effort than it's worth. But there's no way I can back out, not after the shit that went down with Dmitri last year. No, thank you, Elio. I think tonight we're going to have the tiramisu to share, she says in that sultry tone. I don't eat dessert. My patience is starting to thin. Of course you don't, she rolls her eyes. More for me then. Once Elio leaves, Lucia leans forward, resting her arms on the table as she watches me carefully. Something wrong? The corners of her lips twitch. When she catches me looking, her tongue darts out to wet her lower lip. No. Her eyes narrow. So, did you bring me an engagement ring or what? I frown. Excuse me. We're getting married, right? Unfortunately, I'm past caring. I've sat through almost an hour of this dinner, and I have a mountain of work to do back at the office. The sooner I can be free of Lucia, the better. I want a diamond. Too bad we can't always get what we want. Didn't your daddy ever teach you that? He always gives me everything I want. Well, you're in for one hell of a shock, Kisa. You're an ass, she huffs. I've been called worse. Oh, I can only imagine. Her eyes flick over my chest, and her eyes light up with a feral amusement that has me shifting in my seat. The more she stares at me with those dark, sultry eyes, the more my cock is aching to explore what is under that dress. I cannot afford to be thinking with my dick right now, especially when Massimo Conti is involved. I have to keep reminding myself that she's a spoiled child who hates being told what to do and is showing her rebellion by doing the exact opposite of what she is told, which is why she's partying every night of the week. It's her own fault she's landed herself in this mess. Her father wants her to clean up her act, and he's hoping that I'll be the one to get her in line. There are so many other things I would rather give my attention to. Alexei has only recently allowed me to take over as CEO for one of our distribution companies. It's taking me so long to get him not to view me as his kid brother, but as the capable, hardworking man I've grown into. I'm finally getting to show him what an asset I am to the family, and I can't afford to let Lucia Conti distract me. But we have to get married. unless she's the one to refuse to marry me. I've done my research. I know exactly the type of girl Lucia Conti is. She loves nothing more than drinking and partying every night of the week. Her name is always in gossip columns with one scandal after another. Despite her father's best efforts, she doesn't behave. He's hoping this marriage is the answer, but perhaps I can turn it into the catalyst that sets me free. As I glance across the table at my bride-to-be, a cruel smile tugs at my lips as the idea takes shape. By the time I'm finished with Lucia, she'll be begging Massimo to ship her off to Italy to go and live with her grandmother. It's going to be a challenge, but I'm not one to shy away from hard work. Let the games begin. 3. Lucia. I think I may just have the perfect way of loosening up my future husband-to-be. Okay, Mikkel, I'll marry you on one condition. I pop the dessert spoon in my mouth and make sure to take my time licking it clean. From the way Mikkel stiffens, I know he's imagining me licking other things, and I can't deny that it's a little thrilling. He may be all dark and brooding, but that will change by the time I'm done with him. What condition? He leans forward to rest his muscular forearms on the table. You have to complete a bucket list with me. I dip my spoon back into the creamy dessert. A bucket list. Yes, a list of things I want to do before I get married. Just FYI, they are fun and recklessness, which will put you out of your comfort zone but might loosen you up a little. Mikkel scoffs, you can't be serious. I never joke about having fun. I lick my spoon once more. Mikkel only shakes his head, a few strands of his dark hair falling in his eyes. My fingers twitch to brush them away, to learn what it feels like to run them through the dark strands. Fuck, what am I thinking? I need to lay off the champagne. No, this isn't a fucking game show. This is an arranged marriage, which is going ahead whether you like it or not. You've made that perfectly clear. I scowl. Trust me, Kisa, I'm about as happy as you are about this arrangement. Fine, I shrug. I guess I'll just have to tell my father that you're refusing to marry me because I asked you to do one little thing for me. I'm sure he won't be pleased to learn you're backing out of the deal you've made. Fine, go ahead. This deal is not my family's idea, it's your father's. I'll let him know how you are unwilling to go though it and are making unreasonable demands. Shall we see who he'll be madder at? But I'm not refusing, I already said yes. You are the one saying no. Besides, Papa always takes my side. Wanna call my bluff? I can practically see the wheels turning in Mikkel's brain as he tries to weigh his options. Fine, but we're limiting this list to one day. I can't stop the smile from tugging at my lips as I get to my feet. His eyes widen as I reach across the table for his hand. I think you're going to want a little preview. Lucia. The way he practically growls my name sends a shiver running down my spine. You made a deal with my father, Mikkel. If you want to make sure this goes ahead, I suggest you get your ass out of the chair. Mikkel's nostrils flare, but he does as I ask. My breath catches as he gets to his feet, and I can take in his full height. Even in my ridiculous heels, he still towers over me, putting my eyes at the perfect level to admire the small amount of chest that peeks beneath the collar of his shirt. I hope you brought your car, because we're going on a little road trip. So far, Mikkel has quiet as he drives his ridiculously obnoxious G-Wagon out of the city toward Coney Island Bay. I shoot my cousin a text to let her know that I won't be making it to the club tonight. I know she'll be pissed, but when she learns the reason behind my bailing on her, she'll forgive me. After almost an entire bottle of champagne to myself, I'm suitably buzzed. I manage to link my phone up to the car and start blasting some of my favorite tunes through the speakers, much to Mikkel's annoyance. He might not say much, but that jaw of his certainly speaks volumes. It hasn't stopped flexing as he keeps his eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead. Let's see if I can change that. He parks as close to the sand as possible. You wanted to see the beach, he asks, killing the engine. Not exactly. I slip off my heels. It's almost midnight, and the beach is completely deserted, which is perfect for what I have planned. Then why are we here? I thought we could go for a little late-night swim. Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. I told you, Mikkel Koslov, I never joke about having fun. I open my door and sliding out of the car. By the time Mikkel has caught up to me, I'm already halfway down the beach. It's late February, which means the air is freezing, but the alcohol is helping me keep warm. I squeal at the feeling of the sand between my toes and the cold air, whipping my hair out behind me as I run. Lucia, Mikkel yells, but I'm not listening. I'm having fun. As I reach the water's edge, I stop and begin to shimmy out of my dress. It's skin tight, and I struggle to pull it down over my boobs, but eventually, it falls to the ground, leaving me in nothing but a pair of black, lace panties. Glancing over my shoulder, I spot Mikkel frozen a few meters away, his eyes fixed on my backside. I guess I could give him a show. Dipping my fingers into the waistband, I carefully pull the delicate lace over my ass, bending over just enough to give him a perfect view, before letting them fall around my ankles. Come on, I call behind me as I grab hold of my breasts and run into the water, hissing through my teeth at how cold it is. My skin instantly pimples, my nipples hardening beneath my palms, but not entirely from the cold. Mikkel's eyes burn my skin, and I'm curious to know if he'll let his guard down enough to join me in the water. Turning around, I drop my hands to my sides to show off my breasts. Despite my petite frame, I was blessed with curves I know drive men wild. Men that include Mikkel Koslov, it seems. From the way his eyes darken as they linger on my breasts, I know I'll have him in the palm of my hands soon enough. Well, are you going to join me? I wiggle just enough to make my breasts bounce. That seems to snap Mikkel out of the lust-induced trance I've put him in, as he begins to undo the buttons of his shirt. I can't tear my eyes away as he shrugs out of the black material and begins to undo his belt. My gaze roams over his broad chest, admiring the intricate tattoos that cover most of his skin, as well as the rippling muscles that disappear down into the waistband of his pants. By the time he's standing in just his boxers, I'm suitably aroused, which was not part of my plan. But then again, who am I to ever stick to a plan? I thrive on spontaneity. Mikkel goes to take a step into the water, but I hold up a hand to stop him. Those have to go too. I point to his boxers, fighting a smile as Mikkel scowls. Unless, of course, you have something to be embarrassed about. My eyes flick to the bulge in his pants, and I try not to squeeze my thighs together. Trust me, Kisa, I have nothing to be embarrassed about. He dips his fingers into the waistband of his boxers. I sink my teeth into my lip as I watch him pull the material down his very muscular, very tattooed thighs. I bite back a moan once he straightens, giving me a full view of his impressive cock. It's not even hard, and it's still so thick and glorious that I'm practically panting with the need to touch it, lick it, sink down onto it. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea, after all. From the outside, Mikkel Koslov appears to be the full package. He's tall, dark, and sexy as hell. Add to the fact that he's very well equipped, I could easily see myself having a good time with him. It's just a shame about his personality, and the fact that I'm being forced to marry him. Fuck, it's cold, he grumbles, wrapping his thick arms around his body as he steps into the water. If this is your idea of fun, then you're insane. Oh, man up, Koslov. I dip my hand into the water and send up a huge splash. He curses, jumping back and almost losing his footing. I double over with laughter, though it soon turns into a squeal as his strong arms are around my body, lifting me into the air. Mikkel, I cry. I'm plenty man enough, he growls in my ear. Before I have a chance to retort, he launches me into the water. I scramble to the surface, coughing and spluttering as I try to catch my breath, though a deep, rumbling chuckle has me pausing. I push the hair out of my eyes and look over at Mikkel, who is now waist-high in the water. Oh my God, is he smiling? You're right, that was fun. You're an ass. I scowl as my wet hair clings to my body. His lips quirk up at the edges as he trudges through the water toward me. And you're a tease. His eyes flick down to my very exposed breasts. Oh, Cucciolo, this is nothing. I cup my breasts. I keep my eyes locked on Mikkel as I run my thumbs back and forth over my pebbled nipples, letting out a soft moan at the sensation. They're insanely sensitive, and the thought of Mikkel dipping his head down to take one hard bud into his mouth has me moaning even louder. This is definitely the champagne talking. Mikkel's throat bobs, and it's clear he's desperately trying to keep his eyes on my face as I knead my breasts. At least you are capable of having some fun, I murmur, dropping a hand so I can run a fingernail up his chiseled abdomen. He tenses beneath my touch, and I smirk, taking a step closer. How much fun, though, is still to be determined. I arch my back, letting my hard nipples graze against his chest. He hisses, his hands moving to my waist to hold me still as I rub myself against his chest. Lucia, he growls. Moo, I let my head fall back as I let myself indulge in the feeling of his strong body pressed up against me. Having fun yet? I arch my hips and I gasp as his cock brushes against my lower belly. You tell me, he murmurs, sinking his fingers into my hips. If my father knew that setting me up on a blind date with my future husband would end with me rubbing my naked body up against his in the sea in the middle of winter, he would never have agreed to such a deal. Which is exactly why I'm doing it. I hope you're not letting me lead you astray, I whisper, looking up at Mikkel's beautiful face underneath my lashes. Never. Sure about that, I wiggle against him. One thing you should know about me, Kisa, is that I never relinquish control. His fingers dig even harder into my waist. Even in the bedroom, my eyes widen. Especially in the bedroom. My breath catches at the intensity in his dark eyes as he stares down at me, his mouth inches from mine. I can't stop myself from picturing what it would be like to have Mikkel take me right here, right now. There would be nothing gentle about it. It would be brutal and rough, and so mind-blowing that I would be completely at his mercy. And I can't have that. It seems like you need to have some fun on your own. I push out of his grip. My heartbeat pounds in my ears as I wade through the water toward the shore where I start to gather my things. When I turn around, Mikkel's standing frozen with the water, his eyes so hooded that I almost crawl back in just to feel the evidence of that desire pressed up against me once more. But where would be the fun in giving in now? I'll be at your place bright and early tomorrow, ready for our day of fun. I call out before gathering up his clothes and running back to the car. I'm breathless by the time I reach the G-Wagon, but I don't have time to waste. Ignoring Mikkel's demands for me to come back, I slide into the driver's seat and turn on the engine, my naked body dripping water all over the immaculate interior. I quickly shrug on Mikkel's black shirt, not bothering with the buttons, as I pull out of the parking lot and begin the drive back toward my family home in the city. I only hope I don't get pulled over. By the time I'm pulling into the underground parking garage of my building, I've dried off enough to pull my dress back on. My father is no doubt waiting up for me, and the last thing I need is for him to catch me wearing Mikkel's shirt. It's late, my father states as I stroll into the main living area of our Tribeca penthouse. He's sitting on the couch with a stack of papers on his lap and a glass of scotch in his hand. No matter the time, My father will always be found wearing his signature three-piece suit that is always custom, made to fit his muscular build. Massimo Conti is an intimidating man, but I've got him wrapped around my little finger. At least I thought I did. Dinner must have gone well. His eyes narrow as they take in my wet hair and the heels that I carry in my right hand. Why is your hair wet? I shrug, feigning innocence. I felt like a swim. At this hour. I'm going to bed. I pad across the plush carpet toward the stairs. I want to hear about your dinner. I only offer him a wave over my shoulder before disappearing up the stairs. Good night, Papa. My father very generously gave me the entire third floor of our penthouse, which means not only do I have my own private lounge and kitchen area, but I also have access to the rooftop terrace and infinity pool. All things I will be giving up if I refuse to marry Mikkel Koslov. The thought makes me bristle. Tossing the keys to Mikkel's G-Wagon on my bedside table, I head into my bathroom to wash off the evening. I can still feel the phantom heat of Mikkel's hands on my waist, and my nipples instantly tighten as I picture the desire in his eyes. We're going to have so much fun, I chuckle under my breath. As I climb into bed, the excitement from my little excursion with Mikkel fades, leaving me with a tight feeling in my chest. The only reason my father is doing this is because he believes I can't take care of myself, and that thought stings. My father loves me, but it's no secret that his business is his #1 priority. He's shown that tonight by betrothing me to Mikkel. So I have to be the one to put myself first, to make sure that I can look after myself no matter what. Though part of me wonders if Mikkel Koslov might finally be the one to change that. Or if, like everyone else in my life, he'll run once he learns the real me. 4. MIKHL. Fuck, I yell out as the sound of my G-Wagon roaring to life fills the air, and it drives away. The spoiled brat left me fucking naked and stranded on the beach in Coney Island. I thought running out of the water naked was just another part of Lucia's game. That it was her way of enticing me to follow her back to the car so we could continue our evening of fun. Her plump ass wiggling with every stride she took toward our pile of clothes had my mind focused on taking her from behind, feeling that luscious backside pressed up against me as my cock pounded into her. It was why I barely noticed that she was not only grabbing her clothes, but mine too. Running my fingers through my wet hair, I let out a roar. I glance around to see if she's at least left me my boxers, but it seems she's taken every item of clothing I had on, even my socks. This is exactly why I don't like having fun. Because you end up naked and stranded on a beach while some chick steals your $200,000 car. But then a few feet away, I spot my phone half buried in the sand, and I let out a sigh of relief. At least she left me something. I open up my contacts, my thumb hovering over Dimitri's name. He's the last fucking person I should be calling. Between him and Daniel, I'll never hear the end of it. And if I called Alex... No, I can't call any of my brothers, especially Alex. I'm meant to be showing him that I've grown up, that I'm ready for more responsibility within the family. Having him pick me up after a skinny dipping incident does not exactly scream responsible. So I scroll down until I see my cousin's name. Despite the late hour, he answers on the first ring. Anton, I need a favor. By the time my cousin pulls up to the beach, my body feels like a block of ice. My teeth are chattering so hard that my jaw aches, and my balls have practically crawled their way back inside my body. Oh shit. Anton climbs out of his car, a huge shit-eating grin on his face as he takes in my naked form. Part of me thought you might be kidding. You think I would kid about something like this? I growl. Anton's body is shaking with silent laughter as I stalk toward him, my hands cupping my junk to try and keep it from freezing off. Don't make me regret calling you. Oh, believe me, I'm so glad you did. Anton laughs, tossing me a clean shirt and pants. I scowl at him, and his grin only widens. My cousin is the same age as me, which means we grew up together. I view him as my fourth brother because that's essentially what he is. Many people assumed that we were twins growing up due to the similarities in our appearances. Like me, Anton is partial to some ink, though most of his tattoos are contained to his arms and ribs. While he has the slight curl to his hair that Dmitri also inherited, the rest of him is nothing but hard lines and rippling muscle. It's the Koslov blueprint. What the hell happened? Anton asks as I try to button up my shirt, but my fingers are shaking so badly from the cold that I soon give up. Nothing, I grumble as I walk around the car and climb into the passenger seat. I keep my eyes forward, if only to ignore Anton's grin as he slides in behind the wheel and turns up the heating. I came all the way out here. You've got to give me something. Fine, I mutter. I met with Lucia Conti this evening. That's who left you out here. Yeah. That fact only makes Anton howl with laughter. I ball my hands into fists as my ego takes a battering from my cousin, though it's nothing compared to what my brothers would do if they found out. Why am I not surprised? Anton shakes his head. How the hell did she get you out here in the first place? She had a condition I had to meet in order to go ahead with the marriage. And that condition was to see your dick shriveled up to the size of a cocktail sausage. It's still bigger than yours, even if it is currently shriveled, I retort. No, she wanted me to complete a bucket list with her, and if I refused, she would tell Massimo I was being difficult. That's actually genius. Anton looks at me sideways. Well, at least you know your marriage won't be boring. Trust me, after this little stunt, there's not going to be a wedding. How so? All she wants is to party and have fun, so I'm going to do everything in my power to make her life as miserable and mundane as possible. She thinks Massimo is controlling. She's in for a rude awakening. By the time I'm finished with her, she'll be begging her daddy to free her from this deal. Anton only huffs a laugh. Good luck with that. You underestimate Lucia. Nothing is going to make her want to give up her trust fund that easily. We'll see. Anton drops me back at my townhouse in the heart of Manhattan's financial district. After Alexei made me CEO of our family's distribution company, I bought the property to be close to the office. It was a lavish investment, considering it's just me that lives here. There are more than enough bedrooms for my entire family to stay, including my 3 nieces and nephews. A small smile tugs at my lips at the thought of my growing family. I make a mental note to drop by Dmitri and Zara's place soon to check in on the newest additions. I close the front door behind me and glance around at the empty foyer. It's quiet, just how I like it. When it comes to my work life, I love nothing more than being in the center of all the noise and the action. It keeps me motivated. I thrive on the fast-paced lifestyle it offers me. But my personal life is a different story. The rare evenings that I get to spend at home rather than the office, I usually kick back on the couch with a drink and ESPN. Deciding that drink can wait a little longer, I head up to the second floor and into my private bathroom. Though my body is no longer shivering with cold, I turn the shower onto the steam setting, eager to wash off the evening. I let the scalding hot water cascade over my tense muscles and close my eyes, trying to not picture Lucia's luscious body as I do so. She might be a spoiled brat and a party girl, but she's also the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. And she knows it too. Her smooth, tanned skin is begging to be explored, and the way her brown eyes turn molten with desire has me gripping the base of my cock. I silently curse myself for letting her feel just how turned on she made me. I put all my cards straight into her hand, and I'm not going to make that mistake again. If I'm going to make Lucia Conti back out of this deal, then I'm going to have to be the one with all the control, not her. And fuck if that thought doesn't make me almost spill all over my hand. Grunting, I drop my hand from around my cock and turn off the shower, ignoring the dull throb my denial has left me with as I wrap a towel around my waist and stalk back into my bedroom to get dressed. I pull on some workout shorts and a black t-shirt and head back down the stairs, desperate for the drink I passed when I got home. It seems the lack of alcohol does nothing to keep my mind clear. If anything, alcohol would have helped the situation, because then I would have had an excuse as to why I was naked and stranded on a beach. Lesson fucking learned. Just as I'm sitting down on the couch, my phone vibrates in my pocket, and I groan as I pull it out to see Alexei's name flashing on the screen. It's almost 2 in the morning, but time means nothing to my brothers and me. If there's work to be done, it gets done, regardless of the time. I heard your date with Lucia went well, Alexei says when I answer. I frown. Did Massimo call him? You did. I heard you made quite a splash. Well, that answers that question. Fucking Anton, I run my hand through my hair. You really thought he would keep something like that quiet? Alexei laughs. Clearly, I was wrong. Fuck, this isn't good. The last thing I wanted was for Alexei to find out that Lucia Conti manipulated me like this. It makes me look weak and gullible, 2 things that a Koslov cannot be. Next time, perhaps don't go skinny dipping with such a flight risk. What do you want, Alexei? My patience is finally running dry. It's been a long day and an even longer night, and I had hoped to at least wait until the morning to share the details of my night with Alex. I stalk over to my drinks cabinet and make quick work of pouring myself a triple vodka. The fact that Lucia Conti managed to get me into this situation, practically sober, is a feat in and of itself. I can't risk that happening again. I don't want this little incident getting back to Massimo, Bratva. I bristle at his tone, knocking back my drink in one before quickly pouring another. And you think I do. We need you to not fuck this up. I have no intention of fucking this up. Besides, I don't think it's me you need to worry about. I know Lucia can be a handful. My mind fills with images of her cupping her full breasts, and my cock starts to stiffen in my shorts. She's more than just a handful. It's nothing I can't handle. I know, Alexei sighs. We just can't afford to piss Massimo off again. It's a miracle that Dmitri is still breathing after what he did. It's a miracle that Dmitri's still breathing, regardless of Massimo Conti. Alexei lets out a breathy chuckle, and I know the worst of his lecture is over. Massimo needs us just as much as we need him, Alexei. Remember, regardless, he is the one who asked for this alliance, not us. My brother is silent for a moment, and I know his thoughts drift to Igor Ivanov as mine do. He's the reason I'm having to do this. He's the reason that the Koslovs and the Contis are having to join forces. It's the only way we'll be able to take down the infamous Bratva, though my stomach twists at the thought of my plan. If I succeed, will Massimo still stick to his end of the bargain? This is all going to work out, Alexei. I'm not sure if I'm telling this for his benefit or mine. I know, if you go through with this, you'll be rewarded for your efforts. You have nothing to worry about. I have no intention of backing out of this marriage. But with some luck, Lucia will. Good, because we're counting on you, Mikhail. As if I need reminding. 5. Lucia. I'm so cold. My body shivers uncontrollably, and I hug my knees to my chest in an attempt to keep my body heat, but it does little to stop my teeth from chattering. Help. I've been screaming for what feels like hours, but it's no use. No one is coming. I swallow, but my throat is so dry that I wince. How long has it been since I've had any water? Hours? Days? If someone doesn't bring me water soon, I'm going to die of dehydration. That is unless they decide to murder me first. Footsteps sound outside the door, and I flinch, backing myself up against the wall as he appears. I try to muffle the sounds of my whimpering as he crosses the room to crouch in front of me. He reaches out his fingers, trailing them down my neck as he gazes at my mouth with those dark, piercing eyes. What's with all the noise, beautiful? My eyes fly open, and I'm gasping for breath. My body is covered in sweat, and my heart is hammering in my chest. It's been months since I've had a nightmare. I had hoped they were gone for good, but it seems I'll never escape them. I'm destined to relive those moments time and again. I bolt from my bed and dart into my bathroom to turn on the shower. I've found the only way to rid myself of the memories is to physically wash them away. Stepping under the hot water, I reach for the soap and begin to lather my skin with the sweet-smelling bubbles. I sigh as one by one my muscles loosen, and I start to relax as the remnants of the nightmare slowly fade away. Once I'm finished, I climb back into my bed and curl up on my side, trying my best to fall back asleep. But my mind has other ideas. I glance at my alarm clock, and I groan when it flashes 3 a.m. This is ridiculous. I'm not in the slightest bit tired, but I have a very busy day planned tomorrow, and I'm going to need my energy. Letting out a frustrated huff, I shift onto my back and force my eyes closed. There's one trick that never fails to send me back to sleep, and after tonight, I have plenty of scenarios that can help me get there. This means nothing, I state to myself before I let my mind become flooded with memories of Mikhail Koslov. Specifically, a naked, dripping, wet Mikhail Koslov. My fingers trail over my breasts, my body arching into the touch as I picture him standing there in the water in all his glory. He really is insanely hot, and the endless tattoos and muscles give him the ultimate bad boy vibe that I love. That, mixed with the memory of his gloriously thick cock, has my pussy instantly wet. I need my breasts as I wait for the ache to build between my thighs, knowing that once I start fingering my clit, I'll be orgasming within seconds, and I want to prolong this a little longer. I'm very much enjoying picturing Mikhail's impressive cock. I ached to touch him last night, to wrap my hand around his length and pump it hard until he was close to spilling all over my hand. The image has a rush of wetness, flooding between my thighs at the thought of him climaxing. Oh God! Unable to wait any longer, I dip my fingers between my thighs to start working my clit, and I bite back a cry of pleasure as my pussy starts to clench. Desperate to be filled by him, I'm whimpering at the feeling of emptiness. I sink 2 fingers inside my pussy as my thumb brushes over my clit, but it's not enough. I need more. I need him. From the look in his eyes, I know he would have happily fucked me right there, and then in the water. Hai's hands would have gripped my ass, lifting me around his waist so he could thrust his cock deep inside me, hitting that sensitive spot that has me crying out with release. Mikhail, my back arches off the bed as I ride out my orgasm. I'm so spent after that I collapse back against the pillows, sleep claiming me almost instantly. Glancing at my phone, I wait until the time reaches 7 a.m. before pocketing it again and rapping my knuckles against the door to Mikhail's townhouse. Rise and shine, Cucciolo. I bite the inside of my cheek as I catch the sound of Mikhail's footsteps thumping down the stairs. 3, 2, 1. The door flies open, and I'm met with Mikhail's very bare, very muscular chest. I glance up to notice his hair is a little disheveled, and he's wearing nothing but a pair of workout shorts. My cheeks warm as I think of what I did last night, and I wonder if perhaps he did the same. The thought has me clenching my thighs together. What do you want? He is almost snarling, which only makes me grin. I don't miss the way his eyes roam over my body. Perfect. My clothes are meant to cause a reaction from him. I'm wearing a dark burgundy knit dress that clings to my curves and knee-high black leather boots. I left my hair loose around my shoulders to dress down the outfit. Oof, someone's a grump in the morning. My eyes flick down to admire the tattoos covering his chiseled abdomen. I'm tempted to glance lower, remembering all too well what he's packing beneath those gym shorts. But we have places to go and things to do, and the clock is ticking. There will be plenty of time to ogle later. Thought you'd return the goods you stole? Mikkel folds his arms across his chest as he eyes the G-Wagon behind me. Technically, I only borrowed it. You think you can get away with this on a technicality? No, I bat my eyelashes a little. I thought my killer personality and the promise of a fun day out would be enough to wipe the slate clean. Mikkel's scowl only deepens. You left me stranded, naked. I know, I chuckle, biting my lip. You were so very, very naked. A deep rumble builds in his throat as he catches me staring at his chest. A warm sensation starts to build in my lower belly as I remember what it was like to press my breasts up against his skin, to have his hands digging into my waist. Did it ever occur to you that a cold, naked person with no possibility of heating could die of hypothermia? Did it ever occur to you that if my phone hadn't fallen from my clothes, I could now be dead? He narrows his eyes at me. Or maybe that was your plan all along, which is cause for this all agreement to be out the door with you to blame for. Oh my God, he's right. At the time, all I'd wanted was to have some fun at his expense, but not at that cost. I think I need to call my brother right now and let him know you tried to kill me. No, that's not. I take a deep breath. Look, I was just having a little fun, I did think. And that is exactly your problem, isn't it? Do you ever stop and think about the consequences of your actions? No, because you are a spoiled little princess who thinks she can do anything and get away with it. Well, you can't, so grow up already. This is all my fault for the way I've been acting and living my life. But if only he knew the truth. Still, he is right that I could have killed him. That was too far, even for me. Look, I'm sorry about last night. Here, I bought you coffee as a peace offering. I didn't pick you as the morning type, is all he comments as he steps aside to let me squeeze past him. Does that mean apology accepted? I love mornings, though usually I'm going to bed, not getting up. I smile. Plus, I have a very busy schedule planned for us today, so we better get going if we're going to fit it all in. Can't wait, Mikkel grumbles. Just a word of warning. Try another stunt like that again, and we're done. Your father will know, and my family will demand compensation. I can promise you your father will not be happy about that. I nod, holding out the coffee. I figured you take it black like your mood. He scowls but doesn't deny it. He grabs the coffee and takes a few gulps. Now go and get dressed, unless you're planning on going out like this. I signal at his bare chest. Would you like me to go out like this? I would, very much. Eye candy all day long, but I just shrug. All I care about is my bucket list. Stay here and don't move. I sip on my coffee as Mikkel disappears upstairs. I itch to take a look around, wondering if his place gives anything away about him, but I already messed up big time, and he is being a sport going through with my demand after last night, so I don't push my luck. The look on his face as I drove away was priceless, but he is right. I put his life at risk, and that is wrong, too far. I'm still quietly biting my lip with guilt when Mikkel reappears, wearing a tight-fitting black shirt with the sleeves rolled up and black pants that hug his muscular thighs perfectly. He has a black jacket slung over his arm, and his dark hair is neatly styled. He certainly knows what works for him, I'll give him that. Ready? I practically choke as I try not to stare. I don't give him a chance to answer before I turn on my heels and head out onto the street. Time to go back to being my happy, bubbly, reckless self. Just not as reckless as last night. What the hell do you think you're doing? Mikkel barks as I go to open up the driver's side door of his car. What does it look like I'm doing? I'm getting in the car. I pull on the handle. But before I have a chance to open it enough to climb inside, Mikkel appears behind me and slams the door shut. What the hell? I spin around to find myself caged in by his muscular arms, his hands on either side of my head. He backs me up against the door, and my breath catches as I stare up into his dark eyes. This is my car. His growl sends a shiver of pleasure coursing through my body. So you like to keep reminding me. I roll my eyes. Can't you let a girl drive? Pretty please. His eyes narrow as he lowers his head until his mouth is only inches from my own. It wouldn't be very gentlemanly of me if I let you drive, he murmurs, his warm breath tickling my skin. I didn't realize you cared about stuff like that. I try not to stare at his full lips. I might not be your biggest fan, Kisa, but I still know how to treat a woman right. So, I suggest you give me back my keys so we can get started with this bucket list. I just want to be clear, I'm not looking forward to this one bit. Mikkel pulls up outside the movie theater, which is the first stop on our list. What, you don't like movies? I have a feeling it's not just a movie. Glad to see you're catching on fast, Koslov. I wink at him before climbing out of the car. Mikkel follows me into the movie theater, and his jaw flexes as he glances at all of the poster boards. What do you fancy seeing? Action, romance? Horrors? See, that's where you've made a mistake. I jab a nail into his rock-hard abs, because now I'm going to force you to sit through 2 hours of the sappiest love story out there. Why? Because today is all about making you do things you would never normally do. You're infuriating. Oh, Mikkel, I promise by the end of today, you'll find me endearing. I highly doubt that. Now, do you prefer candy or popcorn? Is there even any point in answering? As soon as our snacks are secured, I grab hold of Mikkel's hand and start to make a run for it toward our designated screen. What the fuck? He hisses, popcorn spilling everywhere as he tries to keep up with me. I wasn't planning on actually paying for the tickets. I might be rich, but $15 to see a crappy rom-com is steep even for me. Are you serious? I didn't think you would be so opposed to a little criminal activity. I will say, what I hadn't planned for was how hard it would be to sit beside Mikkel in a darkened movie theater for 2 hours. He kept spreading his thighs wider and wider, brushing up against mine in a way that had my heart hammering in my chest. If I wasn't so intent on sticking to the day's scheduled activities, I would have put my hand on his thigh and perhaps let it trail a little higher. Now, I know that's definitely not something Mikkel Koslov would have done before, but I keep reminding myself that the tension only adds to the experience. Though by the time the movie's over, I'm so hot and bothered that the next item on the list will be a welcome relief. We won't be needing the car, I state as Mikkel goes to unlock his G-Wagon. Why, where are we going? He frowns. We're taking the subway. If looks could kill, Mikkel Koslov would have me bleeding out right here on the trash-covered floor of the subway cart. It's a stark contrast to his immaculate appearance that oozes nothing but wealth. But I've had some of the best times laughing and singing with strangers after a night out on the subway, and I want Mikkel to experience just that. I start singing the chorus of Livin', On a Prayer by Bon Jovi, as if my life depends on my performance. Mikkel's eyes look like they're about to pop out of their sockets at the sound of my very loud, very terrible singing, and his hand clamps around my mouth, cutting me off. Lucia, he hisses, glancing around at all the people now watching us. But I don't care. Right now, All I care about is trying to have him to loosen up and show him what it feels like when people start having a little fun. My tongue darts out to lick his palm, and his eyes flame with lust, but he doesn't lower his hand. You need to stop that. I ignore him, letting out a soft moan as I lick him again. Lucia. I continue to ignore him until he has no choice but to lower his hand. I watch with delight as his throat bobs, eyeing my mouth. But I don't give him a chance to act on it before I throw my head back and start belting out the chorus to Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus. Oh my God, he groans, rubbing at his jaw with his hand, and I grin. I take requests. It seems Mikkel is not the biggest fan of the subway, though I can't imagine why. By the time we get off at Rockefeller Center and he eyes the ice rink, he looks like he's reaching his breaking point. Surely you know how to skate, I ask as I watch the color drain from his face. You're Russian, aren't you? There's a lot of snow and ice in Russia, right? Ugh. Turns out, Mikkel has no fucking idea how to skate. As I drag him across the ice, it feels like I'm taking Bambi for a walk. My cheeks are wet with tears from laughing so hard as Mikkel flails, his limbs splaying in all directions as he does his best to stay on his feet. All that muscle and no idea how to use it, I choke, wiping my eyes as Mikkel falls flat on his ass. It's hard work dragging a 6'4" hunk of muscle around an ice rink for a few hours. By the time we're handing over our skates, I've worked up a considerable appetite. Thankfully, the next stop on our list is a fast food burger place that makes the most insane double cheeseburgers in the city. What can I get for you guys? The server asks as we approach the counter. Mikkel wrinkles his nose as he glances at the menu. Before he has a chance to speak, I lean over the counter. We'll take one of everything. You're crazy, he mutters before taking a bite of his cheeseburger. I glance around at all the food that covers our table and shrug. Perhaps, but I figure that as long as it doesn't hurt anyone, then who cares? You only get one life. You sound like you were given 6 months to live or something. My body tenses. More like 6 days. You should hurry up and finish your burger, I state, changing the subject. You're going to want to give it time to settle before our next stop. My body is practically buzzing as we reach Bryant Park. It's the last weekend of the carnival, and there's nothing more fun than carnival rides. You have got to be kidding me, Mikkel grumbles as I lead him toward the helter-skelter. High on adrenaline, I drag Mikkel from ride to ride. We spend hours exploring every inch of the carnival, enjoying copious amounts of cotton candy and pretzels while playing all the arcade games too. The sound of laughter mixed with the music and lights has me smiling so hard my cheeks ache. Nothing feels better than this. It seems Mikkel might finally be loosening up after the final ride. I glance over to him as we climb out of our bumper car, and the corners of his lips are pulled up into a smile. A smug sense of satisfaction fills me as I lead him toward our final stop of the evening. There's one more thing on the list. I try to hold back my smile as I glance up at Mikkel. His eyes narrow, and what's that? I smile at him, then reach up onto my tiptoes so I can whisper in his ear. You're going to fuck me right here in this haunted house. Six. Mikl. My body shivers as her breath tickles my ear. What did you just say? Lucia chuckles, and my eyes flutter closed as my cock twitches in my pants. I said, you're going to fuck me right here in this haunted house. She pulls back, and I look down into her dark eyes. They twinkle with mischief. She's serious. I swallow as a smile curves her lips, and I try to hold back a groan. The thought of fucking her right here, where anyone could see, has my cock instantly hardening. I can't deny the fact that Lucia Conti is insanely hot. She has those big, brown eyes and a wicked mouth. Add to the fact that I know exactly what she's hiding beneath those clothes. I want nothing more than to fuck her against a wall, to feel her clench around me as I pound into her so hard she can't help but cry out with pleasure. It's exactly what I imagined last night as I tried to sleep. I had to stroke myself twice before my body was able to calm down enough to let me drift off. And now she's offering me the real thing. Before I have a chance to talk myself out of it, I take Lucia by the hand and drag her into the haunted house. Perhaps this bucket list was a good idea after all. I can barely think straight as I lead us through the darkened rooms of the haunted house. The place is covered with fake cobwebs that stick to your clothes, and there's creepy music playing at every corner. It's not exactly the sort of ambience I normally choose for my sexual activities, but I can't deny that the thrill of getting caught is only making me harder. I'm desperate to hitch that tight little dress-up around Lucia's waist and plunge my cock inside her. I've thought about it all day, and I know she has too from the heated glances she's given me. A smug smile tugs at my lips. She has no idea what she's done. Taking a left turn away from the general flow of people, I lead us into a small alcove just off the main route through the house. It's cramped and dark, but it's free of the fake cobwebs, which makes it the perfect spot to fuck. I quickly shrug out of my jacket and toss it aside, my blood already heating with the anticipation of what we're about to do. Reaching around Lucia, I grab her long coat by the labels and peel it off her and toss it aside. Her breath catches as I grip her by the shoulder and spin her around so that her chest is pressed against me. I back us up against the wall and crash my lips against hers. She lets out a gasp, and I take the opportunity to force my tongue into her mouth. She tastes of cotton candy, and I groan as our tongues slide against each other. Her lips are so soft, I can't get enough. I reach up to cup her jaw, angling her head to give myself better access, and she happily obliges. I wonder how obedient she'll be when I'm buried inside her. She wastes no time in trailing her hand down my chest to cup my cock through my pants. Lucia, I put a hand on her hip as I rest my forehead against hers, my breath coming in heavy pants. "You don't want to fuck me," she whispers. I let out a hiss as she rubs her palm up and down my length, and I can already feel a drop of precum leaking out the tip. "Because I'm so ready for you, Mikkel." "Yeah," I sink my fingers into her waist. She nods, taking her lower lip between her teeth. "How ready, Kisa?" "Why don't you find out?" My eyes flutter, closed for a moment, as I try to calm myself down. She's rubbing me just right, and as I think about what I'm about to find between her thighs, I almost spill in my pants. I nudge her knees apart so that I'm standing between her thighs and reach beneath her dress to cup her pussy over her panties. "Fuck," I groan as I rub my palm against the damp lace. "Have you been like this all day?" Lucia whimpers, her hips bucking as I press against her clit. "Mikhail." "What do you want, Kisa?" I murmur against her lips as I let my fingers tease her core through the lace. Her eyes are so wide as she gazes up at me, so glazed with lust that I can't help but grind against her thigh. A soft whimper escapes her lips, and I grin. "Do you want my cock?" I bend down to lick along her jaw. "Yes," her throat bobs as she squeezes the bulge in my pants. "You're going to have to ask nicely." I reach out with my free hand to grip her wrist. She huffs under her breath as I remove her hand from my cock and pin it above her head. "Say please." "Mikhail." "Say please." I pinch her clit with my other hand. She gasps, her hips bucking against my hand. "Please." See, that wasn't so hard, was it? I release her wrist so I can lift her dress up higher around her waist. "I hope you're not too attached to these." I sink my fingers into the waistband of her panties and rip them clean off. "Mikhail," she squeals, squirming against me. "It's my souvenir." I pocket the material and claim her mouth once more. She melts against my body as I hungrily kiss and nip at her lips. When my cock is fit to burst, I make quick work of undoing my belt to let my throbbing length free. I give it a quick tug, hissing as more precum drips down the head before I sink my fingers into her plump ass. I lift Lucia up and press her back into the wall. She wraps her legs around my waist, pulling me even closer until the head of my cock teases her entrance. We let out a moan, both of us so turned on that I know it won't take long until we're both crying out with release. "Is this what you want, Kisa?" I growl before I plunge my cock inside her tight pussy. "Mikhail," her nails into my shoulders as she clenches around me. "Fuck yes, say my name." I pull out and thrust back into her even harder. "Oh God, you're so big." "I know, Kisa, but you're going to have to be quiet." I wrap my hand around her throat, squeezing just hard enough that she lets out a whimper. I lean in to graze my teeth along the soft skin of her neck. "Do you think you can do that for me?" "Yes." She arches her back so that her breasts press up against my chest. "Such a good girl." I sink my teeth into her neck as I fuck her hard. Her entire body, including her pussy, clenches as she fights the urge to cry out her pleasure. I tighten my hold on her as I try to steady myself. I'm so fucking close to coming, but I need to hold off a little longer. I'm not even close to being done with her yet. Releasing my hand from her neck, I move to cup one of her full breasts, squeezing the soft flesh as I thrust my cock in and out of her drenched core. Why did she have to wear a full coverage dress? I'm desperate to get my mouth on her, to hear the sounds she makes as I suck on her sensitive nipples. Though even if I could, it's not like I'd be able to appreciate them fully in this dark alcove. Perhaps we'll have to make a separate naked bucket list, one that we can complete in broad daylight. Giving her breast one last squeeze, I move my hand down so that I can start rubbing her clit. She's so slick between her thighs that it's taking every ounce of restraint I have not to spill inside her. "You're going to come around my cock." I rub the pad of my thumb over the swollen bud. She nods, her eyes wide as I pound into her. Her eyes are rolling, her mouth open in a silent cry of pleasure as I work her clit faster, feeling her pussy grow even slicker as she chases her release. "Yes, oh fuck, yes." She digs her nails into my shoulders as her body tenses. I clamp my other hand over her mouth as she comes, her body shuddering with pleasure as her pussy pulses around my cock. My movements become sloppy as I fuck her through her orgasm. Her pussy is clenching my cock so hard that my spine starts to tingle with the start of my own release. "Fuck, I'm coming." Lucia clings to me, whispering her soft moans of pleasure in my ear as my cock spills inside her. With a few more thrusts, I'm completely spent. I bury my face in her neck as I try to catch my breath, and she presses soft kisses against my cheek. I think you enjoyed the bucket list after all." Having sex in a haunted house was definitely not something I considered doing before today, but I'm not adverse to the idea of doing it again. Knowing that you're currently pantyless is hot as fuck. We exit the haunted house. "I don't appreciate that, Koslov," she huffs, slapping a hand against my chest. "I liked those panties." "So did I." Lucia rolls her eyes, but her cheeks flush pink. Her wavy hair is a little disheveled, and she has that satisfied look on her face that comes with having an intense orgasm. I can't deny I feel a little smug as we make our way out of Bryant Park. "Let's take a walk through Madison Square Park," Lucia says as we head down Madison Avenue. It's only a few blocks away from the car. I thought we'd finish the bucket list. We have, I just thought this would be a nice way to end the day. I would have ended it at the sex, but whatever, I grumble. Lucia chuckles as she holds onto my arm. I glance down, frowning as her small fingers cling to the material of my jacket. The way her cheeks and nose have turned red with the chill mixed with her slightly messy hair has her looking even more beautiful. I'm playing with fire with this one. It's a short walk to Madison Square Park, and Lucia is quiet for most of the journey there. The streets are bustling with activity, and she glances around with a look of pure joy on her face. I'm not sure I've ever looked like that. I'm lost in my own thoughts as we enter the park, but Lucia doesn't seem bothered by my silence. We walk for almost 30 minutes before she eventually comes to a stop beside me. "So, are you finally going to admit that you had fun today?" She gazes up at me. "No," I tuck my hands into my pockets. "I want to remind you that I'm only doing this because you're making me, not because I want to." "Sure," she starts walking again. "I don't get off on breaking the rules like you do." I beg to fucking differ. She halts once more. "Being a part of a Russian Bratva means you break rules all the time. Hell, I bet you've killed your fair share of people." "That's different." I don't bother stopping. I'm suddenly exhausted, and I'm desperate to head home to finally have some alone time to decompress. "How?" she calls from behind me. "It's business. It's just a part of the territory." "That's ridiculo." My blood runs cold as Lucia's voice cuts off. I whirl to find two men have jumped out of the bushes, both dressed head to toe in black. One goes to lock his arms around Lucia as the other pulls out a gun and points it at her face. "Lucia," I yell, but Lucia's expression turns from one of fear to one of determination. She sends an elbow backwards, knocking the wind out of the guy before he has a chance to pin her down before landing a swift kick to the chest of the second guy, causing him to drop his weapon. The sound of the gun hitting the floor has my body clicking into action. I lunge for the gun, and without a second thought, I lodge a bullet into the skull of the first guy, sending him crashing to the floor in an instant. The sound of the gunfire echoes around us, but I don't care. Right now, my priority is getting Lucia to safety, which means I need to get this taken care of quickly. Pocketing the gun, I whirl on the second attacker. He tries to land a punch to my jaw, but I duck, balling my hand into a fist and sending it straight into his gut. He doubles over, giving me the perfect opportunity to take him by the neck and twist. He lets out a strangled gasp before his body crumples to the floor in a lifeless heap. "Where the hell did you learn to kick like that?" I shake my head as I glance over at Lucia. She simply shrugs, her cheeks flushing pink as she stares down at the two dead bodies. "There's a lot about me you don't know." I have so many questions, but right now I need to find out who the hell these men are. I don't recognize either of their faces, which only makes me more concerned. Bending down, I begin to check them for ID. The first guy has nothing on him, so I quickly turn to the second. I dig around in the inside pocket of his jacket, determined to find something that will give me an idea of who the hell planned this attack. My fingers brush against a piece of paper, and I hastily pull it free. Though the moment I see what it is, I wish I hadn't. I curse under my breath. "What is it?" Lucia whispers. I flip the picture around to show her, and watch as her eyes go wide. "Oh my God," she chokes, her hand going to her heart as she takes in the photo of herself. "Do you think it was a hit?" "Yes, but I have no idea who ordered it." I grip Lucia's hand in mine as we head toward the car. It's only 2 blocks away, but Lucia is trembling so badly that she stumbles a few times. I'm tempted just to throw her over my shoulder just to get us there faster, but I know she'll just try to fight me. She has a target on her back, and I have no idea why. All I know is that I have a responsibility to keep her safe, and the safest place for her is with me. "I'm going to take you back to my place," I state the moment we're both safely buckled in the car. "Mikkel, I'm o." That wasn't a suggestion. Lucia curls up in her seat, hugging her knees against her chest as she stares out the window. Once we're a few blocks away, I decide to give Alexei a call. I need you to send Felix over to Madison Square Park. And maybe Carlo, too. I inform him the moment the call connects. Why? Alexei's voice filters in through the sound system. There's a mess that needs cleaning up. I'd do it myself, but I need to get Lucia somewhere safe. Mikhail, what the fuck is going on? Lucia flinches at Alexei's harsh tone. I glance over at her and offer her a reassuring smile, or what I hope is one anyway, before I quickly give Alexei the rundown of what happened in the park. Do you have any idea of who these men were? No, I didn't recognize either of them, and they had nothing on them except a photo of Lucia. Fuck. Can you call one of your cop guys? Maybe run their fingerprints through the system. I'll give Dmitri a call and get Zara's father on the phone. Can we trust him? Any hint of a threat against this family is enough motivation to get him to be discreet, my brother assures me. I'll give Massimo a call too. He should hear this from me. Fine. I'm just relieved that I don't have to be the one to inform the Mafia Don about the attack on his daughter. Get Lucia somewhere safe until we figure out what the hell is going on. Already on it. 7. Lucia. You're not to leave this house. Do you understand me? Mikkel orders the moment we step over the threshold into his townhouse. I whirl, my hands landing on my hips. You can't be serious. I'm deadly serious. Mikkel's expression is one of cold fury, but I refuse to be intimidated by him, not when he's threatening to lock me away. I can take care of myself. I never said you couldn't, but you're still not to leave this house, he states before stalking past me. I ball my hands into fists at my sides, as my eyes start to sting with tears as I watch him disappear. The adrenaline from the attack has worn off, leaving me a shaking mess. I bury my face in my hands as I try to take a deep breath, but all I can picture is the two lifeless forms on the cold ground after Mikkel was finished with them. They had my picture. I can't just stay here and do nothing. That feels like even more of a death sentence. I grab my phone out of my coat pocket and dial my father. There's no way he'll agree to let Mikkel Koslov keep his little princess hostage. Lucia. Papa, I lean back against the front door. Did Alexei already call you? Yes, are you all right? I'm fine, just a little shaken, I admit. But really, I'm fine. It's lucky you were with Mikkel. I bite my tongue, not wanting to admit that I fought the men off first. Mikkel just happened to finish the job. Papa, seriously, it was nothing. These guys were amateurs. It sure as hell was not nothing. My father barks, and I flinch at his tone. Can we talk about this at home? I pinch the bridge of my nose with my thumb and forefinger. It's been a really long day. Not right now, because I need to look into this. Well, can you at least send a car to come and pick me up? Mikkel's insisting I stay with him, so there's no way he's going to give me a ride back to the penthouse. You're not going anywhere. Excuse me. I agree with Mikkel. What? You're to stay with him until this blows over. I've already got people looking into this, so hopefully we can find whoever is behind this soon. I'm not a hostage. No, but you do have a target on your back, Lucia, and I'm not going to risk your safety. I roll my eyes, though I will admit it's nice to hear my father so worried about me. Most of the time I come second to his work, so it's nice to feel like a priority for once. It's just a shame it takes me almost getting taken or murdered to get him to finally put me first. Fine, I'll stay with Mikkel, but can you at least have some of my stuff sent over? If I'm destined to be a hostage, I'd at least like to be a well-dressed one. By the time I hang up the phone, Mikkel reappears, looking just as pissed. I scoff, Seems you've already managed to get my father to take your side over mine. Good, he folds his arms over his chest. It's the right decision. Whatever, can you show me to a guest room? I need to wash off this day. Despite the insanely comfortable bed, I barely sleep a wink. I would normally use my normal trick of an orgasm to help me drift off, but with Mikhail across the hall, I find I'm a bit self-conscious. I'm not sure I could be quiet if I'm reliving our hot sex in the haunted house. It was the most incredible sex of my life, and it was up against a wall. I dread to think how good it would be if he had me on my back, or front, or whatever way he wanted. Not happening. An ache starts to build between my thighs. Unfortunately for my lady parts, I doubt Mikkel would want me to go sneaking into bed with him in the middle of the night in search of the real thing, not after we almost got killed. So, staring at the ceiling it is, until the clock strikes 5, and I decide enough is enough. I'm sitting at the kitchen table, nursing my second cup of coffee, and looking like a hot mess, when Mikkel strolls in looking just as pissed off as yesterday. He freezes when he notices me, his eyes flicking over my messy hair. A smug sense of satisfaction gets hold of me when I catch his throat bobbing as his eyes flick to my breasts that are barely contained by my silk cami. Which is exactly why I wore it. I make a mental note to thank whoever it was my father sent over here with my things, because they definitely packed plenty of items that can be used to tempt Mikkel. There's coffee if you want some, I offer, watching him closely. He's as immaculately dressed as ever, with not a hair out of place or a dark circle in sight. Asshole. I'm going to meet with my brothers. Can I come with you, seeing as I'm the topic of discussion? No, Mikkel states without even looking at me. I'll be back in a few hours. I sit, staring after him, silently seething, until Mikkel's G-Wagon roars outside. Like hell am I staying locked up in this townhouse. It might be massive, but a gilded cage is still a cage. Opening up my phone, I shoot my cousin a quick text. Thankfully, Elle is all too eager to meet up at our favorite coffee shop, which happens to only be a few streets over from Mikkel's place, so I tell her to meet me in an hour. Elle is already sitting at our usual table, by the window when I arrive. Seeing her brings a huge smile to my face. Hanging out with her never fails to cheer me up, and that's exactly what I need after the couple of days I've had. I ordered you an almond croissant as well as a matcha, Elle says as I take a seat opposite her. You are the best. I curl my hands around the cup. So, do you want to tell me why the hell you bilated on me the other night? Elle asks, a knowing smirk tugging at her lips. I had to pull a lot of strings to be able to get the girls into vision. I may be a Conti too, but it seems I'm the wrong one. I take a sip of my drink while I try to decide how much to tell her. The truth is, Elle is so much more than just my cousin. She's my best friend. Being the same age meant we spent a lot of time together growing up, and even more so when her parents died in a house fire when she was 8. My father took her in and raised her, so I consider her more of a sister than a cousin. She made the times when my father was working late a lot less lonely. Elle chuckles. You're going to tell me anyway, so you might as well spit it out. Buckle up, my friend, because this is one hell of a story. Elle nibbles on her croissant while I fill her in on the details of the past 2 days. Everything from my surprise dinner with my new fiancé to our naked excursion in the sea all the way through to last night where I was attacked in the park. The only thing I fail to mention is the fact that I fucked Mikkel in a haunted house. Even some details are better left unshared. So yeah, that's why I bilated, I finish, picking up my own croissant and taking a huge bite. Elle just stares at me with wide eyes. It's fine if you need a minute to process, I say between mouthfuls. How serious are you being right now? A deep frown appears between her dark eyebrows. Oh, I'm deadly serious. Don't let the lack of diamond on my finger fool you. I'm marrying a Koslov whether I want to or not. We can circle back to that little detail in a minute. Elle glances around, clocking the other customers sitting nearby before leaning across the table. I'm more concerned with the fact that these men had a freaking photo of you, Lucia. Should you be out in public right now? Probably not, I shrug. But Mikkel's place is seriously lacking in breakfast foods of the flaky, buttery variety. This isn't funny, Elle hisses. Surely, whoever wants you dead isn't going to give up that easily. I appreciate your concern, I do, but I can look after myself. I've been through this before, but unlike last time, I'm prepared. Last night proved just that. I am more than capable of taking down 2 grown men, and if Mikkel hadn't gotten there before me, I would have been the one to put a bullet in each of their skulls. I can do this, even if everyone around me thinks I can't. Little do they know that I completed 4 years of martial arts training, along with weapons training with one of my father's guards. I can defend myself better than anyone, but it's not me I need to convince. It's my father and Mikkel. She leans across the table to take my hand. How are you after the attack? You know, mentally, it must have brought back a lot of memories. Something flashes in her eyes, and my chest tightens. If anyone can understand what I've gone through, it's Elle. God knows she's experienced her fair share of trauma. But it's because of that I'm hesitant to fully disclose how I'm feeling, not to protect myself, but to protect her. The last thing I want is to trigger any unwanted memories that might keep her up at night. I'm handling it. She doesn't need to know the true extent of my suffering. Being locked up in Mikkel's townhouse isn't helping, but she doesn't need to know that either. I shrug. I'm fine, really. Elle looks at me for a moment, as if she's worried I'm suddenly going to have a meltdown. But when she's satisfied that I'm not going to burst into tears, she lets go of my hand. Well, you can call me anytime if you need to talk. Thanks. Okay, enough of the heavy stuff. Which shops do you want to hit first? I, for one, am in desperate need of some new winter boots. Time always seems to run away with me when I'm with Elle. We just have such a good time together, and it doesn't help that I managed to increase my credit card limit without my father knowing. Shopping really does help a girl get over a near-death experience. Though from the look that Mikkel gives me when he opens his townhouse door to me a few hours later, I can't help but think that perhaps I would have been better off being murdered in the park. You better have one hell of a good excuse, he growls, heading inside to the kitchen. I hold up my armfuls of shopping bags and give him a winning smile. I needed some supplies, but don't worry, I got you a few things too. Didn't want you feeling left out. I wink as I drop the bags on the table. His dark eyes darken as he gets to his feet and stalks over to me. I arch my neck to look up at him, my eyes lingering on his mouth. I got something for you too. The muscle in his jaw flexes as he stares down at me. Oh yeah, I try not to focus on the memory of what his lips felt like on my neck. Can I guess? You can try. Is it sparkly? Ooh, no, is it something dirty? Did our little trip to the haunted house give you some ideas? I bite my lip, but his expression gives nothing away. Why don't I show you? Sure, okay. Is this Mikkel's way of calling a truce? If so, I'm all for it. Mikkel grabs my bags off the table and leads me out of the kitchen. I follow behind him, trying my best not to stare at his ass in those black pants as we head up the stairs. He comes to a stop outside of my bedroom and opens the door. So, it is dirty. I step inside my room, glancing around, but I frown when I don't notice anything that wasn't already here this morning. I frown. Can I have a clue? I turn around, but then I spot a glint of gold out of the corner of my eye. What the hell is that? I point to the padlock on my door. That is a consequence. Mikkel drops my bags of shopping onto the floor. You're joking. I look from the padlock to Mikkel. In case you haven't realized, Kisa, I don't have much of a sense of humor. You're locking me in my room. You disobeyed me, Lucia. You broke my trust. Bullshit. Cut that crap, Mikkel. I never had your trust to start with. You're just doing this so my father doesn't cut off your balls. So, quit pretending you actually give a shit about my safety. Tears start to sting my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing me cry. I told you yesterday that you need to start thinking about your actions and the consequences they might bring. But, as the spoiled brat you are, you decided to be selfish again and just ignore everything I said. So, since I can't expect you to listen to anything anyone tells you and act like a rational adult, you're staying in here until this situation is dealt with. His face is like stone. There's not a hint of warmth in his features and nothing but cold fury in his eyes as he glares at me. I've seen that look before. I stumble backwards as a dark memory hits me out of nowhere, trying to claw its way into my mind. I clutch a hand to my throat, trying to take a breath as I fight against the rising sense of panic building in my chest. It's happening again. No, I breathe, screwing my eyes shut. Mikkel isn't like them. He's different. He won't hurt me. This isn't how this relationship is going to go, Mikkel, I whisper, shaking my head. I won't allow it. Then it's a good thing we're not in a relationship. He slams the door in my face. I'm so stunned that I don't even have the capacity to yell after him, to demand he open the door and let me out. He might be right that I broke his trust, but he has no idea what this does to me. Mikkel Koslov can try his best to lock me away, but I vowed a long time ago that I would never feel helpless again. I will do whatever it takes to make sure I am the one in control, even if it means pissing off my future husband in the process. 8. MIKHAL. For a minute there, Lucia was actually getting me to change my mind about her. After seeing her hold her own with those two guys in the park, I saw her in a completely different light. Gone was the spoiled party girl, and in her place was this fierce, kick-ass woman. I will say watching her kick like that in those knee-high boots was an image I replayed in my mind way too many times last night when I tried to sleep, which didn't come easy when I knew she was right across the hall. That was a mistake on my part. I should have put her in the bedroom on the top floor, but for some reason, I wanted to have her close in case she needed some comforting. I don't know if the sex was so incredible because it was in public and we could have been caught at any moment, or simply because it was her. Either way, I want more. Fuck, she's got me acting like a feral animal. One taste and I'm hooked. I swear my cock has been hard since the moment she walked into Angelo's wearing that pissy expression on her face. That and the spray on black dress that could barely contain her full breasts. This is exactly the opposite of what I wanted. I'm meant to be the one with all the control, and yet, I can't even get her to stay in the house. How the hell am I going to get her to back out of this marriage if she thinks she's got me wrapped around her finger? Well, that stops now. After the little stunt she pulled today, she's right back to her spoiled brat persona that has me seeing red. But that's exactly the sort of wake-up call I need. I can't have her thinking she can just do as she pleases and expect me to just roll over and take it, because she bats her eyelashes at me and pushes her breasts together. It's a good thing I decided to cut my morning, meeting with my brothers short to come back to the townhouse to check on her. I knew Lucia would be pissed about having to stay in the townhouse alone, but there was no way I was going to bring her with me. I couldn't risk my brothers becoming distracted by her charm and, quite frankly, her beauty. 2 of my brothers might be happily married, but they're not blind. But the second I walked through the door, I knew she was gone. I was stupid to put so much trust in a girl who is proud of not using her brain cells. And this little stunt could have gotten her killed. She has a fucking target on her back, and yet, she just walked straight out the front door without a care for the consequences. I guess part of me was hoping that she would want to listen to me. After all, I went through with her ridiculous bucket list and helped save her fucking life. The least she could do was stay home for a few hours. It took me less than a minute to decide to call Anton and have him come over to fit a lock on her door. Despite what Lucia might think, I take no pleasure in locking her up, but she didn't give me much of a choice. She's Massimo Conti's daughter, for Christ's sake. He'll have a lot more than my balls if something happens to her on my watch. I don't particularly enjoy having Massimo breathing down my neck, so the sooner this situation is dealt with, the better. Until then, I'll happily play the villain in Lucia's story if it means she's safe. And it doesn't hurt to have her so angry with me either. I'm meant to be getting her to call off this wedding, not plan one. I head straight back to my family's penthouse to put some distance between us. She might be locked up, but that won't stop her from crawling her way into my thoughts, and I need to stay focused. As I'm driving over there, a call from Anton comes through the speakers, and I fight the urge to send it to voicemail. The second I answer, I wish I had gone with my instincts, as it seems my cousin is in the mood to press all of my buttons. How's playing house with the party girl going? Did she like her little present? That's why you're calling me. Just catching up, Mikkel. I take it Lucia made it back in one piece. Yes, thank fuck. I run my fingers through my hair. Is this payback for the little incident the other night? She's staying with me until we find out who the guys that attacked us are working for. Alexei told me about your little run-in. Still no word on who's behind it. No, I'm hoping we'll have something soon. But until then, you're having to play babysitter. Yes. You really are naive, he chuckles. The sound grates on my nerves, and I tighten my grip on the steering wheel, my knuckles turning white as I dodge in and out of traffic. Excuse me. You truly thought if you asked nicely enough that Lucia Conti would do as you tell her. Fuck, Mikkel, even I know that would have never worked. I know that now, and I thought a threat to her life would be enough of a reason. Clearly, you are a terrible judge of character. I wonder how long it will take for Massimo to appear on your doorstep, ready to chop off your balls for letting his daughter out of your sight. Look, I need you to keep this quiet, and this time, I fucking mean it, Anton. Don't go spilling this to Alexei. I can't afford to have him thinking I can't handle this. Can you? I don't have a choice. That doesn't answer the question, Mikkel. It's the only answer I have. I hang up the phone. My brothers are still in the lounge, slowly making their way through a bottle of vodka when I arrive 20 minutes later. Dmitri is leaning against the mantel. How's your little wife-to-be? I shoot my brother a glare as I take a seat beside Daniel on the couch, my teeth grinding as I think of the situation with Lucia. Not in the mood, Dmitri. Trouble in paradise. Daniel slaps me on the shoulder. I slap his hand away, ignoring his jab, and put my attention on Alex. Has Andrew called yet with the fingerprint results? No, but it should be any minute. He crosses his ankle over the knee as he lounges in his armchair. Fine. Once fresh drinks are poured, and Daniel fills me in on what I missed in the few hours I was gone, Alexei's phone starts ringing. It's Andrew. He puts the phone on speaker and sets it down on the table. Go ahead. We ran the fingerprints like you asked, Zara's father says. It seems these guys have got quite a history with the NYPD. I glance at Alexei. I frown. In what way? Their mafia connections have landed them in quite a bit of trouble over the years. So, I appreciate you taking care of them, Mikkel. I keep quiet, my mind racing as I try to think of who they could be linked to. Alexei is the one to voice my thoughts. Do you know who they were working for? They've got some strong connections to Alfonso Morano. Dimitri looks at Alexei, then at the phone. Who? A deep crease forms between Alexei's eyebrows. He's an old enemy of Massimo S. It seems Massimo Conti is at the top of his hit list for killing his 2 sons a few years back, Andrew explains. It started a huge territory war that I'm not certain was ever resolved. I pinch the top of my nose. So, Alfonso is coming after Lucia as revenge. It seems that way. Fuck, I hiss. Alexei adjusts his phone on his hand. Thanks for doing this, Andrew. We really appreciate it. Of course, Andrew says before hanging up the phone. My brothers and I sit in silence for a moment, trying to digest this new piece of information. You know what this means? Dimitri leans forward. If Alfonso is coming after Lucia, it means he's coming after us too. Our families are linked now. Alexei nods. That was always the risk with this deal, that Massimo's enemies would become ours. Daniel frowns, and you chose to do it anyway. It seems counterintuitive. I had to think of the bigger picture, Daniel. Igor Ivanov is exactly that. I sigh, rubbing my jaw. Well, now he's not the only one we have to worry about. My oldest brother looks at me. Can you handle this? I frown. What do you mean? Alexei lets out a breath and leans forward, resting his forearms on his thighs. If Alphonse wants Lucia dead, he's not going to stop until he's achieved it. I am willing to bet that he's learned of your betrothal. That's just business. How would he know that? For all he knows, you're loved up, which means not only is a target on her back, but on yours as well. Well, fuck. I square my shoulders. I have things under control. Alexei regards me for a moment, a doubtful expression on his face, but I make sure not to look away. I only hope he can't see the guilt in my eyes. If he found out that I let Lucia out of my sight after promising Massimo I would keep her safe, it would undo everything I've been working toward. He can't know I've already screwed up. Okay then. Well, I say we start looking into Alfonso Morano. Dimitri nods. I'll call my guy, see what he can dig up. Good, and in the meantime, let's do everything we can to make sure Lucia is safe. I'm trusting you with this, Mikkel. He offers me a stern look. I won't let you down. As I climb behind the driver's seat of my car an hour later, I can't help but picture the doubt in my oldest brother's eyes. Does he really believe that I'm not capable of handling this, that I'm not up to the challenge? I thought I'd proven myself over the last couple of years, what with helping to take out Mario Gelanto and then Giovanni Saccone. Not once did I question my brother's motives or refuse to get my hands dirty. I do what's expected of me, and I do it well. But from the way Alexei was looking at me today, it's as if he has forgotten everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed for this family. I can't deny it fucking stings to think that he doesn't trust me, but I don't have time to dwell on it. Instead, I need to use it as motivation to show him once, and for all what an asset I am to this family. And pray that Lucia Conti doesn't screw things up for me in the process. 9. Lucia. Being locked in this room has made the nightmares worse. Sometimes, I've woken to find my throat raw, as if I've been screaming in my sleep. If Mikkel hears, he takes no notice. Though it's likely he's not even here most nights. He said so himself, he's a workaholic, and locking me in this room means he can disappear to his office guilt-free, knowing that there's nowhere I can go. I'm trapped again. I might be locked away in an enormous bedroom with a bed big enough for 4 people, and a flat-screen TV on the wall, and a big fluffy armchair perfect to curl up in. But it makes no difference. A cage is a cage. And I need to get out. The last few nights, I've not even bothered crawling into bed because I'm too scared to fall asleep. Instead, I've curled up in the armchair with the TV on and lost myself in hours of reality television until I'm so tired I eventually pass out. It does mean I wake with terrible backache, but I figure anything's better than the nightmares. Plus, I've learned you can get used to anything with time, and it seems Mikkel's not going to be letting up on my punishment anytime soon. When I get to day 5, I even consider telling him the truth about what this is doing to me. About how being locked in this room reminds me of my past, a past that I've worked so fucking hard to forget, but now here he is, shoving it right back in my face day after day. The only times I actually saw Mikkel over the last few days was when he brought me trays of food, one in the morning and one in the evening. If I wasn't so caught up in my own dark thoughts, perhaps him bringing me food like a housemaid would cheer me up. The jokes are even on the tip of my tongue, but then I remember how he stripped away my freedom, and I'm right back to hating him. I would refuse to eat what he brought me purely out of spite, but I'm Italian. I literally can't survive more than a few hours without food. Plus, these curves didn't happen on their own. Years of hard work and carbs went into this ass, and I'm not about to lose it because of Mikkel fucking Koslov. I'm lying on the floor, staring at the ceiling, when a knock sounds at my door and instantly go on the defensive. What? I sit up. Dinner's ready, Mikkel states. Let me guess, is it a slice of bread and a glass of water this time? You're not in a fucking prison, Lucia. You sure about that, Koslov? The door flies open, and instead of finding Mikkel holding a tray of food, he's empty-handed. I frown, climbing to my feet, hands on my hips. So, you're fucking starving me now. Mikkel's dark eyes flash, but despite his irritation, he still can't help but trail his eyes over me before staring me down once more. I will say, I admire the man's willpower. Not many would be able to look away from this little silky two-piece. The shorts barely cover my ass, and the thin spaghetti straps of the top seem to have trouble staying up. Get dressed, we're eating at the table, he orders. I frown, glancing down at myself. I am dressed. Lucia, Mikkel's jaw flexes. Not everyone has to be like you, Mikkel, and wear full-on suits every minute of the day. Besides, it's not like I'm going anywhere anyway, so what's the point? I'm not wearing a suit. I take in his black shirt and pants, trying not to picture what's underneath. Semantics, I wave a hand. But if you're so offended by a little skin, then so be it. Whatever my captor wants, he gets. I take my time sorting through my clothes until I find a pair of black leggings and a pale blue sweater. Am I allowed to change in my bathroom, or do you need to supervise that too? Mikkel's answering glare has a smirk tugging at my lips. Once I'm appropriately dressed, I follow Mikkel down the stairs and into the kitchen to find the place transformed. What's this for? I eye the candles and the bottle of wine on the table. There's even a single red rose in the center. It's dinner. He stalks over to the stove where a pot is simmering away. I can see that. Do you go to this effort every night, or is this Mikkel talk for I'm sorry? Mikkel sighs, turning around to lean against the counter as he looks at me. I might have been a bit hard on you. A bit, I shake my head. You locked me in my room. I wouldn't have to if you did as you are told. It's for your own good. You actually expect me to believe that? Yes. You're unbelievable. Can we please just sit and enjoy the meal without trying to tear each other's throats out? I don't know, can we? Just sit, please. I don't want to, but my stomach growls as I catch a waft of whatever it is that Mikkel's cooked, and I bite back a moan. It smells incredible. So I decide I can continue to be pissed at him once my belly is full. Taking a seat at the table, I watch Mikkel as he gets 2 bowls out of the cupboard and starts to dish up the food. He looks so domestic. It's hard to believe that this is the same man who killed 2 guys without a second thought. It makes me wonder, What else? He's hiding behind his cold exterior. He sets down a bowl of shrimp pasta in front of me before taking a seat and pouring us both a glass of wine. I pick up my fork and tucking in, biting into one of the garlic shrimp. "Oh my God," I moan. "I can't believe you made this." He shrugs. "It's nothing fancy." I bite the inside of my cheek as I watch Mikkel take a bite of his food. He went to all this trouble to make me dinner. I should stay mad at him, considering he literally locked me up. But there's just something about a hot man making me food that has my body tingling in a way that is highly inappropriate for the dinner table. You know, it's going to take a hell of a lot more than a home-cooked meal to get me to forgive you for doing this. I don't need you to forgive me, Lucia. He glances up at me under his dark lashes. I shouldn't have to apologize for trying to keep you safe. You are just like my father. I reach for my wine. I'll take that as a compliment. You really shouldn't. We go back to eating in silence, but I can't stop myself from sneaking glances at Mikkel every few minutes. He seems so content in the quiet, lost in his own thoughts, that I don't want to disturb him. But I hate silence. It literally makes my skin crawl. So, seeing as Mikkel insisted on having dinner with me, that means he has to endure my endless chatter. What would you be doing if I wasn't here? I ask after devouring almost half my plate in one go. Mikkel takes a sip of wine. I'd probably still be at the office. I tend to stay late most days. I wonder if that's because he doesn't like coming home to an empty house. It must get pretty lonely. Okay, well, what about on days when you do? Nothing much. Oh, come on, give me something, Koslov. Thaw some of that icy exterior. Fine. He sets his wine glass down and rests his forearms on the table. I like watching old movies. Oh yeah, like what? I set down my fork and pick up my wine. Psycho, Citizen Kane, the original King Kong. All solid choices. You've seen them, his eyebrows lift. Of course. My father and I used to watch films like that all the time when I was a kid. It was sort of a tradition. My father's a very busy man these days. Something like pity flickers in Mikkel's eyes, but I shrug it off. I'm not a kid anymore, though it seems Papa has forgotten that, seeing as he's insisting on me having a babysitter. What ones do you like? Mikkel asks. My all-time favorite would be Jiggy, then probably Roman Holiday. Oh, and Bride of Frankenstein. That's an odd combination of favorites. I shrug, a smile tugging at my lips at the deep rumble of his laugh. What's your secret favorite? Probably any of the early James Bond films with Sean Connery. No, that's your manly answer. Excuse me. I want your real answer. Mikkel frowns. That is my real answer. Mikkel. Fine, he rolls his eyes. I love Casablanca. Ha, I knew it. I clap my hands. Mikkel Koslov, are you a secret rom-com whore? Definitely not. A soft pink blush creeps up his neck, and Casablanca is not a rom-com, it's a romantic drama. Are you seriously defending yourself right now? Just stating the facts. And the fact is, Mikkel Koslov is a big all softy. Just eat your dinner, he mutters, though his lips twitch. Have I actually got something in common with Mikkel Koslov? Come with me, Mikkel says once we've finished our meal. Are you going to lock me up in my room again? I ask as he leads me out of the kitchen. That depends. He turns around to face me. I almost walk straight into his chest, but he puts his hands on my shoulders to steady me. My breath hitches at his touch. His hands are so warm and strong, and I know exactly how good they feel when they're gripping my ass. On what? I ask a little breathlessly. On if I can trust you, Lucia. You can trust me, Mikkel. I've learned my lesson. He studies me for a moment, his dark eyes narrowing as he stares into mine. I try my best to look innocent, but when he's looking at me like that, There's nothing innocent about what's going on in my head. When it comes to Mikhail Koslov, I've already shown that I can't trust myself. Fine, but don't mess with me, Lucia. Under no circumstances are you to leave this house. I'll be on my best behavior. And as much as I mean it now, I know this is a promise I can't keep for long. Mikhail leads us down a flight of stairs into what I assume is a basement. But instead, he's converted it into his private movie theater. This has been here the whole time. I stare around the room. A huge projector screen covers the back wall, and a massive couch takes up the center of the room. I told you I like movies. You're an ass, I huff, swatting at his chest. There's candy and soda in the cabinets over there, so help yourself, while I set up the movie. I know we just had dinner, but I'm never one to deny candy and soda. Why couldn't you have locked me in here? I open up the cabinet and survey the candy options. I help myself to a packet of peach rings, as well as some M&Ms, and settle myself down onto the giant couch. Though it's more of a bed, considering the fact that I could lie down on it and still not come close to my feet, falling off the edge. What are we watching? I ask through a mouthful of chocolate. Wait and see. Mikhail steps back to settle himself down beside me. I frown, noticing that he's chosen to sit barely a foot away from me. I'm just about to comment when the screen lights up and the title sequence of Jiggy starts playing. My mouth opens in shock as I turn to look at Mikhail. Just watch the movie. He folds his arms across his chest, though a blush is creeping up his neck once more. This really must be his way of apologizing. As sweet as the gesture is, I can barely concentrate on the film. Not when his huge body is right next to me. It's not exactly easy to ignore. It also doesn't help that every time he reaches over to take a handful of my candy, his arm brushes against mine, and I forget how to breathe. Eventually, that arm makes its way around my shoulders, and I melt into Mikhail's side, inhaling his rich cologne. His fingers gently trace patterns on my shoulder through my sweater, and my eyes flutter closed as I focus on his touch. I hate that it feels so good, and he's not even touching my skin. This man hasn't even fucked me naked yet, and he still managed to make me experience the most intense pleasure of my life. It only makes me eager to know what else he could show me. But once the film ends, Mikhail escorts me back upstairs in silence. Are you going back to the office? I hover outside my room. Not tonight. I nod, biting my lip as I gaze at Mikhail. His eyes flick to my mouth, and I wonder if he's imagining kissing me, fucking me. It would be the perfect ending to the evening, but this time, I don't want to be the one to initiate. I want to know for sure that Mikhail wants me too. Thank you for tonight, I offer, glancing at his mouth. Sleep well, Lucia, he says before walking down the hall. Well, that answers my question. I watch him go, my mind torn on what to do. After tonight, it seems I'm finding it hard to remember that Mikhail is the reason behind my nightmares returning. He may have allowed me out of my room, but I'm still not allowed out of this house, which means the nightmares aren't going away. As much as I want to keep my promise to Mikhail, I'm not sure I can. Feeling trapped leaves me at the mercy of my past. It's about time I take back control. Disappearing inside my room, I head over to my suitcase and root through it until I find my makeup bag. Hidden inside an empty eyeshadow palette is a couple of phone trackers that I always keep on hand for situations just like this. Putting this inside Mikhail's phone case will mean I'll know exactly when he's heading back to the townhouse, so there will be no risk of him catching me gone. I know this is wrong of me, but regardless of his intentions, he is making everything worse for me. Besides, shouldn't he know better than to trust the daughter of a mafia don? Shame and guilt fill me. Shouldn't I want to be trusted? Shouldn't I be trustworthy? I wish I could be the woman he wants me to be, but my past makes it impossible for me to listen to his only demand. Staying locked up is something I cannot live with, no matter how gilded the cage is or how appealing my captor is. I hover outside Mikkel's room for a few minutes, pressing my ear against the door until I catch the sound of the shower running. Taking a breath, I gently turn the door handle and slip inside. Mikkel's phone is charging on the bedside table a few feet away. I quickly unplug it, pull off the case, and slip the tracker inside before returning it exactly how I found it. I'm in and out in under 2 minutes, and yet it's all I need to finally get my freedom back. After taking a shower myself, I decide to try sleeping in the bed once more, hoping that the knowledge that I can leave helps me to feel less trapped. I scroll on my phone for a while, catching up on social media when a message pops up from one of my friends. Macy, hey girl, long time no see. Kara and I are planning to go to Enigma, that new exclusive club in the East Village. Would love for you to come, we miss you 3. I haven't heard from Macy, or Kara for that matter, in weeks. Macy's message should make me excited, but instead, I just feel hollow. The only time I ever seem to hear from them is when they want something from me. I used to think it was because I'm so fun to be around, but in reality, they're only hanging out with me because of the free drinks and exclusive entry to the VIP sections of New York's most exclusive clubs. And as expected, when I reply saying that I can't come, Macy goes radio silent. I toss my phone aside and stare up at the ceiling, contemplating my life. Ever since it happened, all I've ever wanted was to just live my life to the fullest and have fun while I'm at it. But now, I'm starting to wonder if that is what life is about. Is this how I want everyone to see me? As nothing more than an irresponsible party girl, a spoiled brat like Mikkel calls me. I have no intention of turning into Mikkel, but perhaps I need to have a bit more focus, a direction to head in. The only problem is, I don't know what direction to take. I shake my head. I'm having a midlife crisis at 21. My life was great, not perfect, but really fucking close to it. But since I met Mikkel, everything has been turned upside down, and I can't seem to work out which way is up. 10. MIKHL. It's been a week since I last used the lock on Lucia's door, and so far, it seems she's kept her promise of staying in the house. I've been trying to make it home for dinner each night so that she doesn't spend the entire day alone. I could think of nothing better, but Lucia is my opposite, which means she craves company and conversation. 2 things I could definitely live without. But unfortunately for Lucia, tonight will have to be different. Alexei has called a meeting at the family's penthouse, and as much as I hate skipping out on dinner with Lucia, I also have a responsibility to my brothers. No doubt Alex will want an update on my bride-to-be, and I'm hoping that there will be some news regarding Alfonso Morano. If there's time, I'll try to pick up some dessert from Angelo's on the way home. Seeing as she no longer has her weekly dinners with her father, it's the least I can do to try and bring a small sense of normalcy to her life while she's under house arrest. I don't want her to think that I haven't acknowledged the sacrifice she's been making by staying at home. I've been at the office since 6 a.m., and the last 14 hours have been brutal. I knew taking over a company on my own would be tough, but I thought Alexei would have kept it in better shape than this. Perhaps it's just another way for him to test me. Either way, it's grueling work, but after 6 months of being CEO, I finally feel like I'm making progress. When I step out of the elevator at my family's penthouse an hour later, I find the downstairs living area completely empty, which means my brothers must be upstairs in Alexei's office. Despite this being our family's penthouse, we now mostly use it for meetings. Ever since Alexei took up permanent residence at our family's mansion in Forest Hills, He spends most of his time out in Queens with his wife and son. Dmitry, Daniel, and I all have our own places in the city, so this penthouse sits empty most of the time. I make my way upstairs where the faint sounds of my brothers' voices filter down the hall toward me. I try to get a read on their tone, but it's too quiet for me to tell if this will be a productive meeting or a fist fight. Either way, I'm going to need a drink in my hand before we get started. Nice of you to finally join us. Dmitry smirks as I enter the office. He's sitting behind the large mahogany desk that used to belong to our father. When I was a kid, I used to imagine myself sitting behind it, so eager to follow in his footsteps. I idolized my father, but ever since I learned of his affair with Igor Ivanov's wife, my memories of him have become tainted by his betrayal. When I think of him, I don't picture a successful businessman, a loving father, or a doting husband. I just see a lying traitor. I've been busy. I shake off the thoughts of my father, unlike you. Oh, I'd like to see you handle newborn twins, Brat. I'd choose running a company over changing 100 dirty diapers any day. Gross, Daniel mutters. I glance at my youngest brother and huff a laugh. He's stretched out on the couch with his eyes shut, no doubt trying to push through a hangover. I thought you're meant to be filled with joy and endless happiness. I ask Dmitry as I head straight for the drinks cabinet. That's how they get you to do it, Dmitry explains, pointing at Alexei. This fucker made it look so easy. For one, Leo is a dream baby, and two, there is only one of him. You and Zara were doomed from the start. Alexei laughs. Dmitry shoots him a glare, and I chuckle under my breath as I pour us all a drink. Dmitry huffs, appreciate the vote of confidence. Can we get this over with already? Daniel groans. I think I might actually be dying. Drink up, it'll make you feel better. I thrust a glass of vodka into his hand. He moves to sit up and wrinkles his nose at the clear liquid, before tipping his head back and downing it in one. Fuck, he hands me back the glass. I wonder why we drink this sometimes. I clap my brother on the shoulder and turn my attention to my older brothers. So, is there any news on Alfonso? I don't miss the look that Dmitry and Alexei share, and I'm instantly on alert. We're not here to discuss Alfonso. Dmitry glances again at Alexei. So why are we here? Daniel asks. Again, my two older brothers share a look that has me bristling. What the hell have they kept from us this time? It's about this situation with our father. You mean his affair? Alexei's jaw clenches, but he nods. What about it? Some new information came to light, Dmitry says. Well then, spit it out. Daniel stiffens beside me. Out of all of us, the news of our father's affair has affected him the most. He was only 15 when they died, and he was still quite sheltered from the realities of our world. To him, our father was simply that, a father. Whereas to me at least, he was manipulative and bloodthirsty, a true Bratva Pokken. That didn't mean he wasn't still a good father, and what looked like the perfect husband. But Daniel never truly saw the darker side of him that I did. Though it seems there was a side of him that none of us saw. The affair between our father and Katia Ivanov resulted in a child, Alexei explains. A son. I feel as if the ground has given out from underneath me. The glass in my hand slips through my fingers and goes crashing to the floor, the vodka sinking into the cream carpet as I stare at Alexei. Daniel's eyes are wide. But he never said anything. How is this possible? I don't understand. Our father fucked another woman, that's how. I snap at Daniel. Do you need a fucking sex ed lesson or something? Mikhail, Dmitry warns, but I ignore him. Why am I not surprised? I run my hands through my hair. What happened to the kid? Daniel asks. Alexei shakes his head, sadness clear in his eyes. Initially, it was recorded as a stillbirth, but it turned out that the child survived. Igor was the one to cover it up, Dmitri adds. If there was no record of a living child, it meant he was free to do with him as he pleased. We have another brother, fuck. Is this a good or bad thing? Daniel asks. We're still trying to work that out, Alexei replies. I barely hear them. I feel as if I'm underwater, my lungs crying out for air as I forget to breathe. I have another brother. How long have you known about this? My voice is barely above a whisper. Their answering silence is deafening. I'm on my feet in an instant, my hands balled into fists that I'm eager to slam into Alexei's jaw if he doesn't start explaining himself. How long have you fucking known? I planned to tell you when I got back from Russia a few months ago. You've known about this for months. Are you fucking serious, Alexei? My body is vibrating as I stare down my oldest brother. I thought you would have learned your lesson after you kept our father's affair a secret. Dmitri and I decided that the less people that knew, the better. We're not just people, we're your brothers, I yell, and that means all of us, not just Dmitri. I run my hands through my hair as I pace back and forth. This is the second time they've kept a huge piece of information secret. Information that regards my own fucking father. It makes me wonder what else they're keeping from me. This is just more confirmation that Alexei and Dmitri don't see me as a senior member of this family. And I'm fucking done. This shit stops now. Daniel and I aren't teenagers anymore. We deserve to be included in every decision, every conversation that happens regarding this Bratva. It's not fair that you're leaving me out of major discussions when I'm sacrificing so much for this family. I'm marrying Massimo Conti's daughter, for fuck's sake. Doesn't that prove that I've stepped up? What more do you fucking want, Alexei? He folds his arms over his chest. I've been waiting for you to stand up and demand more from me. It shows me that you're ready. So, once you and Lucia are married, I'll make sure you're given more responsibility. I wasn't expecting Alexei to accept my demands on the spot, but I'm grateful for the respect he's finally showing me. It's something I've craved my entire life, and not just since our father died and he took over as head of the family. For so long, it was always Alexei and Dmitri making decisions, and I always felt like I was on the outside. And now, I'm finally being given the opportunity to show them what I can do. But instead of feeling a sense of relief, I feel torn. On one hand, I still want to get Lucia to walk away from this marriage. But if it's going to cost me my brother's respect, then perhaps I'm better off saying, I do to the spoiled mafia princess. Do we have any idea where he is? Daniel asks, interrupting my train of thought. Dmitri shakes his head. We're still trying to track him down. Alexei looks right at me. That's part of the reason why we didn't say anything. He might have survived at birth, but there's no telling what Igor did with him. I nod. If he knows that the child was our father's, there's no way he let him live. He would have posed a huge threat to Igor. That's what I'm thinking. Daniel looks at the three of us in turn. Why don't we just ask Igor? He obviously knew about the affair and the child, considering that he went to all the trouble of making it look like a stillbirth. How can my youngest brother be so naive? Is this what Alexei and Dmitri saw in me too? He seriously thinks we can just ring the guy up and demand answers. Alexei shakes his head. If you thought Mario Gelanto played dirty, Igor Ivanov is 10 times worse. The last thing we want to do is alert him to the fact that we're digging around for information. I frown. What about Katia? What about her? Alexei turns to look at me. She might have some answers. Alexei nods. Maybe, but though she might not be married to Igor anymore, that doesn't mean she's free of him. She might be unwilling to talk. Surely it's worth a try. Alexei shrugs. If you want to run with it, then be my guest. I dip my chin in a silent thanks. My brothers and I talk for another half an hour before I finally make my excuses to leave. I need some alone time to decompress all of this new information before I head home to Lucia. Mikhail, Alexei halts me in my tracks as I head across the living space toward the elevator. There's one other thing I need to discuss with you. I hold back a groan as I turn to face him. What is it? I spoke to Massimo this morning. Alexei tucks his hands into his pockets and presses his lips together in a firm line, which means whatever he's about to tell me isn't good. About the attack on Lucia? No, about the wedding. What about it? My mouth goes dry. The attack has only made Massimo want to push the wedding forward. He wants our families officially bound in order to secure protection for Lucia. How much time do I have? 1 week. The ceremony will be held at Massimo's place next Friday. Fuck. Fine, I rub my hand over my jaw. Alexei squeezes my shoulder once before turning his back on me and heading back up to his office. I stare after him, trying to ignore the panic building up inside my chest. It seems I'm running out of time, and I'm no closer to getting Lucia to back out of this marriage than I was 2 weeks ago. If anything, the last week of sharing dinners has only brought us closer together, and I only have myself to blame for that. I can't waste another day. It seems I've lost sight of my goal, but this meeting with my brothers was the wake-up call I needed. Tonight, I'm going to show Lucia another side to me. A side that she won't find so appealing. 11. Lucia. I'm suitably disappointed that I won't be having dinner with Mikkel this evening. For someone who doesn't talk very much, I'm finding him to be very good company. Not only that, but his culinary skills are a welcome bonus. But for tonight, I'm on my own, heating up leftovers and parking myself on the couch in the movie room while I wait for him to come home. I could have easily snuck out tonight to go and see Elle and spend a few hours enjoying some cocktails, but I'm actually craving a night in for once. Perhaps Mikkel is having more of an influence on me than I thought. Though it could just be down to the insane amount of candy he has on hand. As I settle in on the couch with my huge bowl of carbs and get myself ready for an evening of trashy reality TV, my phone starts buzzing next to me. I instantly wonder if it's Mikkel letting me know he'll be home for dinner after all. The hope that thought brings with it makes me blink. But then I see who's actually calling, and I let out a huff of annoyance. You've been put through to inmate 2659. Your call is being recorded. Lucia, my father snaps, and I roll my eyes. Just trying to make light of my new situation, Papa. Turns out prison can be fun when you've got snacks. I need you to be serious. I am being serious. I'm calling about your wedding. What about it? I mute the television. We have set a date. The ceremony will happen here at the penthouse in a week. That soon? Yes, the sooner we have our family legally bound to the Koslovs, the better. I need to ensure your protection, Lucia. Does it have to be at the penthouse? I have to get my father to postpone this wedding to try and buy me some time, if only to get to know Mikkel a little bit more. This is my wedding day, Papa. I want the whole experience. The only part that is important here is that vows are exchanged, and you and Mikkel both sign the marriage certificate. It will be over in half an hour, tops. Wow, really making it sound more appealing by the second. What a romantic image you just painted. It's not supposed to be romantic. This is business, Lucia. Besides, you're already living together, so there's no point in waiting. I wouldn't say one suitcase full of clothes consists of living together. Besides, you're not giving me much time here, Papa. You've had more than enough time to come to terms with this, Lucia. I'll see you next week, he says before hanging up the phone. A hysterical laugh escapes my lips as I stare at my phone. Is he for real? Not only has he taken away my right to choose a husband, but he's also taking away my chance to have a real wedding. I'm choking back a sob as I dial Elle, hoping that she can talk this through with me. That somehow she can help me view this as a blessing and not a curse. "Hey," she chimes. "Hey," my throat thickens with tears. "Oh, what's wrong?" "Nothing," I mumble, wiping my cheek on the back of my hand. "Lucia, my father's decided that I'm getting married next Friday." "What? How the hell does he expect us to plan a wedding in a week?" "He doesn't." "I don't understand." "There's not going to be a real wedding. There's just going to be the legal stuff." "He can't be serious." "He thinks a real wedding would be nothing but a waste of time." My voice cracks, and fresh tears leak down my cheeks. I can't help but feel like he's saying that I'm a waste of time. This might be my only chance to have a real wedding, Elle, and he's taking it away from me. "Oh, Lucia, what can I do?" "I don't think there's anything to do. You know my father. Once he makes up his mind, nothing is going to get him to change it." "I'm so sorry." "Sorry for just dumping all my crap on you," I mumble. "Don't be, it's what I'm here for. So, how are things going with Mikkel?" "They're good." "Really?" "He's very well house-trained." "You make him sound like a dog." Elle chuckles. "Well, I do call him Cucciolo here and there." I laugh. "You call him puppy, does he know?" "I have no idea, but he hasn't complained yet." She laughs too. "But seriously, Elle, he's good company even if he doesn't talk much, which is so weird to me. Quite the contrast between us." "Oh my God, you must drive him crazy." I actually feel sorry for the guy. "And he's actually really sweet. He likes making me dinner, and he's starting to bring me coffee in the morning." Where do I get me one of those? I'd happily marry a guy I don't know if he brings me coffee and food." "It's a pretty sweet deal, and he's super protective." "In a good way, because your father is super protective, and he can be, well, you know how he can be." "Yeah, I know, he's learning to compromise, which is more than my father does." "Well, I'm glad it's sort of working out okay. But I wouldn't give up on your papa just yet. Try and see if you can get him to come around on the whole wedding thing. Better yet, see if Mikkel can help." "That's actually a good idea," I muse. "He might be willing to listen if it's coming from Mikkel." "I am known to be full of great ideas." Elle shrugs. "Anyway, I've got to run, but give me a call tomorrow with an update." "Will do," I promise before hanging up the phone. I feel a little better after speaking to my cousin. She never fails to cheer me up, so I try to keep my mood up by finishing my dinner and another episode of my show before heading back up to my room to take a shower. Today is the first day that I haven't snuck out of the house. I'd say it was because I wanted a lazy day on the couch, but honestly, the guilt is starting to get to me. I'm trying my best to keep my promise to Mikkel to show that I'm meeting him in the middle, but I couldn't help it. I needed to feel the fresh winter air on my skin. The only issue was that I had to climb out my bedroom window onto the fire escape to do it. Apparently, walking out the front door is no longer an option as Mikkel's put a code on the door so that no one can get in and no one can get out. I guess he just assumed I wouldn't be able to fit through the gap in the window, so he didn't bother putting a lock on it. But unfortunately for Mikkel, he's yet to learn how very flexible I can be. But I want to start limiting my secret trips to the outside world. If Mikkel and I are going to be married, I would like us to have some level of trust between us, which means I need to actually start being trustworthy. Just knowing that there's no longer a lock on my door has made a big difference in the number of nightmares I've been having. So the thought of having to stay inside doesn't scare me as much as it did before. Once I finish in the shower, I step out onto the cold tiles and glance around in search of my towel. Where the hell did I put it? Realizing I must have left it on my bed, I throw open the door to the bathroom and freeze at Mikkel, standing in the middle of my bedroom. His eyes go wide as he takes in my very wet, very naked body. They start to trail down my body until he reaches the apex of my thighs and my breath catches. His gaze turns molten as he devours my naked form standing before him, and it seems as if he's fighting the urge to fuck me right here on the bed. A smirk starts to tug at my lips. "Don't just stand there, hand me my towel," I signal to the bed. He blinks as if I've just woken him from a trance, and I fight a smile as he scrambles to get my towel. I shiver, a sudden cold breeze hitting my skin, and I glance over at the window and realize I've left it open. I silently curse. If Mikkel notices, he's going to realize the truth about my little escapades, and he's never going to trust me again. Somehow, I need to close it without him noticing. Good thing I have a way of keeping him occupied. Here, he hands me my towel without meeting my gaze. I narrow my eyes at him as I take the towel. He's angled his body away from me as if trying to hide something, but I know from the look in his eyes that he's hard as a rock. Just the thought of his impressive cock sends a rush of wetness building between my thighs. It's clear we both want this, so why bother fighting it? After all, by this time next week, we'll be officially married. Might as well get a head start on the honeymoon. "Mikkel," I purr, tossing the towel on the bed. "Look at me." I watch his throat bob as he eventually gives in and turns to fully face me. And then it's my turn to trail my eyes down his body. Once I notice his erection straining against his zipper, I let out a soft gasp as my pussy clenches, already so desperate to be filled by him. As if he can read my thoughts, he takes a step closer to me. "What do you want, Lucia?" His husky voice is heavy with arousal. I swallow as I tear my eyes away from his cock to look up at him under my lashes. "I want you to fuck my mouse." His eyes give away his desire. But before I have a chance to sink to my knees, he reaches out and wraps his hands around my neck, pushing his thumbs into my jaw to tilt my head back. "I told you," he growls, squeezing my throat just enough that a gasp escapes me. "I'm a gentleman, which means I get on my knees for you." The thought of this man on his knees, fucking me with his tongue, almost has me climaxing. A strangled sound escapes me as Mikkel starts to walk me backwards, his hands still wrapped around my throat, until I'm pressed against the window. "Mikkel," I part my thighs so that he can have full access to my pussy. He dips his head to lick along my jaw, and I take the opportunity to reach my hand over my head to gently close the window. Just to ensure he's distracted, I make sure to buck my hips against his cock at the same time and let out a moan of pleasure. "Lucia," he groans, resting his forehead against mine and closing his eyes. Maybe he's trying to compose himself. "I want to touch you." "Not yet." He gently squeezes my throat again. I grind my pussy against him again and let out a whimper. "You will be rewarded for being patient." He drops his hands from my throat, stepping back. "But..." He only smirks before sinking to his knees before me. I quickly shut my mouth as I watch him, my body pulsing with need as he trails his calloused fingers along my thighs. I shiver at his gentle touch. "Part your thighs for me, Solnishka." I swallow and do as he says, my clit throbbing so badly at the thought of Mikkel, putting his mouth on me that I almost reach between my thighs to try and get some relief. "Lucia," he growls as he stares at my pussy. I part my thighs wider and angle my hips to give him a better view of my glistening folds. "Please, Mikkel," I pant. It seems Mikkel Koslov doesn't need to be asked twice. His fingers grip my ass as he lowers his mouth to my pussy and gives it one long, slow lick. "Yes," I cry out, my head falling back against the glass as he licks me again. He lets out a groan as he tastes me, and the sound has my eyes rolling to the back of my head. I can tell that this is going to be the best orgasm of my life. Mikkel grips my right thigh, and throws it over his shoulder before sinking his fingers into my ass to keep me upright as he continues to devour my pussy. Oh fuck, that feels so good. I grind my hips against his face. The slight stubble on his jaw against my sensitive flesh sends jolts of pleasure through my core, and I need more. His tongue flicks over my clit, making me cry out with pleasure, before he licks the length of my pussy again. If you keep screaming like that, I'll have to stop, he warns before plunging his tongue inside me. Oh God, I cry, my hips bucking against his mouth. Lucia, his breath tickles my clit in the best way. Don't make me punish you. I bite back a whimper as he removes his head from between my thighs to look up at me, and my arousal glistening on his chin has my legs almost giving out beneath me. Oh. His eyes darken, and a thrill runs down my spine at the thought of what he might do. Do you want to come? This is a side to Mikkel I haven't seen, but I can't deny the fact that I'm loving it. Why, yes. Then you need to be quiet. Otherwise, I'll edge you all fucking night, Kisa, and I won't let you feel even a second of relief. I grit my teeth and sink my fingers into his hair as he licks at my clit, tugging on the silky strands as my body trembles with pleasure. Much better, he plunges his tongue into my pussy once more. I didn't think anything would come close to feeling as good as having his cock inside me, but his tongue is a close second. With each thrust, I'm becoming wetter and wetter. If I wasn't so high on pleasure, I'd feel embarrassed. No man has ever made me this wet, but can I even call them men when I'm comparing them to Mikkel? He's like nothing I've ever experienced, and I'm loving every second. You taste so fucking good, he growls before flicking his tongue over my clit. I bite back a cry as I glance down and find his dark eyes locked on mine. He does it again, and I sink my teeth into my lip. You like it when I lick you like this. I nod, a thin sheen of sweat starting to break out over my skin as my release builds. What about when I do this? He murmurs before wrapping his lips around my clit and sucking the sensitive bud. My legs almost buckle, and I release my hands from his hair to grip his shoulders to keep me upright. My mouth falls open in a silent cry as he sucks and licks at my clit, his eyes never leaving mine. It turns out having Mikkel Koslov on his knees is fucking torture. The man knows exactly what he's doing, and I think I might actually die if I don't come soon. My eyes sting with tears as I try my hardest not to make a sound as he licks me, but it feels so good I'm scared I might actually start sobbing. I tug at his hair, trying to pull him closer against me in a silent plea. His eyes shine, crinkling at the corners, but he starts to work my clit faster. Are you going to scream my name when you come? I thought I couldn't make a sound. Oh, you can scream my name all you want, Solnishka. I'll allow that. Asshole, I hiss through my teeth. He nips at my clit, and I gasp. I didn't give you permission to say that. I tug at his hair, but he only responds by grazing his teeth over my clit. It seems if I want to come, I'm going to have to submit to him fully. When Mikkel is satisfied, I'm not going to misbehave. He gives my pussy one long lick before focusing all of his attention on my clit. I'm so worked up that it doesn't take long for my legs to start trembling and my breathing to come in heavy pants. I'm so fucking close. You can come now, Lucia. He growls before wrapping his lips around my clit and sucking hard. Mikkel, I scream as my orgasm rips through my body. I cling to Mikkel, holding his head against me as he works me through my release. My pussy is pulsing so deliciously that I can't stop moaning. Yes, oh fuck, yes. Mikkel groans against me, licking up every last drop of my arousal until my legs finally give out, and he has to wrap his arms around my waist to stop me from hitting the floor. So, you are capable of doing as you're told. He holds me against his chest. For once, I want to prove him right. 12. MIKJL. The moment I saw Lucia standing there naked and dripping wet, I knew there was no way I was leaving this room without fucking her. The water dripping off her breasts and down her waist had me almost dropping to my knees right there and then. But I needed this time to be different. Last time, she came too easily, too quickly. If I want to show her once, and for all who has the control, then I need her to work for her orgasm. I knew she was growing frustrated with me edging her like that, but I wanted to see the tears in her eyes. I wanted her to get so close to coming that it was almost too much for her to take. Only then did I let her come. And it was fucking worth it. Having Lucia climax on my tongue almost had me spilling in my pants. It took everything in me not to pull my cock free and start stroking myself as I licked her sweet pussy. It was so slick with her arousal, and it tasted even better than I imagined. Her body is limp in my arms, and I can't help but feel smug knowing that I was the one to bring her such pleasure. But I'm nowhere near close to being done with her. I reach down and lift her in my arms, holding her tightly against my chest as I carry her over to the bed. "You did so well," I murmur, and she gazes up at me with a satisfied smile. "I need you to come again for me, Solnishka." Lucia's eyes widen, and I know she's thinking about how sensitive she is between her thighs, but she nods. It seems that Lucia Conti is a fast learner in the bedroom. I toss her on the bed and make quick work of pulling my belt free from the loops. Hands above your head. "Mikhail," she keeps her eyes on the belt. "Don't make me ask you again, Lucia." I growl as I make my way around the side of the bed. She does as I ask, lying silently as I move to kneel beside her and get to work tying her wrists to the bed frame. She watches me closely as I finish restraining her. I thought perhaps there would be fear in her eyes, but instead, they're lit up with excitement. And my heart flutters. No, I can't be happy about this. She needs to want to walk away from me and this marriage. I grip her forearms and pull, making her whimper as I check to see that she can't break free. "Much better," I smirk. My cock throbs at her laid bare for me to do with as I please. "Look at you," I groan, eyeing her flushed skin. "Are you going to fuck me like this? Is that what you want?" I reach out to trail a finger between her breasts. "Yes," she arches into my touch. "Then I'm not going to do that." Her face contorts. "Because I want to taste you again." Her eyes flutter closed as I tease her skin. This was what I craved last time we fucked. What was that? Her eyes remain closed. Getting my hands on these, I take her breasts in my hands and gently squeeze the soft flesh. They're fucking incredible. Lucia arches into my touch, and I take the opportunity to pinch her nipples. Oh, her eyes fly open at the jolt of pleasure. "The same rules apply here, Kisa. You're to be quiet until I tell you otherwise." I can see her trying to decide whether to push me, but she knows the consequences. She nods, her throat bobbing as she looks at me. Such a good girl. I bend down to take one of the hard peeks into my mouth. Lucia squirms beneath me, and I respond by grazing my teeth over her nipple. She's so responsive to my touch that I wonder if I could get her to climax just from sucking on her breasts. I save the thought for another day, as my cock is desperate to be buried inside her. Fucking her against a wall was incredible, but I need to be deeper. I need every inch of her skin flush against mine as I empty myself inside her. I groan at the thought of pumping my cock into her slick pussy, but I need to be patient. Lucia needs to come again before my cock gets anywhere near her. I roughly knead her left breast as I suck and nip at the other. There's nothing gentle about my touch, but it doesn't seem to be putting Lucia off in the slightest. Her breasts are so full and soft that I could easily spend hours exploring them. But not tonight. Tonight, I have a job to do. I climb off the bed and move around to stand at the edge by Lucia's feet. I take her by the ankles and spread her thighs wide, revealing her glistening pussy to me. Fuck, I hiss as I release her ankles, only to palm my erection through my pants. My cock's leaking precum, but I can't pull it free yet. There's no way I'd be able to hold off on stroking myself to completion as Lucia came on my tongue. She grinds her hips, and I smirk as I sink once more to my knees, wasting no time in burying my face between her soft thighs. Her body tenses at the first lick of her center, but still no sound escapes her mouth except for a few breathless pants. Good girl. Knowing that she's still sensitive means that this climax will be even more intense. I move my tongue straight to her clit, getting to work licking and sucking to get her release building quickly. I want her to come hard and fast so I can finally free my aching cock and fuck her. With no warning, I sink 2 fingers inside her tight pussy, and this time, Lucia can't help but scream with pleasure. What did I say? I growl at her as I pull my fingers free. Mikal, please. She pulls against the restraints in frustration. Do you want me to stop? I tease her entrance with 1 finger, watching her closely as she tries to fight against her restraints. She shakes her head, her heavy breasts rising and falling with each panting breath. Then, I suggest you remember to keep quiet until I tell you otherwise. I remind her before plunging my fingers inside her once more. Her body bucks off the bed, and I can't help but smile at the thought of how much it will be driving her crazy not to get her hands on me, to pull me closer against her, to show me what she's desperate for. Her pussy is growing even slicker with each pump of my fingers, and I groan at the sweet taste of her arousal. When she starts to clench around my fingers, I not only increase my pace with my tongue, but I also curl my fingers to brush against that sensitive inner spot that I know will have her screaming. A rush of wetness floods between her thighs just before her entire body tenses, and I let my fingers graze that spot once more. Mikhail, she screams as her orgasm hits. I groan as she comes on my tongue, her hips bucking as she does her best to ride my face despite the restraints. I keep my fingers buried inside her, working her through her release until she collapses against the bed, completely spent. I get to my feet, wiping my chin on the back of my hand. Lucia's eyes are shut as she tries to catch her breath, and her skin is slick with sweat. Without a second to waste, I shrug off my shirt and pants and climb onto the bed, straddling my thighs on either side of her hips. I don't remember giving you permission to come, Lucia. Her eyes fly open and instantly land on my cock. I watch as they glaze over with lust, and I reach down to grip the base of it. So, I should punish you, deny you what you really want. A strangled sound escapes her lips as she watches me pump my length, a bead of pre-cum appearing at the tip. I wipe it away with my thumb, before reaching forward to sink it into Lucia's mouth. Her eyes roll as she sucks, and I almost spill as I imagine her lips wrapped around my cock instead. But I need to be inside you, Solnishka. I move to grip her hips. She arches her back. I don't think I can be quiet when you're fucking me with your huge cock. She's actually going to kill me. To make up for you disobeying me, I'm going to make this hard and rough, Kisa. I grip her hips and spin her over until she's on her front. I lift her hips so that her plump ass presses against my groin, and I let out a groan as the slick head of my cock presses between her cheeks. Like this, I'll be able to hit her so deep that we'll both be seeing stars as we come. With one hand on her hip to keep her steady, I take my cock in the other and trail the head down her ass and along her slick core. Fuck, I hiss at the feeling of her wetness. Lucia whimpers, pushing back against me to try and sink down onto my cock, but I tighten my hold on her hip as I continue to tease her entrance with the tip. She's writhing with need, her head pressed against the pillow as her arms are held up above her head. She's completely at my mercy, just how it should be. With one thrust of my hips, I bury my cock inside her tight pussy. Yes, she cries, her hands pulling against the restraints. Is this what you want, Lucia? I pull my cock all the way out before slamming back into her even harder. Mikhail, she screams. That's it, Solnishka, I growl as I increase my pace. Fuck yes, you're so wet for me. Feels so good, she moans as I pound into her. The sound of her ass slapping against me as I fuck her has my cock starting to leak, but I'm not ready to finish yet. I want her to take more from me. I want to reach her limit. Lucia, I hiss, wrapping her hair around my fist and yanking it hard. Her head arches off the pillow, and she lets out a gasp. I watch her carefully to see if it's too much, but as she glances at me over her shoulder, I see nothing but pleasure on her face. She's fucking loving this. And so am I. I grit my teeth as I pull my cock all the way out, my eyes locked on her as I slam back into her. Oh fuck, she screams. I can't deny that the sounds of her pleasure are intoxicating. And as she becomes wetter with each thrust of my cock inside her, my movements become sloppy as my release builds. But I still don't want to come yet. I reach forward to yank at my belt until it comes free. Mikhail, Lucia pushes up onto her hands and knees. I want you like this. I wrap my arm around her body, lifting her so that her back is flush against my chest. Her head falls back against my shoulder as I continue to fuck her. My left hand moving to grip her right breast and my right going between her thighs so I can rub her clit. That's it, I groan. Oh my God. She reaches up to cup me around the back of the neck as I thrust my hips faster. I bury my face in her neck as I work our bodies closer to climax. That's it, come on my cock, Solnishka. Oh fuck, Mikhail, yes. Her pussy clenches around my cock, and then her body shudders as her orgasm hits. Yes. I tighten my grip on Lucia, keeping her flush against me as I pound my cock into her slick center. Her pussy pulsing around my cock sends me over the edge, and I sink my teeth into the soft flesh of her neck as I spill inside her. 13. MIKHL. Fuck, I hiss as we collapse on the bed, my cock still buried deep inside Lucia, and our heavy breathing filling the air. Mikhail, she wiggles her hips. Lucia, I place a hand on her waist to keep her still. I want to go again. She arches her hips even more, and I can't stop myself from grinding against her, letting out a groan as she clenches around my cock. And I think you do too. There's nothing I want more than to fuck her again, which is why I shouldn't. I need to get the hell out of this house and clear my head. I knew the sex would be incredible, but it wasn't meant to be that incredible. It has only confused me more. I should go. I lift my body off hers and slide my cock out of her slick pussy, biting back a groan at how good she feels. You don't have to, she purrs, glancing over her shoulder at me with glazed eyes. I take in her naked body, her legs slightly parted so I can see the evidence of my release between her thighs. I run a hand over my face, trying to think with my head and not my dick. But she's not making it easy for me when she's looking at me like that. My cock is already hardening once more, but I need to gather my thoughts, and there's no way I can do that when I'm buried inside her. Climbing off the bed, I quickly pull my boxers back on and gather the rest of my clothes from off the floor. I'd be happy to hold on to this for you. I look over to find her kneeling in the middle of the bed, running her fingers over my belt. My cock twitches. If I have to use that again, it means you've misbehaved, Kisa. I let my expression turn cold. Oh, her eyes dance with mischief. This is nothing more than a game to her, and I'm starting to think it's one I can't win. I'll see you for breakfast. I cross the room, putting my back to her and her irresistible body. Sleep well, I add before shutting the door and locking it to stop us both from giving in to temptation. My body is screaming at me not to go, to spend the night in Lucia's bed, exploring every inch of her body while she comes over and over. Tying her up and dominating her like that was fucking incredible. It started out as a way for me to assert control, to scare her a little, but from the sounds spilling from her lips, I know Lucia loved every second. That's why I had to tell her to stay silent. Those sounds were too addictive. I'm curious as to what else we could do together. I should not be having such thoughts, but it's becoming clear that Lucia is not going to call off this wedding. But if Alex is willing to give me more responsibility within the Bratva, then perhaps I'm better off marrying the mafia brat after all. I frown, realizing that the thought no longer fills me with a sense of dread. But that might just be the post-sex high talking. This is the exact opposite of what I was hoping to come out of this. I need a drink. Deciding it's best to get out of the house to avoid temptation, I take a walk over to one of my favorite bars in the financial district. It's almost 11 at night, and the air is bitterly cold, but that's exactly what I need. The cold sting of the air on my cheeks gives me something to focus on other than the warm feeling of Lucia's body pressed up against mine as I pound into her. God help me, I mutter under my breath. Perhaps it would have been better just to spend the night buried inside her, just to get it out of my system. But I'm scared that one night might not be enough, and that's not an option. It can't be. Your usual, Mr. Koslov. The waiter asks as I approach my usual table tucked away in the corner of the bar. I nod as I slide into the booth. The bar is still fairly busy given the time, and I enjoy the low sounds of chatter mixed with the clinking of liquor bottles. My body starts to relax, and I haven't even had a sip of alcohol yet. A soft thud sounds, and I glance down to find my phone has fallen out of my pocket onto the hard floor. Fuck, I groan as I turn the device over in my hand to find the screen cracked. I click the side button, but it doesn't light up either. Great. I sigh, tossing the device on the table, just as the waiter appears again. Here you are, Mr. Koslov, the waiter says, putting a triple vodka on the rocks in front of me. I nod my thanks before turning my attention back to my phone. I try to turn it on a few more times, but it's clear something has been internally dislodged, so I quickly slip off the case and turn it over. I freeze at what I find hiding inside the case. What the fuck? I have a gut feeling that I know what this is, but I need to be sure. Picking up the small chip, I hold it up to the light to examine it further. Son of a bitch, I hiss under my breath as I stare at the tracking device. How long has this been in my phone? I rack my brains, trying to think of who could have done this. Would it be Massimo? But I have never left my phone unattended in his presence. Hell, I never leave my phone unattended, period. It's all too easy for someone to slip a tracker into your case without you knowing or to hack into your emails or accounts. As proven right here. For that reason, the only place I leave it unattended is at home. You have got to be kidding me, I mutter under my breath. Tossing the tracker on the table, I pick up my drink and down it in one before getting to my feet. I reach into the inside pocket of my jacket and toss a 50 on the table before exiting the bar. There's only one reason why Lucia would need to know my location, and that realization has me sprinting back to the townhouse. Fuck, I slam my fist against the door as I stare around Lucia's empty room. How the hell did she get out? The security at my townhouse isn't as thorough as at Alexei's place, but then again, I don't have a wife and child at home. The cameras in every room are enough to give me peace of mind, considering it's just me living there, and I am more than capable of handling myself. But that changed after Lucia moved in. Ever since she escaped the day after the attack in the park, I made sure to have my security system notify me every time she entered a new room within the house, not just when the front door opened. It meant if she was ordering DoorDash, I would know about it. If she went to the bathroom, I would know about it. I had eyes on her at all times, and yet somehow, she still found a way out. Glancing around the room, my eyes land on the window and my stomach sinks. That's how. And she's probably been doing it this whole time. I'm such an idiot to think I could trust her. She had me completely wrapped around her little finger this entire time, giving me just enough control to think that I had the upper hand when really, it was hers all along. I storm across the room and peer outside. There's nothing but a tiny iron balcony, barely a foot wide, with a 20-foot drop to the ground. There is also no fire escape attached to my property. It's the main reason why I didn't bother locking the damn windows in the first place. But then my eyes flick across to neighboring property and spot the fire escape that zigzags down the side of the red bricks, and curse under my breath. It's at least a 5-foot jump between the window and the neighbor's fire escape. It's risky, but not impossible, which describes Lucia's thinking perfectly. Yet again, I have underestimated the mafia brat, and I'm going to be the one to suffer the consequences. Fuck, I slam my fist into the window frame. It's not enough to split the skin, but it will no doubt leave a bruise. But that will be the least of my worries. I had one job to do. Keep Lucia safe. And yet again, I have failed. There are 1,000 different places she could be in the city. And that doesn't include the hundreds of places that Alfonso Morano could have taken her. Who knows what state she could be in right now, but I can't risk calling my brothers or any of my bodyguards for backup. Ultimately, they work for the Bratva, and their loyalty will always be to Alexei first. And if my oldest brother caught wind of what Lucia has been doing under my nose, there's no way in hell he would ever trust me again. I have to search for her alone and pray that I get to her before someone else does. Most of the owners of the high-end clubs in the city have at one point been on my family's payroll, which means they owe me favors. As I fire up my G-Wagon and begin the drive over to Tribeca, I start to make my way down the contacts in my phone and get each, and every one of these guys looking for Lucia. I wish I had gotten the contact details for her close friends. Perhaps I could have even paid one of them off in exchange for information. I know these kinds of chicks. They're superficial as hell, with not a loyal bone in their body. But I don't have time to dwell on that now. Every second that Lucia is out of my sight is a second closer to Alfonso getting his hands on her, and I'm not about to let that happen. 1 hour turns into 2, which turns into 3, and I'm no closer to finding her, and I'm running out of options. Sorry, Koslov, I've not seen her, the owner of Vision tells me. But the place is starting to empty out, so I'll let you know if she suddenly appears. You know how these chicks are, come to one of the top clubs in the city just to hide out in the restrooms all fucking night. She'll turn up. I appreciate it, Rocco, I reply before hanging up. He was my last contact, but I can't let him be my last hope. I decide to head back to the townhouse. Lucia knows that I tend to get up around 5 in the morning, which is only an hour away. If she truly has been sneaking out this entire time, then she must be getting in before then, as every morning for the past week I've been bringing her coffee around 6 before I head to the office, and she's always been tucked up in bed, sound asleep. I grind my teeth as I turn the car around and speed back toward the townhouse. All this time, she's been lying to my face, and I've been too blinded by the thought of fucking her to notice. I played right into her hand, and it might just cost me everything. You're a fucking idiot. I push the accelerator to the floor. There's no coming back from this. She's broken my trust once and for all, and I'm going to make sure she knows it. When Lucia learns what I'm about to do, she might truly call the wedding off once and for all. But I have no choice if I want to keep Massimo from slitting my throat. Having more responsibility within the Bratva will be useless if I'm dead. 14. Lucia. I wasn't planning on sneaking out tonight. If anything, that was the last thing I wanted. After the amazing sex with Mikkel, I was hoping to drift off into a dreamless sleep and wake up feeling refreshed. But the moment he left the room, he locked the door, and my breath leaves my lungs. Was he locking me up to punish me for not being quiet? If so, that wasn't part of the deal. I thought we were having fun playing a little game, nothing more. I didn't realize there was any malicious intent behind it, but I guess I could have read the entire thing wrong. He said he trusted me, so I have to try and believe that it wasn't intentional. But it doesn't change the fact that my door is locked, which means one thing. The moment my head hits the pillow, I'm going to be pulled into a nightmare that's going to leave me covered in sweat and silently begging for my life. That is not how I want this night to end. It only took one message from my friend, Macy, begging me to come out partying to have me climbing out of the window and making my way across town to Dolce, the new club just off Fifth Avenue that opened a few weeks ago. The very opening that I was meant to attend, but instead, I spent the evening naked in the sea with Mikkel. A giggle escapes my lips at the thought. Who knew that a few weeks later, I would be living in his house and having the most mind-blowing sex of my life? Fuck, I want more, so much more. The moment he began tying my wrists, I knew I was in for one hell of a ride. It's always the quiet ones that are the most incredible in bed, and Mikkel Koslov did not disappoint. Not that I could ever tell him that he's the best sex I've ever had. It would go right to his head, and I can't have that. I need to be the one to leave him wanting more. Next time, I'll show him what I can do. Dolce turns out to be completely worth the hype. The music is on point, and the champagne keeps flowing. I lose myself to the beat, letting my eyes flutter closed and my body sway back and forth among the sea of strangers. Soon enough, a thin sheen of sweat covers my skin, and the buzz of the alcohol starts to take hold. This is exactly what I needed, at least as an avoidance tactic rather than a solution to my nightmares. But I'm not ready to face the truth behind them yet. I know the attack in the park, combined with being forced to stay home, made everything worse. I may have some sort of PTSD that I don't have the energy to try and work through right now. Not when I'm getting married in a week. I try my best to swallow down the guilt at deceiving Mikkel and focus on having fun while I can. This club is amazing, I yell to Macy over the music. What? She yells back, cupping her hand over her ear. Her long, blonde hair is stuck to her face, and her mascara is starting to smudge under her eyes. Never mind. Macy shrugs and grins before going back to grinding on the guy behind her. I don't even know where Kara is, but knowing her, she's in the bathroom doing God knows what. Once the next song ends, I quickly check my phone to see if Mikkel is still out. As much as I would love to dance until the sun comes up, I have to make sure to be back and in bed before 6 a.m. at the very latest. The tracker is still saying he's at the bar, so I have time for another drink or two. I leave Macy with her new friend and make my way through the crowd toward the bar. My feet are already starting to hurt, and climbing back up the fire escape in this dress after drinking is not going to be an easy feat, but one I have to conquer if I ever want to see the lights of Manhattan again. A problem for future Lucia. I just have to hope that Mikkel decides to have a lie-in for once. Another bottle of champagne, please. I yell at the bartender over the pounding of the music. I flash my best smile, flicking my slightly sweaty hair over my shoulder. I would normally have put it up in some fancy style, but I didn't exactly have a lot of time to get ready. I'm wearing the very dress that I wore the night I first met Mikkel. And the thought of what happened and almost happened between us that night sends a shiver of desire through my body. As I wait for my champagne, I glance around and catch the eye of a man at the other end of the bar. He's wearing a dark shirt and pants, with a shaved head and a snake tattoo that curves up the side of his neck. He looks shady as hell, and his eyes are locked on me. I force myself to offer him a small smile, if only not to appear frightened. That's what these guys want, someone to intimidate, and I'm not in the fucking mood to be stroking any man's ego. So I take my champagne and make my way back onto the dance floor, the feeling of those eyes on my back never leaving me for one moment. Once the champagne has run dry and my feet are screaming at me, I decide to call it a night. Kara has still not appeared, and Macy is practically dry humping some guy in one of the booths, so I'm taking that as my cue to leave. I head over to the cloakroom to collect my coat. After handing over my ticket, I glance over my shoulder and clock eyes with the shady man again. I offer him a small smile as I do to most people, but his facial expression remains cold and unmoving. Weirdo. Turning back around, I take my coat from the cloakroom attendant and quickly slip it on. The hairs on the back of my neck are prickling, and I'm willing to bet that when I turn around, I'll come face to face with the man who has apparently taken a liking to me. I don't suppose you have a back exit, I whisper shout to the attendant. Her eyes widen for a moment, but then she nods, signaling for me to follow her. I keep the soft smile plastered on my face to try and keep myself calm more than anything else. If I can somehow trick my body into not panicking, it will help to keep my head clear despite the alcohol. If this man is in fact as shady as he looks, then I can't afford to make a single mistake. It may just cost me my life. The cloakroom attendant leads me down the corridor that leads to the bathrooms. At the very end is a door with a staff-only sign taped to the front, and she quickly bundles me inside. There's an emergency exit back here that leads to the back alley alongside the club, she explains. Thanks so much, I exhale, feeling relieved. Do you want me to call the police? Oh no, I'm fine, I assure her. I just wanted to lose the creep that kept ogling me in there. I appreciate the help. She hesitates for a moment longer, before nodding and disappearing back out into the corridor. I take one long, deep breath before forcing open the emergency exit and hurrying outside. The cold air steals the breath from my lungs as I make my way toward the main street. Despite the hour, there are people everywhere, and I can't make out the shady man from the bar among them. I'm hoping he decided I wasn't worth the effort, but I can't take any chances. I need to get home fast. Being out this late and alone is stupid and irresponsible, even for me. I always take a cab, but the queues outside the club for a taxi are a mile long, and I'm already running late if I want to make it back before Mikkel. Slipping off my heels, I break into a run and head toward the park across the street. The orange glow of the street lights illuminates the path as I run, my chest burning from the cold air in my lungs. Glancing over my shoulder, I notice someone entering the park. Even with the street lights, I can't make out much more than their outline, but I don't want to take any chances. I dart into the bushes and crouch low on the frozen ground, my breath clouding in front of my face as I peer through a gap in the leaves. Oh my God. I clutch a hand to my throat as I watch the stranger begin to walk toward the very spot where I'm hiding, my eyes instantly going to the snake tattoo on his neck. Any other time, I would be able to take him down with one swift kick to the chest. Or better yet, I could jam the stiletto of my heel right into his neck. But I've drank almost a bottle and a half of champagne, and my reflexes are anything but sharp. For a split second, I think about caving and calling Mikkel. He would be here in a heartbeat, and I know he wouldn't stop until he had this man bleeding out on the ground. While he may not have touched me, the threat is still there, and Mikkel has made it perfectly clear that my safety is his #1 priority. And once again, I have thrown that in his face. Stupid. There's no way I can call him now, which leaves me with one option. The moment this guy's back is turned, I have to make a run for it. Holding my breath, I wait for him to grow bored and begin to walk deeper into the park. My heart is pounding so loudly in my ears, and the alcohol sits heavy in my stomach. I want nothing more than to empty the contents onto the ground beside me, but I can't risk drawing any attention. It's almost funny how ironic this situation is. I went partying to avoid my nightmares, and yet they still found me. It seems I can never be free of the darkness. The moment the man disappears from sight, I get to my feet and make a run for it, and I don't stop until I reach the townhouse. I take a quick look around, but it seems I lost whoever was trying to follow me, for now. I feel as if my heart is about to explode out of my chest as I begin to climb the fire escape, not just from all of the running, but from fear. I never should have disobeyed Mikkel. How could I have been so stupid? I'm well aware of the threat to my life, and yet, I still snuck out, and for what? To spend the night at a club with friends who pretty much ignored me the whole night. Is that really worth my life? The thought hits me out of nowhere, and suddenly, tears start to stream down my cheeks. I got away, yes, but next time I might not be so lucky. I sink down onto the iron step of the fire escape to catch my breath. My body is trembling, and the last thing I should be doing is leaping across a 5-foot gap, but I don't have a choice. Mikkel is going to be home any minute, so with one last deep breath, I get to my feet, grip my heels in my left hand, and lean over the edge of the railing. With one swift jump, I throw myself at the railing of my tiny balcony and quickly swing my body over. I'm frozen to the core, but I'll take that over the alternative ending to this night. I'm so caught up in the fact that I managed to make it back alive, as I step through the window that it takes me a second to notice that I'm not alone. 15. Lucia. Mikkel, I drop my shoes and stumble back against the wall. You scared the crap out of me. Mikkel's sitting on the edge of my bed, dressed in the same clothes that had littered my bedroom floor only a few hours earlier. He's rolled his sleeves up to his elbows, and his dark hair is more disheveled than usual, as if he's been running his fingers through it over and over. His face is like stone as he stares at me, his jaw set, and his mouth pressed together in a thin line. To say he looks pissed is an understatement. I've never seen Mikkel look this angry, even after he caught me sneaking out the first time. He gets to his feet without saying a word, his face like a mask of cold fury as he approaches me. My hand goes to my heart as it begins to pound in my chest, and a rush of fear courses through me. Mikkel. He slams the window shut and pulls a padlock out of his pocket. No, Mikkel, please don't do this. I reach for his arm, but he shakes me off. You don't give me much choice. His eyes flash with anger. You break my trust, so I take away your freedom. It's that fucking simple, Lucia. I thought you had learned that the first time, but I guess not. I fight back a sob as my knees threaten to buckle. I wrap my arms around my body as every emotion I've been pushing down threatens to bubble over. Do you want to end up dead? Is that it? Mikkel yells. Because if it is, just tell me so I can stop going to all this trouble to try and keep you safe. Mikkel, I sob, my voice cracking as I look up at him. Please. I'm fucking done. He turns his back on me and walks over to the door, and I know he's going to lock that too. I had no choice. He turns around. You're unbelievable. Please, I promise I won't ever sneak out again. Mikkel. I've heard that all before, Lucia, and I won't fucking fall for it again. The hope of him understanding is slipping away, but I'm not ready to reveal to him the truth behind my nightmares, even if it would help him understand why I betrayed his trust. I can't bear the thought of Mikkel looking at me like I'm damaged, because then I'd have to face the reality of what happened to me. And I'm not ready for that either. So, I need to put on my bratty, spoiled princess mantle once again. Why is it okay for you to go out and not me? Excuse me. After we fucked, you went to a bar. I want to know why you can do that, and I can't. I don't miss the way Mikkel's shoulders tense and the muscle in his jaw flexes as he looks at me. Because I can take care of myself. And I can't. I throw my hands in the air. Suddenly, I'm anything but cold. I shrug out of my coat and toss it on the chair before folding my arms across my chest. I catch Mikkel's eyes raking over my body, and for a moment, need flashes in his dark eyes. No, he folds his arms over his chest. That's bullshit, and you know it. So what? Was I not enough? Did you need another fix, is that it? What the fuck are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Mikkel's eyes narrow, but he takes a step toward me, and then another until I'm backed up against the wall, encased by his thick arms. You thought I left to go fuck someone else. He dips his head so that his lips brush against my ear. Yes. You're a bad liar. You're trying to pick a fight to turn my attention away from the fact that you disobeyed me, again. I bow my head, my throat too thick with emotion to speak. Lucia. I have to screw my eyes shut to stop the tears from falling. But Mikkel reaches out to my chin, lifting my head, so I have no choice but to look at him. Why did you wear that dress? I blink at the question. I don't know. He shakes his head as he moves his hand lower to cup my throat. I think you do. His voice is rough, and it sends a shiver down my spine as I stare up into his dark eyes. He squeezes my throat, and I let out a gasp, not of surprise but of pleasure. You wore it at dinner, the first night we met. Yes. I'll ask you again, why did you wear that dress tonight? Because I knew you liked it, I admit, biting my lower lip as I watch Mikkel's eyes flick down to my breasts. I arch my back just enough to press them against his chest, and a deep, guttural sound builds in his throat. And I knew you wouldn't be able to resist fucking me if you caught me wearing it. I'm not so easily distracted by your breasts, Kisa, to forget about your disobedience. He squeezes my throat again. I beg to differ. I rub them up against him. Did you want me to catch you? Is that it? I guess I like being punished. Mikkel crashes his lips against mine, his large body pressing me against the wall as his tongue forces his way into my mouth. I let out a moan of pleasure at the taste of him, at the feeling of his warm body pressed up against mine. I reach up to sink my fingers into his hair, to pull him closer against me. He's so warm and strong, and I just want to wrap my body around him, to feel every inch of him against every inch of me. Lucia, he growls as his hands move to cup my breasts. Fuck me, Mikkel, I arch into his touch. He lets out a groan as he rubs against me, and I gasp at how ready he is. Please. I pull his mouth back down to mine, and he wraps his arms around my body, hauling me against his as I lick and suck at his mouth. I shiver, my skin breaking out in goosebumps as I cling to him. You're freezing, he says, pulling back. I'm fine. No, you're not. You were outside in the middle of winter with barely any clothes on, Lucia. You're going to get sick if you don't warm up. I'm about to retort again, but then Mikkel's throwing me over his shoulder and carrying me into the bathroom. Mikkel. He slaps a hand against my ass, and I hiss at the sting. Do as you're fucking told for once, he growls. A shiver of pleasure runs down my spine, and heat starts to pool between my thighs at the authority in his voice. I seem to recall I did, as I was told when your head was between my thighs. That earns me another swift slap to the other cheek, and I can't stop the gasp of pleasure escaping my lips. Mikkel sets me down on the floor and gets to work, turning on the shower, including all the extra jets until the room is steaming up. Take off your dress. I pull the zip down and slowly slide the material over my body. My eyes are locked on Mikkel, and I watch his darken as the dress falls to the floor. I shimmy out of my lace panties and stand completely bare before him. I guess I didn't realize how cold I was as my nipples are rock hard and my teeth start to chatter as I stand there. I wrap my arms around my body to try and preserve heat as Mikkel checks the temperature of the water. Get in, he puts a hand on my lower back, guiding me into the shower. The moment the hot water hits my skin, I let out a moan. Aren't you joining me? I glance over my shoulder. Mikkel grips the neck of his shirt and pulls it off in one swift motion, tossing it on the floor. I turn to face him, eyeing his deliciously broad chest and the intricate tattoos that cover his skin. When his pants fall to the floor and I take in his cock, I almost drop to my knees to show him how sorry I am for disobeying him. But then he's stepping inside the shower and forcing me against the wall before I have a chance to touch him. You lied to me, he growls as his hands move to grip my ass. Words fail me as all I can focus on is the feeling of his cock pressing into my lower belly and the scalding hot water cascading over our naked bodies. I don't appreciate being lied to, Lucia. He lifts me up, and I wrap my thighs around his waist. The tip of his cock teases my pussy, and I wriggle against him, so desperate to be filled. Mikkel, I bury my face in his neck as I cling to him. He's backed me up against the shower wall, his fingers digging into the soft flesh of my ass as he holds me up. I need you. Look at me, Lucia. I shake my head. I don't want to see the anger in his eyes. But he doesn't give me much of a choice. His right arm wraps around my waist to hold me steady as he tangles his free hand in my hair, tugging on the wet strands to force my head back. Look at me. A whimper escapes my lips at the slight sting, but I reluctantly do as I'm told. His expression is one of brutal desire, and I almost climax just from that look alone. Mikkel, I plead as the ache between my thighs becomes almost unbearable. With his fingers still tangled in my hair, Mikkel sinks into me in one thrust, and I cry out as he stretches me. I'm still sore from how hard he took me before, and I have a feeling that this is going to be even rougher. Oh God, I cling to him as he lifts me off his cock and slams me back down. Mikkel, you thought I was fucking someone else. He growls in my ear as he pounds into me so hard my eyes roll. You left. I sink my fingers into his shoulders to try and steady myself. So did you. He thrusts inside me even harder. I was going out of my mind trying to find you. Why you were? God, his cock fills me so deep that my pussy clenches around him. Mikkel responds by crashing his mouth against mine. I waste no time parting my lips so he can explore my mouth with his tongue, and I moan as I remember how that tongue felt between my thighs. Of course I was, he mutters against my lips, his voice thick with need. My chest tightens at the thought of him being so worried about me. It only adds to my guilt, but after my narrow escape in the park, I vow never to betray him again. This is going to be a fresh start for both of us. He dips his head to capture my right nipple in his mouth. Oh fuck, that feels good. I arch into his touch. His teeth graze over the sensitive bud, and I cry out again as he bites down. Mikkel. My hips buck, and I try my best to match his brutal pace, but our movements are becoming sloppy as our release builds together. I know I'll likely have some bruises from how hard he's gripping me, but I don't care. I want him to mark me, to claim me as his. Lucia, he growls as he rests his forehead against mine, his expression pained as he tries to hold back. Come with me, Mikkel, I pant. I dig my heels into the hard muscle of his ass to force him even deeper. His hand moves to grip my throat as he tightens his right arm around my waist. I keep my eyes locked on him as my body starts to tense. My thighs quiver around his waist as his cock brushes the sensitive inner walls of my pussy, and I might die from the intensity of the pleasure. "Oh yes," I cry as my orgasm hits. My body shudders as my pussy pulses around his cock. "Mikhail." He releases his hold on my neck to brace his hand against the shower wall as he slams his cock inside me one last time. "Fuck," Mikhail grunts in my ear as he comes. I continue to slowly grind my hips to work him through his release, soft moans escaping me as I feel him spill inside me. The hot water cascades over our bodies as we try to catch our breath. I let my fingers trail over the hard muscles of his shoulders, his chest, as I capture his mouth with my own. Once is not enough, and I need more. Mikhail reaches around me to shut off the water, and I hope he can read my silent request as I rub my breasts against his chest. "Mikhail," I bury my face in his neck as he carries me out of the shower, his cock still buried deep inside me. The feeling of his strong arms wrapped around me is so much more intimate than the sex, and I never want to let go. I press gentle kisses to his jaw as my fingers caress his neck. "Please stay with me." He stays silent as he carries me over to the bed, and for a moment, I take it as confirmation that he will. But then he's lifting my body off of him, and the next thing I know, I'm being tossed on the bed. "Go to sleep, Lucia," he states before stalking toward the door, water droplets still dripping down his muscled back. "Mikhail, please give me another chance." I clutch the sheets around my naked body, but Mikhail only shakes his head. "You asked me to trust you already, and I did, only for you to lie to me again." "I have learned my lesson." "So did I," he stalks from the room, slamming the door shut behind him. The sound of the key turning in the lock has a sob spilling from my lips, and I throw myself onto my bed and curl into a ball as tears start to well in my eyes. I don't know why I expected Mikhail to suddenly forgive me. I should have known the hot sex in the shower wasn't going to make him forget my betrayal of his trust, no matter how badly I wanted it to. He has absolutely no reason to trust me again, and it's my fault. I did this. I want so badly to tell him the truth of what happened to me, but I just can't bear the thought of him pitying me or giving him another reason to try and protect me. His protection makes me feel like I've failed at taking care of myself. But after the close call tonight, I'm starting to wonder if I can. I was in no shape to handle that man should he have gotten close, despite all my training. I made a stupid error in judgment, one I was lucky to get out of alive. Perhaps I do need Mikhail after all. 16. MIKHL. I lock the door and stand with my forehead resting against the wood, my naked body dripping water onto the carpet as I listen to Lucia's sobs on the other side. The last thing we should have done is have sex. I'm beyond pissed at her, but that doesn't change the fact that I was also worried out of my damned mind. I thought she was gone. So, when she climbed through the window wearing that damn dress that she knows makes me crazy, I couldn't help myself. I needed to hold her in my arms, to feel her skin against mine as I buried my cock inside her. I craved the sound of my name spilling from her lips as she orgasmed. And it wasn't until we were both panting with the aftermath of our release that I finally felt reassured that she was safe. And when she asked me to stay, fuck, I wanted to so bad. I wanted to hold her against me all night as we slept, but I need to do some damage control here. Despite what she says, despite all the promises, Lucia Conti cannot be trusted. After she eventually falls silent, I force myself to head into my own room and crawl into bed. I sleep for only an hour or so, my mind still racing and my body barely satisfied. But I refrain from taking myself in my hand, if only to keep my head clear as I try to think through what to do about Lucia. We're going to be married in less than a week, and then she will officially be my family's problem. Which means, every time she pulls a stunt like last night, not only is she risking her own life, she's risking the lives of the people I care about the most. Alfonso Morano will think nothing of a little bloodshed, if it means getting his hands on Lucia. As I pull on a fresh shirt and pants, I make a mental note to call a meeting with my brothers. The thought makes me remember my broken phone and the tracker. If I wasn't so pissed off, I'd be impressed at Lucia's sense of initiative. She's smarter than she lets on, but that doesn't change the fact that she felt a need to put a tracker in my phone in the first place. Was it only to check where I was so she could sneak out, or was it for a deeper reason? Did she think I would lock her up and not come back? The thought makes me frown. I never considered the fact that, despite my best efforts, perhaps I haven't shown her well enough that she can trust me. After all, trust goes both ways. You should have discussed that instead of fucking in the shower. I mutter under my breath as I head into my closet to open up the safe where I keep a number of backup phones. After sorting out a new phone, I tuck it into my back pocket, and I make my way downstairs to start brewing some coffee. I doubt Lucia would have slept very much, if at all, so I grab us both a mug and start preparing a tray of food. We should have a proper conversation now that the emotions of last night have hopefully calmed down. Once I've gathered the food and coffee, I balance the tray on my left forearm as I make my way upstairs to Lucia's room and unlock the door. I push the door open. Lucia. I find her curled up on her side with her back to me, though from the way her shoulders move with each breath, I know she's awake. You should eat something. I move into the room and set the tray down on the dresser. I'm not hungry. You're always hungry. She huffs but pushes herself up into a sitting position, wrapping the sheet around her naked body. Here, I offer. She takes the mug without meeting my eyes. Hers are red and puffy from crying, and her face is pale, and her skin is covered in goosebumps. I head into her closet and pick out a warm sweater and a pair of pajama pants. Put these on, I toss her the clothes. You look cold. She frowns. Why do you care? Lucia, I run my fingers through my hair. Do you have to fight me on everything? After setting her coffee on the bedside table, she rubs her hands over her face as her shoulders sag. My body is screaming at me to go and comfort her, but that's the last thing I should do. I thought you hated me. She picks up the clothes. I don't hate you. She looks at me then, her expression one of disbelief. Go and get dressed, and then we can talk. She gets up from the bed, and I force myself not to admire her naked ass as she strolls into the bathroom to change, though that doesn't stop me from imagining it. My cock semi-hardens in my pants. Great. I perch myself on the end of the bed and wait for Lucia to reappear, as I fight the urge to rub myself through my pants. When she does, she's pulled her hair back into a high ponytail, and the sweater is so baggy on her that it almost comes down to her knees. She looks so fucking beautiful that it takes my breath away. Mikhail, I'm so sorry. Her lower lip trembles as she looks at me under her dark lashes. She stays over by the bathroom door, wanting to put some distance between us, which I understand. I'm pissed as hell, and she knows it. That doesn't change the fact that you broke my trust, again. I know, her eyes start to well with tears. Please forgive me. I don't know if I can. We're going to be married, Lucia, and for this to work, we have to trust one another. You're going to be a part of my family, which means your actions reflect on them. I won't risk their lives because of some deal with your father. I understand. Do you? Because last night shows me you don't. Believe me, Mikhail, I do. Her throat bobs. Being followed last night scared me enough to realize that you're right. I am in danger, and I need to be more careful. My back stiffens as Lucia's words sink in. What the hell are you talking about? She was followed. Lucia looks up at me with wide eyes. There was a shady guy at the club last night. She wraps her arms around her body. I'm instantly on my feet, crossing the distance between us. Did he touch you? I take her face in my hands. And no, he didn't. I let out a breath of relief as I rest my forehead against hers, trying to fight the wave of panic rushing through my veins. Mikkel, I'm okay. I take a moment to try and compose myself. Lucia was followed, and I wasn't there to protect her. I hadn't done enough to ensure she was safe, and if anything had happened to her, it would have been on me. And that thought makes me sick to my stomach. What happened? I gently stroke my thumbs over her cheeks. Mikkel, I'm fine. She puts her hand on my chest. A shiver runs down my spine at her touch. I still need to know. She takes hold of my wrist and lowers my hand from her face. I frown, my body vibrating with nervous energy at the thought of what could have happened, but I let her lead me over to the bed where she sits down beside me. When I went to the bar, I noticed a guy was looking at me. I figured he thought I was hot or something, nothing more. My jaw clenches at the thought of anyone looking at her. She might be the biggest pain in my ass, but that doesn't change the fact that this woman is mine to protect. But then, when I left to get my coat, he followed me. Fuck, I run my hand over my jaw. So, I had the attendant take me out the back exit, and I headed to the park across the street. But he followed me there too. Why the fuck didn't you call me? I didn't want you to be disappointed in me, she mumbles, lowering her eyes. My chest tightens at the look on her face, but I refrain from scolding her again. Right now, my energy needs to be on finding out whoever this guy is. What did he look like? I really need you to remember. I reach out to cup her face again. Her throat bobs, and a crease appears between her eyebrows as she seems to think for a moment. He had a shaved head, and a snake tattoo that went up his neck. My blood turns cold in my veins. There's only one person I can think of who has a snake tattoo on his neck. Go and pack a bag right now. I get to my feet. Why? Where are we going? We need to get out of the city. Mikhail. Lucia, please. For once, she doesn't argue. Instead, she disappears into her walk-in closet to begin packing her things. I'll be right across the hall, I assure her as I pull out my phone to call Alex. Mikhail. There's a situation. I begin as I head into my room to start packing too. What is it? I was out with Lucia last night, and Alfonso followed us. You sure it was him? Positive. He had the very same snake tattoo up the side of his neck. Fuck. I want to get Lucia out of the city. He got fucking close, Alexei, which means he likely knows she's staying here with me, and I wouldn't put it past him to break in. She's not safe here. My chest tightens as I glance at her bedroom door. This could have been so much worse, and Massimo Conti would have had every right to slit my throat because yet again, I have failed to protect his daughter. Bring her to Forest Hills. There's no way Alphonse will attempt anything with the security I have here. Are you sure? Mikhail, Lucia is about to be part of our family, and I protect my family. My jaw clenches at his words, at what they imply. I hate having to run to my older brother for help, but right now, Lucia's safety is more important than my pride. We'll be there soon. I hang up the phone. Letting out a deep breath, I try to push down the sense of panic that is starting to simmer beneath the surface. I was so close to losing Lucia, and the thought almost sends me to my knees. The sooner I can get her to Forest Hills, the better. Lucia is busy folding clothes on the floor of her closet when I re-enter her room. We're going to stay at Alexei's place. Why can't we stay here? It's no longer safe enough for you here. I pick up her half-filled bag from the closet floor and begin to grab more clothes off from the pile on the chair, tossing them into the bag. She follows behind me, her arms full of clothes that she throws onto the bed. Mikhail. We don't have any time to waste, Lucia. I throw some more clothes into the bag. Mikhail, please stop. Her voice cracks, and the sound has me pausing. I look over at Lucia, and she's eyeing the suitcase warily, her face drained of color. What is it? I swear if she's about to snap at me for my lack of folding skills, I will actually lose it. The threat on her life is more important than creases in her designer pants. She shuffles on her feet as she avoids my gaze. Are you coming too? I freeze at the question. Why wouldn't I? Lucia shrugs, a soft blush creeping up her neck. Do you not want me to come? Is that it? Oh no, I do want you to come. Okay then. Are you okay to finish up here so I can go and pack my stuff? She nods, offering me a small smile, and I reach out to cup her cheek and press a kiss to her forehead. It's going to be okay, I promise, though the knot in my stomach makes me think otherwise. This girl is proving impossible to contain, and if the security at Alexei's place can't keep Lucia safe, then I'm afraid nothing will. 17. Lucia. Alexei's mansion is a big step up from Mikhail's tiny townhouse in the city. Well, it's far from tiny, but in comparison to Alexei's digs, it's like a shoebox. I'm a bundle of nerves when we arrive, but it turns out that Bianca, Alexei, and Leo are currently at the family's penthouse in the city, but they will be joining us later this evening. I let out a breath of relief. I can't help but feel bad that we're imposing on their home, even though Mikhail assures me that they're more than happy to let us stay for as long as we need. I swallow the guilt as a maid shows Mikhail and me to a bedroom on the second floor. I eye the king-size bed with interest, wondering if Mikhail plans on bunking with me. Surely, this house has enough bedrooms for us to each have our own. As if Mikhail can read my thoughts, he tosses our bags down on the bed and turns to face me. We're sharing a room. My lips twitch as I look from the enormous bed back to Mikhail. I've never had a slumber party with a boy before. How scandalous. I'm having another bed put in here. I want to be able to keep an eye on you. Fine, I huff, but no funny business. I don't need to know what you do in the dark late at night. I think you're well aware of what I do in the dark. I blink at his words, and a smirk tugs at Mikhail's lips. It seems getting out of the city has lifted his mood a little. Perhaps a change of scenery will do us good. By the time we've both finished unpacking, a single bed has been brought into the room by two hulking security guys. It barely looks big enough for a child, let alone a fully grown man, but I keep my mouth shut as Mikhail gets to work putting on the sheet. Though after the sheet pings off for the third time, and Mikhail curses under his breath, I decide to step in. You could just share the bed with me, you know. I help fold down the edges. We've done a lot worse together. I didn't want you to feel pressured. Mikhail straightens the pillows. Sharing a bed can sometimes come with a level of expectation. Being here together is not about that. It's about ensuring you're safe, nothing more. I'm taken aback by his level of concern. I'm used to men only thinking about themselves. Usually, it's just take until they grow tired of me and move on. But Mikhail isn't like that. Even when he's angry at me, he never fails to ensure that I'm taken care of. It makes me wonder if his feelings run deeper than he's willing to admit. I know mine are. Life at the Forest Hills mansion is different, to say the least. For one, there's an energetic 1-year-old who keeps bumping into my legs, and there's always an influx of people around, whether it's Mikhail's brothers or their security or household staff. There's not a moment of peace, but I kind of like it. I've spent so much of my life on my own that the constant company is a welcome change. But Mikhail wasn't kidding when he said the place was secure. Not that I have any intention of trying to leave, but I can't help but be aware of every possible exit. There are guards at every entrance, as well as countless cameras and security systems that make it almost impossible just to travel from my room to the kitchen for a morning coffee without being seen from every possible angle. Bianca, Alexei's wife, assures me that I'll get used to it, and I only hope she's right. The next day, Mikkel is busy with meetings, so I decide to spend the day by the pool. Despite it being almost March, it's surprisingly sunny, and the pool is heated to the perfect temperature, and the patio is surrounded with heaters that make me feel as if I'm on a beach in the Caribbean. I want to keep out of Bianca's way, not because I don't like her, but because I know having me here is an inconvenience. She has a young child and a household to run. The last thing she needs is to babysit me. Plus, Leo seems to not be taking to my arrival very well. From the few interactions we've had, he's done nothing but scream the house down, which only makes me feel worse for imposing on Bianca and Alex. Not only have I invaded their house, but I've also made their kid cry. Great job, Lucia. But with Mikkel gone all day and Bianca busy with Leo, I start to feel the pang of loneliness in my chest. I check my phone for the 5th time in case I missed a message from Macy or Kara, but there's nothing but radio silence. I was literally almost kidnapped in the park, and they have no idea, and even if they did, I don't think they'd really care. They'd be more upset about the fact I wouldn't be around to get them free champagne. Their lack of contact only confirms my theory that they only wanted to see me last night in order to get into the club, and that realization stings. I guess Elle is my only real friend, and Mikkel too. Despite everything, he's becoming someone I can count on, and that means far more to me than lavish gifts or grand gestures. To cheer myself up, I turn on one of my favorite playlists and lie back on the sun lounger as I try to soak up as much of the sun's rays while they're out. I thought you might be hungry. I bolt upright at the sound of Mikkel's voice. I look to my left to find him walking toward me carrying a pizza box, a bottle of wine, and 2 glasses. I'm always hungry. A huge grin spreads across my face at the sight of him. He looks a little tired, but he's still dressed as immaculately as ever. The sun set a few hours ago, but I decided to stay out by the pool while Bianca was getting Leo ready for bed. From the sounds of it, he was getting fussy, and I didn't want to get in the way or make him cry again. "How's your day been?" Mikkel asks as he takes a seat on the lounger next to mine and pours us both a glass of white wine. Well, I haven't been kidnapped or murdered, so I'd say pretty boring to be honest. I shrug before opening the pizza box and helping myself to a slice. "That's not even remotely funny," Mikkel scolds. I smirk as I take a huge bite of pizza. "Oh, come on, it is, and you know it. I think it's going to take me a while to get used to your sense of humor." "Good thing you're marrying me then. We have our whole lives ahead of us." I wink at him. An easy conversation flows between us as we eat, and I find myself laughing as Mikkel tells me stories from when he and his brothers were children and lived in this house. I can't take my eyes off him as he talks, his face so lit up as he talks of a young Daniel and a preteen Dmitri. He's normally so serious, his face like carved stone, but not when he speaks of his family. It's clear how important they are to him. It makes me feel guilty for being so reckless. In less than a week, I'm going to legally be a part of this family, which means my actions impact not only me, but also Mikkel, Alexei, Bianca, and even baby Leo. The realization has my stomach in knots. I need to distract myself from my spiraling thoughts. It seems whenever Mikkel and I are feeling good again, I start to sabotage it with my reckless ways. Finishing the last of my wine, I get to my feet and dive bomb into the pool. "Lucia," Mikkel is on his feet, glaring down at me as I smirk at him. Come for a swim. I'm not wearing the right stuff for swimming. That didn't stop you last time. Mikkel huffs a laugh. If it makes you feel better, I can be naked too. I reach around my neck to pull at the string of my bikini top. Though the water is up to my neck and hides my breasts from view, Mikkel's eyes still glaze over as I toss the small piece of material at his feet. Almost done, I slide the bottoms down my thighs. This time, I toss them straight at Mikkel's chest, and he catches them in one hand. Lucia, he growls as he scrunches up the material in his fist. I'm ready for you, Mikkel. I lie back in the water, and as I lift my arms to wet my hair, my breasts pop out of the water, and Mikkel groans, which is followed by the sound of his belt. As I lift my head back up, I find Mikkel pulling off his shirt and shrugging out of his pants at the same time. From the clear bulge in his boxers, he's as ready for this as I am, and the thought has me clenching my thighs together with anticipation of what's to come. I'm practically panting by the time he sheds his boxers and climbs into the water with me. His eyes are glazed with need as he swims over to me and wraps his tattooed arms around my waist and pulls me in for a kiss. Mikkel, I wrap my thighs around his waist. I can't seem to get enough of you, he murmurs against my lips. Even when you drive me insane, I still come back for more. I am addictive, I grin, running my tongue along his lower lip. He tangles his hand in my hair and tilts my head back to give him better access to my mouth. I tighten my legs around his waist and grind against him as he slowly strokes his tongue against mine. He's taking his time, and I do not appreciate it. For once, I want to be the one in charge, and he's just going to have to deal with it. I pull away from Mikkel and give him my best authoritarian voice. Sit on the ledge. Are you bossing me around? His eyes dance with mischief. Yes. That's not how this works, Kisa. He murmurs against my ear as he pinches my waist. There are different rules for while we're here. I try to keep my voice steady despite the throbbing between my thighs. Oh, really? Mikkel licks at my sensitive skin beneath my ear. Really? I shiver, placing my hands on his chest to steady myself. And I want you to sit on the ledge, Mikkel. He nuzzles my neck, and I let out a whimper as he nips at my earlobe. And why is that, Solnishka? Because I want to ride you. The sound that Mikkel makes is nothing short of feral. He carries me over to the ledge that runs along the side of the pool and sits himself down, positioning my thighs on either side of him. The water barely comes up to our waists, leaving my breasts completely exposed, but I don't think Mikkel minds one bit from the way he licks his lips as I grind my breasts against his chest. I reach between us, gripping his cock tightly as I line it up with my entrance. As soon as the tip pushes inside an inch, I take a deep breath and sink down onto him in one swift motion. Oh God, my head falls back on my shoulders as he fills me. Fuck, look at you. Mikkel needs my breasts. I grip his shoulders as I start to move, my thighs quivering as I lift myself off of his cock and then slam back down. Mikkel, I cry out. Easy, Solnishka, take it slow. Let yourself adjust. Don't boss me around, I grit out as I grind on his cock, the pleasure so intense that I can barely string a sentence together. I'm in charge. Kisa, when my cock is buried inside you, and you're the one screaming my name, I think that tells you who's really in charge here. He rubs his thumbs over my nipples. I shudder at the sudden rush of pleasure. Asshole. Mikkel chuckles before leaning forward and taking my nipple into his mouth. Fuck, I love it when you do that. I sink my fingers into his hair to hold him tighter against me as I lift myself off him once more. That's it, Solnishka, ride my cock. His fingers dig into my ass as he lifts me off him just to slam me back down. With each thrust, my breasts graze against his chest, and my body is so overcome with pleasure that I know it won't take much more for me to come. Yes, 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 I moan as my release starts to build. Mikkel buries his face between my breasts as I increase my pace. At this angle, he's hitting me so deep that I can't stop myself from screaming with pleasure as I bounce up and down on his thick length. Fuck, you feel so good, he groans as he sucks and licks at my breasts. Yes, I cry as my hips buck and his cock brushes my sensitive inner walls. Oh fuck, I'm coming. Mikkel clamps his teeth around my nipple as he thrusts up into me, his own body shuddering as he climaxes too. Mikkel, I scream as my pussy clenches around him, taking every last drop he gives me. Mikkel gives me his shirt to wear before we head inside to our room. My cheeks burn at the thought of how loud I was, but I couldn't help it. I think that was the most intense orgasm I've ever experienced, and from the smug look on Mikkel's face, he knows it too. After I shower and pull on a pair of silk shorts and a matching cami, I head back out into the bedroom to find Mikkel struggling to fit his large body on the small single bed. Are you seriously sleeping there? I put my hands on my hips. Yes. And you say I'm infuriating, I grumble. I storm over to the small bed and throw back the covers. We literally just had sex in your brother's pool, Mikkel. I think we can share a bed. I don't miss the way Mikkel winces as he sits up. That was not something I normally do. A blush creeps up his neck. But it was fun, right? I slide my hands over his broad shoulders. The corners of his lips twitch as he looks up at me. Oh, hell yeah. I can't help but laugh at the look of mischief in his eyes. It's like we're nothing more than a pair of teenagers sneaking around. I think I'm starting to rub off on you. I take his hand and lead him over to the bed. I think you might be. He shakes his head as we climb under the covers, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Gee, thanks. He pinches my waist, and I let out a squeal as I playfully smack his arm. SHH, he hisses, the baby is asleep. You didn't seem to mind waking the baby when I was riding your cock. Mikkel clamps a hand over my mouth. You are going to be the death of me, woman, he scolds. If we're sharing a bed, you need to behave. Can't make that promise, I'm afraid, Koslov. I snuggle into his warm body. Can't flaunt the goods and not expect me to want a taste. You should know by now I have very little self-control. Oh, I'm well aware. I'm glad you're managing to have some fun despite all of this, I whisper against him. A deep chuckle builds in his chest as he wraps his arms around me and pulls me tighter against his body. I have a tendency to get so caught up in work and family stuff. You don't say, but it must be nice being so close to your brothers. I trace a finger up his abdomen. I smile to myself as his muscles flex beneath my touch. It is, but sometimes it can be frustrating. In what way? I feel like there's a gap between me and my two older brothers. I think they sometimes forget that I'm only 2 years younger than Dmitri. I know the feeling. I always felt overlooked by my father in comparison to my older brother, Federico. I thought things would change once I moved to New York with Papa and Rico stayed in Italy, but it never really did. Honestly, as a kid, I used to wonder if I was actually invisible. Mikkel tilts my chin up and presses the softest kiss to my lips. You're far from invisible, he whispers against my lips. I see you, Lucia. My heart flutters in my chest at his words. I think I'm falling hard for Mikkel Koslov, and that scares the crap out of me because I have no idea if he feels the same, especially after everything I've put him through. In my experience, actions do not speak louder than words. I need to hear it from his lips to believe it, but perhaps if I extend a hand, he may just decide to take the leap with me. I see you too, I whisper into the darkness. 18. MIKHL. Never once have I rolled over to find a woman sleeping soundly beside me after spending the night together. The truth is that I like being alone, and I never thought I was missing out on anything. Until Lucia. As I start to stir, Lucia tightens her arms around my waist and snuggles against my chest as she throws a leg over mine. I freeze as she lets out a breathy sigh. The sound has my cock hardening in my boxers, and I reach down to adjust the waistband, biting back a groan as I accidentally rub against the sensitive head. It doesn't help that her breasts are pressed up against my side, and as she breathes, I can feel her nipples rub against me through the thin silk of her top. My body is so ready for her, but as I glance down at her peaceful face, warmth rushes in my chest as I watch her sleep. I don't want to wake her, so my cock will just have to wait. I tighten my arms around Lucia and listen to the soft sounds of her breathing as the sun starts to stream in through the window. Lucia Conti might be the biggest pain in my ass, but I can't deny how right it feels to wake up with her in my arms. I don't know how long I lie there, admiring her as she sleeps. Normally, I'm up and out of bed the moment my alarm rings at 5 a.m., but not today. Today, the world can wait for a little bit longer. Eventually, she starts to stir in my arms, and I gently stroke her cheek as her eyes flutter open. "Morning," she mumbles. "How did you sleep?" "So good," she runs her hand over my chest. It swells with pride as I stroke my fingers up and down her arm and watch as the flesh pimples. She shifts so that she's on her stomach, propping herself up on her elbow with one arm still draped over my chest. Her dark hair is tousled, and her eyes are still glazed from sleep as she gazes up at me. I reach out to run my thumb over her bottom lip, my cock so hard and throbbing that it's taking everything in me not to pull her on top of me and finish what we started last night. "What's your plan today?" I ask, trying to turn my attention away from my aching length. First on the agenda is probably to make Leo cry because the kid hates me. She sticks out her bottom lip. "Leo does not hate you." I dip my hand beneath the silk cami to stroke her back. "He literally can't look at me without throwing a complete fit," she groans, rolling her eyes. "I swear the child hates me." "Don't take it personally. He has mood swings and phases where he hates everyone for at least a little while. He hated Dmitri for about 2 months, and he is the kid's godfather. So, as you can see, we all take turns being at the top of his hit list." Lucia laughs. "Sounds like he might take after you." "I don't have a hit list." Lucia only raises her eyebrows at me. I shrug. I don't tend to let people live long enough for there to be much of a list. Lucia gives me an exasperated look. Bianca should start dressing Leo in little black shirts and pants and give him a plastic gun so he can be like his Uncle Mikkel. Oh, and we could get him some fake tattoos too. Somehow, I don't think Alexei would be happy about that. "Maybe I'll add that to my to-do list for today," Lucia muses, tapping her fingers on my stomach. "After I've conducted my fake drowning in the pool." "I'm sorry, what?" I splutter, my entire body tensing. I feel bad for the guards just standing around watching me lie there. They must be bored out of their minds, so fuck it, might as well give them something to do. She shrugs and grins. "Trust me, Kisa, I don't think they're bored." I smirk, eyeing her breasts that are practically spilling out of her top. She narrows her eyes at me. "And you're okay with them ogling me all day, then?" Her eyes light up with challenge. I sink my fingers into her hair and gently tug on the strands. "They can look all they want. As long as I'm the only one whose name you're screaming, then that's all that matters." Possessive asshole, though the blush that's creeping up her neck tells me she's anything but annoyed. I don't share what's mine. I meet with Alexei in his office later that day to discuss the situation with Alfonso. My brother is sitting on the couch, nursing a glass of vodka and scrolling through emails on his phone. "Good night," he asks as I head straight for the bar cart to pour myself a drink. I guess, I frown. Alexei chuckles, which has me pausing, the vodka bottle hovering over my empty glass. Something funny, I ask over my shoulder. I'm glad that you and Lucia are getting along. But next time, I'd appreciate it if you kept your affections out of the pool that my child swims in. Fuck. I turn my double vodka into a triple and down in it one before turning to face my brother. You caught that, huh? Alexei's shoulders are shaking with silent laughter as he looks at me, his eyes twinkling. Everyone did. I think I'm going to have to triple my staff's bonuses this year just to compensate for the mental scarring you caused them. Fuck off. I turn to pour myself another drink, but my lips twitch at the thought of everyone knowing how much Lucia was enjoying herself as she rode my cock. You weren't exactly being discreet, Mikkel. I guess we sort of got caught up in the moment. I avoid my brother's gaze as I cross the room and sink into the armchair opposite him. Want to tell me what's going on with you two? Nothing going on. I swirl my drink around in my glass. Last night tells me otherwise. That was just sex. I shrug and take a sip of my drink. Last night might have just been about sex, but waking up to Lucia in my arms this morning meant something so much more. It was more intimate than anything we've shared together, and I already crave more. I heard about your little bucket list. Alexei grins. I swear I'm going to murder Anton. It seems like Lucia's having a positive influence on you. I worry sometimes that you're too serious. I have to be. I cross an ankle over a knee. What we do, the responsibility on our shoulders, I can't afford to mess around, Brat. I appreciate your commitment to this family, but you also have to live your life, Mikkel. Otherwise, what's the point? Alexei takes a sip of his drink. I shrug, unable to find an answer to his question. I am happy to hear that your relationship with Lucia is evolving into something that's more than just a business deal. She's not the woman I thought she was. There are so many layers to her that I never expected her to have. Perhaps I was a little too quick to judge. In what way? I blow out a breath as I think back to that very first dinner with Lucia. To me, she was nothing more than a spoiled brat who went looking for trouble. And now, she's the woman who wakes up in my bed, who makes me laugh in a way that no one has in a very long time. She might drive me crazy, but she's trying her hardest to work with me rather than against me, and I can't ask for much more than that. She understands what it's like to grow up in this world. She knows the risks, and yet, she doesn't let fear control her. She still goes out and lives her life because she won't allow anyone else to dictate her happiness. The realization makes me pause. I swirl my drink around in my glass as I compare Lucia's attitude to my own. We're like two magnets facing different directions, and yet, we can't stop ourselves from coming together. Growing up in our world comes with a lot of sacrifices, Alexei says, interrupting my thoughts. It's something I constantly worry about with Leo. You can't wrap them in bubble wrap for their whole lives. At some point, you have to let them out into the real world, and they're going to make mistakes. I don't think Massimo shares the same view. No, well, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Alexei huffs. I'm honestly surprised he's letting us take care of Lucia despite all the threats with Alfonso. Trying to contain Lucia is a full-time job. The guy probably just wanted a break. Alexei laughs, shaking his head. Well, I think it was a good decision on his part. It gave you both an opportunity to get to know one another before you get married. That was something Bianca and I didn't have. It worked out well for you, though. It did, he nods. I don't understand how you were so calm about the prospect of marrying a complete stranger. I mean, I've known Lucia for almost a month, and I'm still freaking out about the idea of marriage. I will say, when you actually care about one another, It makes the whole arranged marriage thing a lot easier to come to terms with. I mean, look at me and Bianca. I never could have dreamed that making that deal with Emilio would bring me here, Alexei says, a look of utter wonder on his face as he glances over at the picture of Bianca and Leo on the mantelpiece. I thought I had everything I needed, but it turned out I couldn't have been more wrong. You just have to trust the fact that not everything is in your control, particularly when it comes to love. Alexei must see the panic on my face as he holds up a finger to silence me. I'm not saying you and Lucia love one another, but it's clear that feelings have developed between you. I know you, Brat, probably better than anyone, and I will say this. Don't fight them. For once, give in to the fact that you can't control this and just see what happens. I appreciate the advice, Brat. Alexei dips his chin. I've always looked up to Alexei since we were kids, but even more so since our parents were killed, and he took over as the head of the family. He's the closest thing I have to a father figure, so I can't help but crave his advice and guidance. Now, enough with the relationship stuff. Alexei sets his empty glass down onto the table. Good, I want to know what we're going to do about Alfonso. He's come after Lucia twice in a matter of weeks. I know, and he will be taken care of. Alexei's eyes narrow. But we need to make sure we do it in a way that isn't going to spark an all-out war. We have enough of our own enemies without worrying about Massimo's too. That seems redundant seeing, as we're about to legally bind our family to Massimo. Alexei shrugs, rubbing his hand over his jaw. Does this make the marriage between Lucia and me less desirable? I frown. No, this won't change the deal I made with Massimo. He's proved himself to be useful, plus he's going to help us bring Igor down. Trust me, Brat, this marriage is still in the best interest of our family. I'm surprised by the sense of relief that showers me. Fuck, I want to marry Lucia, but not because of the role it offers me within the Bratva. I want to marry Lucia because I'm starting to fall in love with her. 19. Lucia. Mikhail Koslov is turning out to be a very good roommate. Last night was the best night's sleep I've had in a very long time. Sleeping next to him is like having my very own hot water bottle, and I could have easily spent the entire day in bed with him. But Mikhail is a busy man, and I feel bad for keeping him in bed for so long, so I reluctantly untangle myself from his arms to let him go and take a shower. Though when I spy his very prominent erection straining against his boxers as he gets out of bed, I almost jump him right there and then. If I had known how ready he was, I wouldn't have wasted time telling him about my plans for the day. Or rather, those plans would have turned much dirtier. Once Mikhail leaves, I head into the walk-in closet that I seem to have taken over with all of my clothes. Poor Mikhail has had to make do with a couple of drawers and a small portion of the hanging rail. But he's yet to complain, so I don't feel too bad. Even with all the guards surrounding the grounds, I have no issue with lying on a sun lounger in a scrap of material that barely covers my ass. I'm not shy about my body in the slightest because I'm well aware of the fact that my breasts won't look this good forever, so I want to make the most of them. I don't share what's mine. Mikhail's words from this morning send a shiver down my spine, and a rush of warmth builds between my thighs. He's never referred to me as his before, and I can't deny the fact that the thought thrills me. I've never had a man be so possessive over me in that way before, and to say it turns me on is an understatement. I like the idea of Mikhail being the only one who gets to admire my body in all its glory, so I toss the bikini aside, saving it for a time when it's just me and Mikhail. Though knowing him, I doubt I'll end up wearing it for long. After flicking through some warmer weather options, I decide on a tennis skirt and a tank top rather than another tiny bikini for my day by the pool before heading downstairs to grab some breakfast to take outside. I set myself up on my sun lounger with a book and some music alongside a plate of fruit and an iced coffee, eager to rest up as much as possible before Mikkel gets home, as I have many, many plans for tonight. After a few hours, I'm just finishing up a chapter when the sound of footsteps heading my way catches my attention. I glance to my left to find Bianca walking toward me with the stroller, and I'm suddenly glad that I decided not to wear my bikini. In a few days, I will officially be a Koslov, which will make them my family, and I don't want to give them the wrong impression. Though, after last night in the pool, I might have ruined all chances of that. I reach for my phone. Sorry, I'll turn the music off. Don't be silly, Bianca waves a hand. This is your home, and I want you to feel comfortable. I relax a little, but after spying a sleeping Leo in the stroller, I hurry to switch it off despite Bianca's insistence that it's fine. Bianca comes to take a seat beside me, keeping one hand still on the stroller to gently rock Leo as he sleeps. Even without makeup, she's stunning, with her long, dark hair loose around her shoulders and her bright blue eyes. She looks so effortless, wearing a loose off-the-shoulder sweater and leggings. I don't know how you manage all of this. I glance at Leo. I will say I don't have much experience with babies, but they seem exhausting, Bianca finishes, and I grimace, feeling as if I've stuck my foot in it, but Bianca only laughs. Trust me, it is exhausting. Now that Leo is walking, I don't get a minute to myself. Alexei offered to hire full-time help, but I refused. How come? Bianca shrugs. I don't want other people raising my child. I want to soak up as much time with him as possible, because I know it won't be long before he's off living his own life, and he won't want anything to do with his mom. Maybe it's because I lost my own mom so young that I almost feel like I'm making up for the time she never got to spend with me as a child. I get that, I lost my mom too. Oh, I'm so sorry. Bianca reaches out and takes one of my hands. I blink at the kind gesture. She squeezes my hand. How old were you? I was 5. She was sick for a while, and after she passed, my father couldn't bear to be around anything that reminded him of her, so we left our family home in Italy and came to New York. That must have been so hard. It was a long time ago. My mother died giving birth to me, so I have no memory of her. I don't know if that makes it easier or not. Bianca shrugs. Losing a parent is hard. The hole they leave behind never heals over. I guess you just learn to live with it. It's something that Alexei and I bonded over when I first came here. It was a common ground between us. I'm sure you have that with Mikkel. Honestly, he never talks about his parents. I look at my feet. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Mikkel isn't much of a talker. Bianca smiles. How is everything going with him? My cheeks heat as I stare out at the pool. It's going well. You seem surprised. Bianca's lips twitch. He's not easy to get to know. It takes a while for him to warm up to people, Bianca says. For so long, I was convinced that Mikkel hated me despite Alexei's assurance that he was just quiet and reserved. I get that, I laugh. But in all honesty, being here has helped show me what a genuinely good guy he is. Despite the fact that we couldn't be more different, I can't help but think that there's something real developing between us. So you're looking forward to the wedding then? Bianca smirks. I'd hardly call it a wedding, I grumble. I tried to get my father to at least throw a small party, but he only cares about the legal stuff. He says all the rest is a waste of time. He sounds like my father, Bianca scoffs. Well, I disagree. Even if the marriage is arranged, you still deserve to have a perfect wedding. I'm getting married in 4 days. It's too late to do anything about it now. You greatly underestimate the power I have over the bridal boutiques of New York. Bianca chuckles. I put together the most insane wedding for Zara and Dmitri in less than 2 weeks, so trust me, a little party at the house is nothing. Are you being serious right now? Of course, I can tell you really want a proper wedding. I do. I wish I was one of those girls who didn't care, but I'm not. I love the idea of choosing the perfect dress and the flowers and the cake. It's your princess moment, Bianca says with a knowing smile. Exactly. Then, it's settled. I'll give my friend Clara a call. She owns a bridal shop in the city. She's the one who organized Zara's wedding dress, and she's just the best. I'm sure she'd be more than happy to bring some dresses over to the house for you to try on. Then I can call the florist and caterers and have them bring some samples over too. My throat feels thick with emotion as Bianca rattles on about plans for the wedding. She barely knows me, and yet, she's willing to go to so much effort to make sure I have the most perfect day. Whereas my actual friends don't even know I'm engaged. I never bothered to tell them, because I knew deep down they'd only be interested in the party, and what rich bachelors would be invited. Do you have a maid of honor picked? I haven't really thought about it, but I guess I'd choose my cousin Elle. Great, you should invite her over to the house tomorrow to help. It'll be like a mini bachelorette party, Bianca says. If it's okay with you, I can invite Zara as well. I'm sure she'd love to have some time away from the twins, and it would be good for you to get to know her. You're going to be part of the family soon, which means the three of us will be like sisters. My eyes start to well with tears, and I have to look away so Bianca doesn't think I'm a complete blubbering mess. If the idea of marrying Mikkel didn't make my heart swell, the mention of sisters is threatening to make it explode. Is it possible that I could be so lucky? Bianca pulls out her phone and gets to work making a list of everything that needs to be done in the next 4 days. She is nothing but confident that she'll be able to pull this off, and my stomach starts to flutter with excitement at the prospect of actually having a proper wedding after all. I pull out my own phone and go through Pinterest to show Bianca some color scheme ideas for the flowers, as well as some styles of wedding dresses for her to forward to her friend. The conversation flows easily between us, and we go back and forth between discussing wedding plans and sharing stories of our overprotective fathers. I find myself smiling and laughing with Bianca in a way that I never have with Cara or Macy. I think a big part of it is because Bianca has been in my very shoes. She was forced to marry a man she didn't know, and now she's here pushing their baby around the gardens of their beautiful home, and I don't think I've ever seen someone look so happy. It makes me actually start to believe that perhaps everything happens for a reason. After an hour or so, Leo starts to stir in his stroller, and Bianca winces. He's starting to fight his naps, which means I have to spend hours walking around the garden trying to get him to sleep. Thank goodness for podcasts, otherwise I might actually die of boredom. I'd be happy to keep you company. Bianca offers me a sweet smile. Oh, you don't have to do that. I'm sure you have better things to do than hang out with me and the baby. Actually, I'd appreciate the company, I shrug. Until now, I've felt awkward being around Bianca, but after chatting with her today, it turns out we have a lot in common. I know I can come across as loud and extroverted, but that's usually under the influence of a lot of alcohol. Trying to bond with girls when I'm sober is not something I'm very good at. Perhaps it has something to do with growing up without a mother, with only an older brother and an emotionally absent father guiding me in the relationships department. It would explain why I tend to get along with men so much better, but that usually means I clash with other girls as a result. It's a lose-lose situation. Men want to fuck me, and girls want to rip my hair out, which has resulted in me only having one real friend, and that's Elle. But I'm starting to think that perhaps Bianca could become one. 20. MIKHL. I'm starting to get restless. My brothers and I are no closer to taking down Alfonso Morano, despite our best efforts and Igor Ivanov is still potentially harboring my half-brother somewhere. That is if he's even bothered to keep him alive. I need to do something. I can't just sit around this house twiddling my thumbs. Alexei says he trusts me to take more initiative within the Bratva, so perhaps I need to use this as an opportunity to show him what I can do. If Igor Ivanov is holding a potential Koslov air hostage, then we need to fucking know about it. Taking matters into my own hands, I give my private investigator a call to see if I can dig up some more information on our missing half-brother. I was wondering when I'd hear from you, Rosa chuckles. It was starting to get a little too quiet for my liking. Don't worry, I have something that will keep you busy. I perch on the edge of my bed. Hit me with it then. The anticipation is killing me. I need you to look into Katia Petrova for me, formerly Katia Ivanov. What am I looking for, specifically? She's the woman who my father had an affair with. The words are like poison on my tongue. You Russian men can't keep it in your pants. I grind my teeth as she clicking away on her keyboard in the background. I didn't call you for your opinion, Rosa. No, but you know you're going to get it anyway. She scoffs. So, you want to plan a hit on her or something? No, I need information on her whereabouts. That's all. You said this would keep me busy, Koslov. Just get me a location, and the rest will follow. Give me an hour, she says before hanging up the phone. Katia Petrova might be the woman who destroyed the memory of my father. But I can't let my personal feelings get in the way if I stand any chance of finding my half-brother before it's too late. If it's not already. As I wait for Rosa to call back, I head into the kitchen to make myself a coffee. I find Lucia and Bianca sitting at the kitchen table, feeding baby Leo his dinner, and I take a moment to watch the two girls chat with one another. Lucia seems to be fitting into my family well, and that brings a smile to my face. The moment my nephew spots me, he throws his bowl on the floor and waves his chubby hands in the air. Ro, he cries, his face covered in yogurt. Lucia frowns. What's ro? I clear my throat. That would be me. She turns in her seat and grins at me as I walk over to the high chair to pick up Leo. He calls you Ro. Lucia is trying her best to hold in her laugh as I hold the squirming baby in my arms. I huff, reaching for a wipe to clean the food out of his dark hair. Trust me, it's better than what he used to call me. What did he used to call you? I silently curse myself for letting that slip. Knowing Lucia, she's not going to let this go, and I might have just handed her the ultimate weapon. You don't want to know. Bianca tries to hide her smile behind her hand. Oh, come on, please. I glare at Bianca, silently telling her not to say, but she can't seem to help herself. He used to call Mikkel PP. Lucia is silent for a moment before she throws her head back and laughs so hard she almost falls off her chair, which only sets Bianca off. Even Leo starts giggling as he tries to wipe his mucky hands all over my face. If I wasn't holding your child right now. I can't stop my lips from twitching as Bianca and Lucia wipe the tears from their eyes. I don't think I've ever seen Lucia laugh so much, so even if it is at my expense, I'm glad to see she's having some fun. I think I'm going to start calling you PP from now on. Lucia laughs. You can try, but you'll suffer the consequences. Lucia's breath hitches, and her eyes glaze, as if she's imagining exactly the sort of consequences I'm thinking of. My own blood heats, and I clear my throat as I force myself to look away from her. Bianca takes that as her cue to take Leo from my arms. I think I need to get this little man in the bath. She makes a swift exit. Lucia gets to her feet and strolls over to the coffee machine. I lick my lips as I watch her hips sway in that short little skirt she's wearing. Bianca and I were thinking about ordering takeout for dinner, she says as she gets to work refilling the pot with water. Is that okay? Sounds great. I cross the distance between us. I wrap my arms around her waist and bury my face in her hair, inhaling the sweet scent. She squirms against me, which only makes my cock start to stiffen. I'd stop doing that if I were you. I press myself against her ass. You're right, I'll save it for dessert. She grinds against me some more. I bite back a groan as I let my hands trail up her stomach to cup her breasts. I might be a little late to dinner. How come? She runs her hands back and forth over my forearms as she rests her head against my chest, letting out a soft moan. I'm waiting on a call from Rosa. Lucia's body stills in my arms as she glances around at me. Who's Rosa? Lucia's tone instantly gets defensive. I drop my hands to her waist, spinning her around to face me. Is she jealous? I raise my eyebrows, my lips twitching. She's my private investigator. I pinch her waist. So, keep hold of your pitchfork, woman. This is purely business. I think I've heard that before. She pouts. I bend down to take her lower lip between my teeth, and she lets out a gasp as I bite down. I'd be happy to convince you later tonight, I murmur against her mouth. Fine, but for the record, I wouldn't use something as soft as a pitchfork. After a quick double espresso, I reluctantly leave Lucia in the kitchen and head downstairs into the basement gym to work up a sweat. Might as well hit the home gym while I wait for Rose's call. I'm not one to sit around and do nothing, and my body is full of nervous energy, so I need to make use of it. I'm barely 20 minutes in, my heart rate just starting to pick up when my phone rings. I take the call. That was fast. I wipe my forehead on my shirt. I am actually good at my job, Koslov. It's why you pay me the big bucks. Don't I know it, so what did you find? Turns out this woman lives in Cobble Hill. As in Brooklyn. Unless you know any other Cobble Hills, she retorts. She fled New York after her divorce, but moved back to the States 3 years ago. I frown. What would make Katia want to move back to the very city where Igor still resides? Surely, she would have built a life for herself in Russia, so there must be a pretty good reason for her to suddenly leave it all behind. Any idea of her motivations? My mind spins with potential scenarios. Not yet. Is this the part that's going to keep me busy? I think so. Rosa chuckles. Speak soon, Koslov. Staring at my phone, I run my fingers through my sweaty hair. I need to try to devise a plan, and I want to do it without my brother's help. I want to talk to Katia without Alexei and Dmitri, but it wouldn't be wise for me to go alone. For all I know, Igor could have orchestrated a trap, knowing that one of my family would come looking for answers, and I could be about to walk right into it. Unlocking my phone, I scroll through my contacts until I land on my cousin's name. How do you feel about a trip to Brooklyn? Brooklyn, you do spoil me, cousin. Last time we went to Brooklyn, we ended up in the shady bar with those strippers who smelled like. Anton, this is business. So was that, he laughs, but sure, count me in. I'll pick you up outside your apartment in 20. It seems a little redundant to drive all the way to Anton's place in Soho only to drive back toward Brooklyn. But I don't want Alexei to spot me getting into Anton's car and start asking questions. I don't doubt that he'll be pleased with my course of action regarding Igor's ex-wife, but I don't want him swooping in and taking over. I want to be the one to see this through, and I want to do it without his help. On the drive over to Anton's apartment, I start rehearsing what I might say to Katia in my head, but I can't deny that the thought of even looking her in the eye makes me feel sick to my stomach. My knuckles turn white as I grip the steering wheel. I'm not sure I can trust myself to keep my temper in check when it comes to Katia. After all, she's the reason my father betrayed my mother. Perhaps it would have been better if Alexei was the one to speak with her after all. What is this about? Anton asks as he climbs into the passenger seat of the car. We're going to pay Igor's ex-wife a visit, I explain as I turn the car around. Okay, I take it that this hasn't been approved by Alexa. No, so can I trust you to keep your mouth shut for once? Anton's shoulders shake with silent laughter. When it comes to business, yes. When it comes to your naked antics, I'm afraid that information is fair game. I shoot my cousin a glare, and he only smirks. So, why are we visiting this woman? I want to try and guilt her into giving me some answers on what happened to her kid. You sure you're ready to know? No, but the thought of Igor having a card in his pocket that he could use as a bargaining tool feels dangerous. Anton frowns. Don't you think it's odd that Igor let Katia walk away? How so? I mean, she betrayed him. She literally went behind his back and fucked a rival Pokken. It doesn't get much worse than that, and yet she lives. Igor is far from a reasonable man, so there must be a reason he didn't kill her. None of this adds up. Let's just hope that Katia is willing to talk. The address Rosa gave me takes us to a small gated community with neat red brick homes with wrap around porches and shutters. It's not where I pictured the ex-wife of a Russian Bratva Pokken living, which is probably exactly why she chose it. I park across the street from Katia's home and kill the engine. Anton looks at me, ready. Not in the slightest. My heart is hammering in my chest as we cross the immaculate lawn and climb the front porch steps. Anton gives me one last nod of encouragement before I rap my knuckles against the door. Footsteps come from inside, and I take one last deep breath before the door opens a fraction, and a woman with graying, auburn hair and big, blue eyes peers around. Yes. I stare at her for a moment, trying to see her through my father's eyes. He was willing to risk his entire family for this woman, and now because of his mistakes, my brothers and I are having to clean up the mess he left behind. Are you Katia? I do my best to keep my expression neutral. Her blue eyes go wide as she stares at me, the color draining from her face, but she dips her chin. My name is. I know who you are, why you look just like him. My skin bristles at her comment. Can we come in? There's something I'd like to talk to you about. I'm trying my best to sound non-threatening. Katia hesitates, glancing once at Anton before looking back at me. I don't miss the way her hand trembles as she grips the edge of the doorframe. And no, please, I want you to leave. I'm just here to talk. I hold up my hands to show that I have no weapon. I have nothing to say to you. She slams the door shut in my face. That went well. Anton slaps me on the shoulder. What do we do now? I have no fucking idea. 21. Lucia. I can't believe you've managed to pull this off. I look around the living room. Bianca has had me confined to my room all morning, while she readied the place for my mini bachelorette party. And she did not disappoint. A long table has been brought in and laid with all sorts of delicious treats, from every flavor of macaron to a decadent cheese board and a build-your-own sundae station. Pink and white balloons decorate the room along with bride-to-be banners and the most beautiful flower arrangements of pink peonies and white lilies. There are even gift bags for each of the girls filled with all sorts of pamper night goodies that we're going to try out later this evening. Oh, Bianca, it's beautiful. I'm so glad you like it, Lucia. She grins at me. If she's gone to this much trouble just for this little gathering, then I can only imagine what she'll pull off for the actual wedding. My throat thickens as I glance around the room. I've never had someone throw me a party before, and I suddenly feel overwhelmed. No crying. She wraps an arm around my shoulders. Today is all about fun. I nod, forcing a smile, even though my eyes are starting to sting with tears. Thankfully, the doorbell rings, and we both spring into action. A car had been sent to pick up Zara and Elle from the city, and bring them over to Forest Hills. And the two girls arrive with huge smiles on their faces and carrying armfuls of bags. Zara immediately drops the bags and flings her arms around my neck. I freeze before gingerly patting her on the back, glancing at Bianca for help, but she only chuckles. "It's so nice to finally meet you." Zara pulls back, offering me the warmest smile. She is stunning, with long, blonde hair and the brightest green eyes. The fact that she had twins only a few weeks ago is astounding, as she looks effortlessly put together in a pair of mom jeans and a pink jumper. "You too." I give Elle a quick hug before helping to carry all of their bags through to the lounge. "What's all this?" I ask as I set the bags down on the floor by the other gift bags. "We had to bring you presents." Elle grins. "What? Why?" Zara smiles. "We're counting this as your bridal shower too." "Oh my God, you guys really didn't have to." "Yes, we did." Bianca pats my shoulder. "Now, who wants a frozen margarita?" It seems like Elle and Zara have bonded on the journey over, as they quickly fall into an easy conversation on the couch as Bianca, and I get to work making everyone a drink. "I really appreciate you coming on such short notice," I say to Zara as I hand her a drink before taking a seat on the couch. "Oh, it's my pleasure. It's nice to have some grown-up time." Bianca curls up in an armchair. "You left the twins with Dimitri, I take it." "Yes, and I told him if there's an emergency, he can call one of his brothers. This mama has the day off." Elle tucks her feet up underneath her. "How old are your twins?" 8 weeks, Zara says, a blissful smile on her face. "You should all come over and visit. I would love for them to meet the newest members of the family." Elle's eyes light up. I never really considered the fact that being my cousin would also mean that she would be joining the Koslov family too, and that thought makes my heart swell. After the first round of margaritas, I'm forced to open up all of my presents. "Oh my God," I choke as I pull out a white lace garter. Elle chuckles. "Believe me, that's not the worst thing in there." "Oh, I like her already," Bianca says, and Elle grins. Elle wasn't kidding. It seems my cousin had way too much fun at one of the many adult stores in the city. She supplied me with everything from body paint to blindfolds, and I find my cheeks heating much to the amusement of the girls. Mikkel seems like he's into that stuff. Zara laughs as she eyes the handcuffs. Bianca laughs too. "Oh, hell yeah, it's always the quiet ones." Elle joins in. "That's exactly what I was thinking." "I actually hate you all." I quickly stuff the presents back into the bag, my cheeks feeling like they're on fire. After the second round of margaritas, we turn to a game of truth or dare. And it doesn't take me long to realize that Zara and Bianca are out for blood. They take this as their opportunity to grill me on all things Mikkel. And I find myself getting drunker by the second as I refuse to give away too much. "Oh, come on, Lucia, just give us a vague measurement." Zara giggles. "Has he tattooed it?" Bianca asks, her eyes widening as she glances at Zara. "That's 2 questions." I try to scowl, but it soon turns into a grin as I sip my drink. "Oh my God, is that a yes?" Elle squeals, almost spilling her margarita all over the cream couch. "No," I laugh. "And now you all need to take a drink because you cheated that round." To get them back, I dare Bianca to take a skinny dip in the pool, which I'm surprised to find she does without hesitation. She throws open the doors to the lounge that lead out to the patio, strips off, and dive bombs into the pool. I double over laughing at the look on Zara's face as Bianca climbs out of the pool, stark naked and dripping wet. "Who are you, and what have you done with my best friend?" she demands, looking horrified as Bianca grabs a towel off one of the sun loungers. "I learned from the master." She winks at me as she wraps a towel around herself, and I quickly scurry back inside before they can start hounding me with even more questions. We should order pizza. Zara lies sprawled on the couch and stuffs a macaron into her mouth size. Zara, Bianca scolds. We have been here all of 1 hour, and we have all this food. And yet, you forget pizza. I could eat some pizza. Elle adds from her spot on the floor beside Bianca. You guys are the worst. Bianca huffs as she reaches for her phone and orders us 4 large pizzas. When she hangs up, her gaze lands on my cousin. So, I dare Elle to ask the pizza delivery guy out when he arrives. What? I chuckle. I'd say that's a fair punishment. Zara was the one who suggested it, Elle groans. Why do I have to do it? I shrug. Because you're the only single one, and you never know, he might just be the love of your life. Didn't you say there's a 4th brother? Can't I just have him instead? I swing my legs over the arm of the couch. That's actually not a bad idea. Bianca laughs, poor Daniel. We get through 2 more rounds of truths before the doorbell interrupts us. Pizza S here. Zara ushers Elle out of the room. Bianca and I eagerly follow, and the 3 of us wait around the corner as Elle shyly opens the door. Whoa, you're so strong carrying all those boxes. I guess. The delivery guy doesn't look much older than 18, and his eyes look like they're about to pop out of their sockets as he looks at Elle. My eyes are watering so badly as I try not to laugh. I cling to Zara as we watch the poor guy rub at the back of his neck. You know, I love a guy who brings me food. Elle twirls the end of her ponytail around her fingers, though I bet you have a queue of girls waiting to go out with you. But maybe I could get your number just in case. I don't know how Elle manages to keep a straight face, as I swear this poor guy is malfunctioning, as she gives him her best moves. Zara lets out a snort of laughter, and I quickly grab her arm and pull her back into the lounge. I'm actually crying. She wipes at her cheeks. SHH, here she comes. I hiss as the front door slams shut. Done and done. Elle drops the pizzas down on the table and tosses the napkin with the guy's number on the top. That was surprisingly easy. Now, I think it's Lucia's turn again. I roll my eyes and take another sip of my drink. Bianca smirks. I dare you to call Mikkel and sing to him. That's easy. I reach for my phone and dial Mikkel's number. I put it on speaker and set it down on the table between us. Zara is already giggling, and I try my hardest to keep my composure as I wait for him to answer. Hey, Kisa, he says in that rich, gravelly voice that makes my body melt. I glance around at the girls and catch Zara and Bianca staring at each other with shocked expressions. I'm guessing that this side of Mikkel is not one he shares very often, and the thought has my insides turning molten. I like that I get this side of him all to myself. Elle bumps me with her elbow. Do it. I take a deep breath. Near, far, wherever you are, I scream sing down the phone. Mikkel sighs. What the actual fuck are you doing? I'm serenading you. Now be quiet so I can finish. Do I have to? I can practically hear his eyes roll through the phone. I look at the girls and find them all with tears streaming down their cheeks as they try to hold in their laughter. I grin and continue with my terrible rendition of the Celine Dion classic. Zara claps. Okay, I think Lucia won that round. That was a stunning performance. Once we're a few more rounds of margaritas in, my stomach is starting to hurt from laughing too much. Somehow, Elle and I have ended up on the couch with the cheese board balanced between us, while Bianca and Zara sit on the floor making flower crowns out of Bianca's beautiful arrangements. You, no boys allowed, Zara suddenly yells. I whirl around to find Mikkel, Alexei, and another guy who looks extremely like Mikkel, standing in the doorway. Don't worry, we're just here for the food. Alexei winks at Bianca, and she blushes. It seems even after being married for a couple of years and having a kid, The two of them still can't get enough of one another. Who's that hottie? Elle whispers as she glances at the guy standing beside Mikkel. Like the rest of the Koslovs, he's wearing all black, though he's sporting some stubble, and his dark hair is a little longer and has a slight curl to it. Bianca leans to her. That's their cousin Anton. Elle nods. Okay, I want him to be my future husband instead. Anton glances Elle's way and offers her a smile that sends my cousin into a fit of nervous laughter. I jump to my feet and hurry over to Mikkel, flinging my arms around his neck. Hey, Kisa. He wraps his arms around me, tugging me against him. Hey, I run my fingers through the hair at the nape of his neck. Looks like you're having fun, he murmurs, bending down to offer me a quick peck on the lips. So much fun, I giggle. I'm glad. I got all sorts of fun presents from the girls for me to use on our wedding night. I bite my lower lip as I watch Mikkel's dark eyes go half-lidded. Oh yeah. I fight the urge to rub my thighs together as he sinks his fingers into my waist. Some of them are very scandalous, even for me. Well, now I'm intrigued. But right now, you need to leave. The dresses will be arriving soon, and I don't want you to see. Sure you don't need my help getting undressed. He runs his nose along my jaw. I playfully slap him on the shoulder as my cheeks start to burn. Maybe later. I look forward to it. By the time we set the guys up with some pizza and dessert, the doorbell rings. Bianca squeals, jumping to her feet. That will be Clara with the dresses. She ushers them out of the room. Mikkel gives me one last heated look before following behind his brother and cousin, and I find myself already missing him. A few minutes later, a woman with bright red hair and lipstick to match appears carrying armfuls of garment bags. She might be the most elegant woman I've ever seen, wearing a tight-fitting black dress and a pair of red stilettos. She introduces herself to me, and we get to work opening up all the dresses and hanging them on a railing that Bianca materializes out of thin air. She even has the long mirror that's normally hanging in the foyer brought into the room so I can see the dress at all angles. I swear she needs to go into party planning because she has thought of everything. Clara tucks her flaming hair behind her ears. Now, I chose a few based on the pictures that Bianca sent through, and then I added in a few extras just in case you changed your mind about the styles. A lot of women have an idea of the sort of thing they want, but once they try it on, they realize they want something else. She laughs. Keeps my job interesting. Turns out, Clara is right as the first two dresses are a bust. Where I thought the big skirt and the sequins would make me look like a princess, it actually turned me into a giant meringue. Yeah, this one's a no. Clara leads me back into the downstairs bathroom to help me change. Not to worry, there are plenty more options. As I walk into the room wearing the fifth dress, the girls all gasp in unison as I move to stand in front of the mirror. I think this is it. I run my hands over the delicate lace overlay. Unlike the other options, this one has a more bohemian style, and with my hair loose around my shoulders, it feels so much more me than I expected. Elle sighs, "Oh, Lucia, you look so beautiful." I turn around to face the girls, and each one of them is wearing an expression of awe as they take me in wearing the dress. It's perfect. Zara has her hands on her chest. Are you sure? I look down at the dress. Oh, this is definitely the dress. I find myself looking at Bianca, but she's just as emotional looking as the others. She smiles. How do you feel? Like a princess. Then it's definitely the dress. I turn back around to stare at my reflection in the mirror. I've dreamed of choosing my wedding dress ever since I was a little girl, and now it's really happening. Despite the reality of the world I grew up in, I never stopped wishing that one day I would marry for love. And it seems that my wish might finally be coming true after all. 22. MIKHAL. Less than 24 hours after visiting Katia Petrova, I receive a call from an unknown number, and I can't help but wonder if she's changed her mind after all. I sit across from Anton in the Russian tea rooms, staring at the screen as it rings. Anton takes a sip of his drink. Fucking answer it. I down the rest of my drink before sliding my thumb across the screen and put the phone on speaker. Hello. Is this Mikhail? A female voice asks. Mikhail Koslov. Who's calling? I ask even though I recognize the slight tremble in her voice. It's Katia. Anton curses under his breath, and I shoot him a warning glare. What can I do for you, Katia? I keep my tone light. I am willing to tea-talk. Even over the phone, she seems nothing short of terrified by the prospect of speaking to me, and it only makes me more anxious to find out what information she's been keeping all this time. I appreciate that. But she pauses, and I glance at Anton, who looks just as wary. It needs to be said in person. I get up and take my wallet out. I can be at your place in 30 minutes. Katia hangs up the phone without another word, and I stare at the screen for a second. I frown as I throw some money on the table. Why has she suddenly changed her mind? I don't know, but we should get a move on before she decides to change it again. The entire drive back over to Cobble Hill, I fight the urge to call Alexei. Part of me can't seem to shake the feeling that he would be better suited to talk to Katia. I lack his level of charisma that puts people at ease and makes them much more willing to talk. We might only have one chance to talk with her, and I don't want to mess it up. As I pull up outside Katia's house, a chill runs through my body, and I wonder if that chance has been and gone. Something's wrong. Anton frowns. What makes you say that? The doors open, and she doesn't strike me as the sort of person who is chill when it comes to her security. I reach into the center console of the car and pull out a handgun. Well, this just got interesting. Anton pulls a gun out of his inside holster and climbs out of the car. We're both silent as we hurry across the lawn, our guns ready as we silently climb the porch steps. I turn to Anton and put my finger to my lips before slowly pushing open the front door. The place has been completely ransacked. Every piece of furniture has been turned over or smashed, and there's a trail of blood that leads from the middle of the foyer all the way to the kitchen. I put my arm out to halt Anton, not wanting to go any further. The house is eerily quiet, but that doesn't mean that it's empty. I lift my gun, my finger hovering over the trigger as I take a steadying breath, bracing myself for an ambush the moment I make my presence known. Katia. Silence. Katia, are you there? I yell louder, but I'm still only met with silence. Tightening my hold on my gun, I stalk across the foyer, avoiding the pool of blood on the floor, and peer into the kitchen. Fuck. Katia's lifeless body is sprawled on the tiled floor. Her blue eyes are wide open, her face frozen in terror as blood oozes out. The back of her skull has almost completely caved in, and both of her shoulders and hips seem to be dislocated by the odd way her limbs are facing. I crouch down beside her and press 2 fingers to her neck. She's still warm. I glance over my shoulder at Anton, who's cringing at her butchered body. Seems whoever did this got started the moment she hung up the phone. Anton looks around. No way this was just a burglary. This has Igor written all over it. I get to my feet, careful not to get any blood on my clothes. The last thing I need is for Alexei to be asking questions when I arrive back at the house. Whatever she knew, he clearly doesn't want you finding out. You've got that right. I've been responsible for dozens of deaths, and never once have I felt anything close to guilt. The feeling is foreign to me, and one that sits heavy on my chest as I drive back to Forest Hills after dropping Anton off in the city. It's too much of a coincidence that I arrive on her doorstep, demanding answers about my half-brother, only for her to turn up dead hours later. This was a warning, and I have a feeling it's only going to get worse. My head feels full as I enter the house, and I want nothing more than to drink myself into oblivion to distract myself from the colossal fuck-up that I just made. Mikhail. Or I could distract myself in an entirely different way. I follow the sound of Lucia's voice into the living room and find her sprawled over the couch with her legs draped over the back cushions and her long hair fanned out behind her. She's wearing that short little skirt that drives me crazy, showing off her delicious thighs that I can't wait to have wrapped around me. Hey, her voice rasps as if she's barely spoken all day. The sound goes straight to my cock, and I'm crossing the room in an instant. I crouch down beside her and let my hand trail up her exposed thigh, watching as the skin pebbles beneath my touch. Is everything okay? Her eyebrows pull together. It's been a shit day. She responds by shifting her body so that her thighs are on either side of me, as well as wrapping her arms around my neck. I can help make it better if you like, she murmurs as she gently caresses the back of my neck. It takes me barely a second to haul her into my arms. Mikhail. I don't want to talk. I crash my lips against hers. She melts into my touch, wrapping her thighs around my waist as I sink my fingers into the soft flesh of her ass. That's fine with me. We barely come up for air as I carry her to our room and lock the door. We both tear at each other's clothes, and I waste no time in getting her on her back and position myself between her thighs. Mikhail. Her moaning my name makes me harder as I slowly sink my cock inside her tight heat. I know, Solnishka. I groan as I bury my face in her neck. She feels incredible, and I just want to close my eyes and stay lost in her light and heat until the real sun comes up. We both moan as I slowly slide out and gently thrust back into her. Lucia's mouth falls open in a silent cry of pleasure as she clenches around me. It seems taking it slow is getting Lucia even more worked up than usual. Because she is so slick between her thighs, it's making my spine start to tingle. And I've barely gotten started. Fuck, you feel incredible, I groan. I bend down to take one of her nipples in my mouth, slowly circling the hard bud with my tongue. Lucia arches into my touch, her fingers sinking into my hair as I explore her breasts. You fill me so well, Mikhail. And you take me so well. I roll us over so that I'm on my back, and Lucia presses herself against me as she slowly rocks her hips. There's no sense of urgency to her movements, as if we have all the time in the world to explore each other's bodies. It feels more intimate than any other time we've had sex, and I just want to lose myself in the feeling of her. Sit up for me, Solnishka. I stroke her hair back from her face. I want to watch you. Lucia whimpers, but pushes herself up so that I can enjoy her slowly grind on my cock. Her full breasts bounce with the movement, and I can't stop myself from reaching up and squeezing the soft flesh. So fucking beautiful. I growl as I rub my thumbs over her sensitive nipples. Mikhail, she rests her hands over mine as I work her breasts. You feel amazing. Her head falls back as her eyes flutter closed. Take as much time as you need, Kisa. I'm all yours. She offers me a lazy smile, her cheeks flushing as she rocks her hips. I give her breasts one last squeeze before reaching between her legs and start rubbing slow circles on her clit. Mort. So needy, I chuckle. She lets out a whimper of frustration as she braces her hands on my chest to help keep her steady. It'll be worth the wait, I promise. She scowls, but it soon turns into a look of pure ecstasy as I start to thrust my hips up. Oh God. Her pussy becomes even slicker as she chases her release, and I start rubbing her clit faster. Come on, Solnishka, that's it. Her movements become more frantic. I thrust my hips up, driving myself deeper inside her to help bring her over the edge. Yes. Her body shudders as her pussy starts to pulse, and she collapses on top of me. I don't wait for her to come down from her pleasure peak. Before I flip us over and pound into her so hard that one orgasm turns into another. She's so wet and tight that it doesn't take much more before I'm spilling inside her. Fuck. She clings to me as I collapse on top of her, her fingers tracing circles on my back as I try to catch my breath. Mikhail, she whispers in my ear after a few minutes, I need to tell you something. I instantly tense at her words. I lift myself up onto my forearms so I can look at her. But from the way she's refusing to meet my eyes, I have a feeling I'm not going to like what's about to come out of her mouth. And it's probably not a good idea that I'm still balls deep inside her when she tells me. I reluctantly slide my cock out of her and shift onto my side. What is it, Lucia? I do my best to sound calm. She shifts so that she's sitting beside me cross-legged and wraps the sheet around her body, her cheeks flooding with color as she turns to face me. She runs her hands through her hair as she takes a deep breath. With each second that passes, a weight presses harder down on my chest. What the hell is this about? I'm falling for you, Mikkel, and that scares the fuck out of me. She's falling for me. And now I've freaked you out, she groans, burying her face in her hands. I reach for her wrists and slowly lower her hands. In truth, I might have been freaked out by her honesty a few weeks ago. Having her fall for me was the last thing I wanted, especially when I needed her to call off this wedding. But so many things have changed between us since then, and I find myself feeling nothing but happiness at her words. It takes a lot more than that to freak me out, Solnishka. Is that meant to be comforting? Yes, I rub my thumbs over her wrists, and I want you to know that I'm falling for you too. Really? Her eyes shimmer as she looks into mine. I release her wrists so I can cup her face. Really? I bend down, capturing her mouth with my own. Her lips instantly part for me, and I take my time stroking my tongue against hers. By the time I pull away, she's breathless and flushed, but her eyes are lowered. Lucia, I have a feeling that wasn't the only thing she wanted to tell me. There's something else I've wanted to tell you for a while now, but I could never find the courage to. Whatever it is, you can tell me. I squeeze her hand. She nods, biting her lower lip. When I was 15, I was kidnapped by one of my father's enemies. I bite back a curse as her words sink in. They held me captive for days, beat me up, and threatened to rape and torture me if I didn't cooperate. Did they? I demand, because I'll fucking kill them. She reaches out to cup my face. There were only a few cuts and bruises. Lucia, I rasp, my body vibrating with rage. She shakes her head. The emotional torture was the worst. It took me a long time to get over it, but eventually I did. Just because you got over it doesn't make it okay. No, but I learned to defend myself because of that attack. I made a promise to myself that I would never let someone have that sort of power over me. It's part of the reason why I hate being told what to do. She looks at me sheepishly. I hate feeling out of control. She takes my hand and entwines her fingers with mine, holding them against her heart as she talks. I shift my body closer so that we're both sitting cross-legged with our knees touching. I want nothing more than to pull her into my arms, but I can tell she wants to have some space while she speaks. So for now, I'll make do with a few comforting touches to show her that I'm here. I'm so sorry that happened. I rub my thumb over her cheek. She leans into my touch, her brown eyes filled with such sadness as she gazes up at me. That's why you were able to fight off those two guys in the park. Yeah, I think the park attack triggered some sort of PTSD. In what way? I used to have pretty bad nightmares, but I hadn't had them in a while. I thought they were under control, But then the attack happened in the park and her voice cracks, and she looks away, her throat bobbing. My chest tightens as her eyes well with tears. That's why I kept sneaking out. I just couldn't bear being locked up again. This time, I can't hold back from pulling her into my lap. I wrap my arms around her body as she sobs quietly against my chest. I'm so sorry. I kiss the top of her head. I'm sorry that I made this worse for you, if I had known. I grind my teeth. I'm a complete bastard for contributing to her pain. I should have told you the truth. Why didn't you? I didn't want you to see me as weak. I pull back and lift her chin so that she has no choice but to look at me. Lucia, you are anything but weak. You're quite possibly the strongest woman I know. Really? She sniffs, wiping her cheeks on the back of her hand. Really? I dip my head to press a kiss to her lips. Now, is there anything else I need to know? Because I don't want there to be any more secrets between us. Other than the fact that I'm an insecure basket case most of the time. I pinch her waist and she squirms. Lucia. You really do want the deep stuff, don't you? Tell me whatever it is that you're worrying about, because I can see it on your face. She sticks out her bottom lip, and I bend down to nip at it with my teeth, causing her to squirm even more. I'm worried that the real me isn't enough, she mumbles before burying her face in my chest. I stroke her hair. Trust me, Kisa, when you're being yourself, you are more than enough. 23. Lucia. I want to spend all day with my face buried in your pussy. Mikkel nuzzles my inner thigh. I giggle, reaching down to push back the hair that's sticking to his forehead. You spent most of the night there. And I'm not even close to being done with you, so I suggest you get on board with my plan. His eyes lock on me as his tongue continues to explore my pussy. Oh, I'm very much on board. Good, he gives my pussy another slow lick. My head falls back against the pillow, and I let out a moan as his stubble rubs against my sensitive flesh. But unfortunately, I already made plans. With me, he growls, flicking his tongue over my clit. Mikhail, I cry, wriggling against him, but he only tightens his hold on my hips as he sinks his tongue inside me. Bianca is waiting for me. A bolt of pleasure surges through my body as Mikkel pumps his tongue in and out of my core. I arch against his touch, my fingers gripping his hair by the roots to hold him against me as my release starts to build. She can wait. His voice thickens with need as he looks up at me from between my thighs. Oh, okay, this is not a fight I want to win. Once I'm suitably satisfied, Mikkel crawls up my body and gives me one last toe-curling kiss that leaves me breathless. I need to shower. He gives me a knowing look. I bite back a moan at the thought of joining him. I don't think there's anything better than a naked and dripping wet Mikkel Koslov, but I really do need to meet with Bianca soon. We've planned to sit down and go through some more ideas for the wedding while Leo naps in the stroller, and judging from how high the sun is currently sitting in the sky, I'm betting it's not far off noon. We should save some of our energy for later. If you're sure, he climbs off the bed, giving me the perfect view of his very erect cock. Mikhail. He smirks as he wraps his hand around the base of his thick length. My throat goes dry as the tip becomes slick with his arousal, and a deep ache starts to build between my thighs. Lucia, he pumps his cock, flicking his wrist as he fists the head. I can't hold back the moan as my pussy clenches, already so desperate for him again. Fuck it, so what if I'm a little late? I'm throwing back the sheets and spreading my legs in an instant, my thighs still slick from my release. That's my girl. He climbs back on top of me and gives me one last orgasm for the road. You're actually trying to kill me. I groan once we're finished, throwing the covers over my head so I can't be tempted by his naked body. Mikkel chuckles under his breath as he disappears into the bathroom. After the intimate night that Mikkel and I shared, I feel as if a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Opening up to him like I did has definitely brought us closer, and I'm grateful that I found the courage to share the truth of my past with him. I'm not sure why I felt like last night was the right time to tell Mikkel the truth about my past. Maybe it's because we're getting married in 2 days, and I want him to know the whole truth about me before we commit to each other. Or perhaps because last night felt like the first time we haven't just fucked. It was so much more intimate than that, and once it was over, a sudden flood of emotions ran through me, and it all just came spilling out. And I'm so glad it did. While it might have been terrifying to tell him about the kidnapping, the way he reacted was so much better than I expected. The way he listened to me and never once told me I was being dramatic or downplayed my experience showed me how much of a good guy he is. Aside from Elle, my father, and my therapist, Mikkel is the only other person I've told about the attack. But it's such a huge part of my past that I always feel as if people will never truly know me until they learn the truth. And the truth didn't scare him one bit. I hold my hand to my heart as I think of Mikkel. I can't deny that I have feelings for him. Hell, I admitted that to him last night, but love is something I never considered before. But I could definitely see myself loving Mikkel Koslov, and that thought both terrifies and excites the hell out of me. I watch him dress, admiring every inch of his powerful body, and when he stalks back over to the bed, it takes everything in me not to sink my fingers into his shirt and pull him on top of me. I really deserve some sort of reward for the amount of restraint I manage to show around Mikkel. He reaches out to tuck my hair behind my ear. I'm meeting with Anton this morning. Are you going into the city? He's coming here. We'll be just down the hall if you need anything. I'll be fine, Mikkel. Oh, I know that. A smirk tugs at his lips, just letting you know where I am in case you need me. Oh my God, I groan. I think I can live without an orgasm for a few hours. I guess we'll find out. He bends down to kiss me. His tongue licks along my lower lip, and I shiver at his touch. I'm not sure I'm ever going to get enough of this man, so I guess it's a good thing I'm marrying him. After Mikkel leaves, I lie in bed with a huge smile on my face as I think of all the nights ahead that we're going to get to spend together. How I'll wake up every morning with his strong arms wrapped around me or his face buried between my thighs. It isn't until my stomach starts growling that I decide to haul myself out of bed and into the shower. I take my time lathering up my skin with soap, letting my mind flood with the memories of Mikkel's touch last night. There are so many different sides to him, both in and out of the bedroom, that I never know what I'm going to get. But that only adds to the thrill of him. I love that he can be so rough and take what he sees as his. But on the other hand, he can be so loving and gentle that I almost start sobbing from the pleasure he gives me. I swear this man is the whole package, and in a few days, he will be legally mine. Perhaps I need to send my father a thank you card in the mail. I quickly dress, realizing that I should be able to catch Bianca just in time as she takes Leo out for a walk. Over the past few days, I've come to crave her company. She's so easy to talk to, and I never feel as if there's any sort of competition between us, which is something I'm used to expecting from female friendships. It also helps that she understands the reality of being married to a Koslov, and I appreciate any advice she can give me. Throwing on a pair of leggings and an oversized sweatshirt, I slip on some boots and head out of my room. As I make my way along the corridor toward the stairs, I catch my name coming from one of the rooms I pass. I pause, wondering if I simply imagined it. But then Mikkel's voice filters through the gap beneath the door, and my heart flutters in my chest. I know I shouldn't eavesdrop, but I can't help but be curious about the sort of things Mikkel shares about me with the people he's close to. You still not going to let us throw you a bachelor party? A male voice, who I assume to be Anton, asks. Hell no. You're no fun. And you can't be trusted. I don't think Lucia would appreciate you parading a bunch of strippers around the place. He's not wrong. She seems to be slotting into the family well, the man says. Yeah, I know Bianca and Zara really like her. Won't that make it a little tricky? Make what tricky? Aren't you still trying to make Lucia call off the wedding? You said you don't want to tie yourself to the mafia brat. I stumble backwards, bracing my hand against the wall as his words sink in. Mikkel wants me to call off the wedding. The thought hits me like a ton of bricks, and I fight the urge to vomit. I stagger back toward my room, and the moment I lock the door, my knees give out. This doesn't make any sense. I thought last night confirmed for both of us that we're more than ready to commit to one another. He said he was falling for me too. I frown as realization dawns on me. He said it after me. After I confessed my feelings, he might have believed there was no chance I was going to walk away from the marriage, and decided to just suck it up and tell me what I wanted to hear. I'm such an idiot. I bury my face in my hands and sob. I poured my heart out to him last night, and now he's gone and thrown it back in my face. Was he really hoping that I would choose to walk away? Is that why he locked me up? Did he want me to hate him so I would turn around and call the whole thing off? If that was his plan, then me telling him the truth about my past has only given him ammunition to use against me. I know the best course of action is just to confront him about what I heard, but I'm not sure I can handle having him confirm it all. The thought of being nothing more than a pawn in his game makes my chest ache so badly I can hardly breathe. It was too good to be true. I let myself become blinded by the affection he showed me, and never once did I question his motives. Now look where it's gotten me. I've been around guys like Mikkel my entire life. I know all too well how they sweet-talk their way into a girl's panties, using pleasure as a weapon to get information out of them. So why should Mikkel Koslov be any different? I should have known better. I wipe my eyes on my sleeve, trying to calm my racing heart. Ultimately, there is nothing I can do about it now. There is no way in hell that my father is ever going to let me walk away from this marriage. So, regardless of how Mikkel might feel about me, this wedding is going ahead one way or another. 24. MIKHL. Having Katia Petrova show up dead 2 days before my wedding is a real inconvenience. I was hoping I could go to Alexei with some pivotal information, but instead, I have a butchered corpse on my hands. But that's just how it works when you're dealing with the Russian mafia. I called Anton to the house because there's no point hiding this information from my brothers any longer. I'm honestly surprised Alexei hasn't already found out yet, and I'd rather have him hear the news from me than from one of his men. Though it seems my cousin is more interested in discussing my love life rather than the work at hand. Aren't you still trying to make Lucia call off the wedding? You said you don't want to tie yourself to the mafia brat. I cringe as Anton throws my earlier words back in my face. I feel ashamed of how quick I was to judge Lucia. I should have known that what she was showing me was nothing more than an act. She covered herself in armor that she had built up piece by piece, as a result of all she's endured growing up in my world. She is so much more than a mafia brat, and to call her such is a fucking insult. That was before. I pour us both a drink, trying to ignore the pit in my stomach. Before what? Anton leans against the mantelpiece with his arms folded over his chest, looking like the picture of ease. Before you realized how good she is in bed. I clench my hand around my rocks glass. Shut your fucking mouth, Anton, I snarl. My cousin only grins as he holds his hands up in mock surrender. Shit, I didn't realize you actually cared about her. I don't just care about her. I I cut myself off before I can say the words that have been sitting on the tip of my tongue for days now. They almost came tumbling out last night when Lucia opened her heart to me. But the thought of making myself that vulnerable scared me too much to fully commit. But I hope what I offered her was still enough to show her how much she means to me. You love her, don't you? I release a breath before turning to face my cousin. As much as it scares me, what is the point of denying it? Yeah, I do. A smile tugs at my lips. You seem happy. You sound surprised. Of course I am. You're Mikhail Koslov, for fuck's sake. You're the most miserable bastard I've ever met. Don't worry, I'm still a bastard, just perhaps not quite as miserable. Anton's shoulders shake laughter, and I fight a smile as I take a sip of my drink. All this time, you just needed to get laid on the regular. I go to retort when my phone buzzes on the desk. Setting down my glass, I cross the room, cursing when I see who's calling. Anton appears at my side, and I put the phone on speaker. What have you got for me, Rosa? I grip the edge of the desk as I brace myself for whatever bomb she is about to drop. No, hi, how are you, Rosa? She scoffs. Honestly, you would be lost without me, Koslov, and I barely get a greeting out of you. Perhaps not, but I seem to recall that your Christmas bonus bought you that new Range Rover, so I'm sure you can forgive my lack of manners. Whatever. Anton chuckles, and I shoot him a warning glare. Shit is getting serious, and I can't afford for the people working for me to become distracted. Any update on what happened to Katia? That's keeping me very busy. Whoever took care of her was very thorough in covering their tracks. Fuck. It won't be impossible, but it's taking longer than I thought. But while I was looking into Katia's death, I did find out something that I thought you would find useful. What? It was Igor Ivanov, who was behind your attempted hit in Madison Square Park. I fucking knew it. Thanks for the information, Rosa. Happy to help, she hangs up. I look at Anton, and any trace of amusement has been wiped from his face. I run my hand through my hair. I think it's time we fill Alexei in on what we found. I find my oldest brother in the lounge, balancing Leo on his lap as Bianca sorts through piles of baby clothes on the floor. They both look so domesticated that I wish I didn't have to walk in and drop a bomb on them. But that's what he signed up for when he took over as head of this family, so I can't feel guilty for adding to the already heavy weight on his shoulders. Bianca sighs as she folds a tiny shirt. He's growing too fast. I can't believe he was ever this small. I'm happy to have another one whenever you are, Zhizn Moya. Alexei chuckles, bouncing Leo on his knee. She laughs, don't even joke. Visiting the twins yesterday has made me nostalgic. I clear my throat, Alexei. My brother looks over his shoulder at me, and his expression instantly changes. Tichka, can you take Leo for a moment? Bianca glances at Anton and me, a wary expression on her face, but she says nothing as she takes Leo and disappears from the room. What is it? Alexei gets to his feet. You both look sheepish as fuck. It's been confirmed that the attack on Lucia and me in Madison Square Park was orchestrated by Igor. Alexei narrows his eyes and tucks his hands into his pockets. By who? Rosa. Why didn't you tell me you had her looking into the attack? I figured there wasn't much point until I had something worth telling you. Alexei's jaw flexes, but he nods. Is that everything? I open my mouth, ready to tell my brother about my colossal fuck-up with Katia, but my phone buzzes again in my pocket. When I see it's Rosa calling me again, a sense of unease washes over me. What is it, Rosa? You need to remember that I'm just the messenger here, Koslov. I'm instantly on alert, wondering what the hell she's about to reveal. Alexei and Anton share a look, and I try my best to keep my face neutral, not to give away the fact that internally I'm shitting a brick. Rosa. I had a few of my guys looking into Igor to confirm he was behind the attack in Madison Square Park. You already told me about that, Rosa. I'm fucking getting there, she snaps, and I bristle at her tone. One of them just got back to me and caught wind that he's planning another attack. When? Your weddings? I'm already stalking toward the door before I even hang up the phone. Alexei follows me. What the fuck was that about? I need to go and speak with Massimo. I pocket my phone. Why? His footsteps follow behind me into the foyer, but I don't have any time to waste. In 2 days, the life of the woman I love will be in colossal danger, and it's up to me to keep her safe. I arrive at Massimo's club 30 minutes later. No doubt I'll be getting angry emails from my friends on the force letting me know that I owe them another favor for making my speeding offenses disappear. But that is the least of my fucking worries. Massimo doesn't look pleased by my surprise arrival, but then again, I don't think I've ever seen the guy crack a smile. Perhaps we are similar after all. What do you want, Koslov? He glances over his shoulder at me as he slams his rocks glass down on the bar. You better not be backing out of this marriage. I shake my head, tucking my hands into my pockets as I glance around the private room at the back of the club. There are 2 guys behind the bar watching me closely, as well as another by the door. I have no doubt that each of them is carrying multiple weapons, but so am I. I just hope that I don't have to use them. I gave you my word, Massimo. Your word means shit until you put a ring on my daughter's finger. He turns to face me. I have every intention of doing just that. Then why the hell are you bothering me? You might want to sit down for this. I move to sink into one of the velvet chairs. If you think I don't already know about Ivanov's role in attacking my daughter, then you're even more stupid than I thought, Koslov. You're not the only one with contacts. I clench my fists as I try to keep my temper in check. How the hell did Dmitri ever manage to have a conversation with this fucker? I've barely shared 3 sentences with the guy, and already I want to put a bullet in his head. Good, then I should assume you are also aware that he's planning another attack at our wedding. Massimo narrows his eyes at me as he waves a finger at one of his men to pour him another drink. That is news to me. I think it's in Lucia's best interest to postpone the wedding until the threats have been taken care of. Massimo huffs a laugh, though the sound is nothing short of chilling. Oh, is it now? He snatches his whiskey out of the hand of his bartender and downs it in one gulp. Believe me when I say that I care about your daughter, and I want this wedding to happen just as much as you do. Massimo waves a ringed finger to cut me off. I don't give a fuck if you care for her or not. This wedding must go ahead as planned, Koslov. I've given you plenty of time to get your head around the idea of saying goodbye to your bachelor days. Massimo, my patience is wearing thin. I don't miss the anger in his eyes, but I don't have time to be intimidated by him. These threats on Lucia's life are more important, which is exactly why this marriage needs to go ahead. I let out a frustrated breath and lean back in my chair. I knew Massimo would be stubborn if his daughter's anything to go by, but I didn't actually expect him to be worse. You can't be serious. Igor is literally planning an attack to take place during the wedding, and you still want it to go ahead. Yes. You're insane. I get to my feet. It's clear that this meeting is nothing but a colossal waste of my time, and I'm already running out of it as it is. I'd watch your fucking mouth, boy, Massimo snarls. I'm just watching out for your daughter, which is more than I can say about you. I duck, narrowly missing the glass Massimo launches in my direction. You've got some fucking nerve. Yeah, I fucking do. Because I don't want my first act as Lucia's husband to be cleaning her blood off my hands after Igor's shot her dead. I growl. I'm not canceling this wedding, Koslov, so I suggest you find a way to deal with the threat. I run my hand over my face as I try to think of a plan. What if we move the wedding to Alexei's place? I know you already trust the security, seeing as Lucia's been staying there for the past week. Is it strong enough to withstand Igor should he come sniffing around? I'll make sure it is. I have your word on this. It's like I said, I don't take your daughter's safety lightly. We'll see about that, Koslov. When I arrive back in Forest Hills, I know my first priority should be to sit down with Alexei and go through the security plan for the wedding. But all this talk of Lucia being in danger has put me on edge, and I need to get my hands on her even if it's just for a second. I need to see for myself that she's all right, and then I can go back to trying to save her life. I head straight into the kitchen and breathe a sigh of relief as I see her standing at the counter with her back to me as she chops some vegetables. Hey, Kisa. I wait for her to turn around to flash me that smile that sends me to my knees, but she doesn't even glance over her shoulder at me. I frown. How did the wedding chat go with Bianca? Still nothing. Has she got earbuds in and not realized I'm in the room? I move to lean against the counter. She ignores me. Lucia. The way she's aggressively chopping the carrots is making me feel uneasy. She seems angry and completely lost in her own head, which is a recipe for disaster when she's holding a sharp knife. I reach out to grab her wrist to halt her movements, and she flinches, dropping the knife on the counter as she pulls away from me. Lucia, what's going on? A low level of panic starts to build inside me. Her face is pale, and she's refusing to meet my eyes. What the hell has happened? I reach out to cup her cheek, to offer her some comfort even if she doesn't want to talk. But when my fingers brush her soft skin, she jerks out of the way, swatting at my hand like I've stung her. Leave me alone, Mikkel. She stalks out of the kitchen. Lucia, I'm so taken aback by her coldness toward me that I don't follow her. I've seen Lucia pissed before, but this is different. There was nothing but icy indifference in her tone. What could have triggered her to suddenly act so differently? I come up blank. Everything was good between us when I left her this morning to go and meet with Anton, and I haven't seen her since. The only thing I can think of that might have caused her to act so cold toward me is that she's having second thoughts about the wedding and is pushing me away because she's changed her mind after all. The thought hits me like a ton of bricks. I really hope I'm wrong, because there's nothing I want more than for Lucia Conti to be my wife. Mine. 25. Lucia. My wedding day is supposed to be the happiest day of my life, and yet, I feel nothing but soul-crushing sadness. I've barely slept in the last 2 days, replaying Anton's words over and over in my mind as I lay in my bed, alone. Regardless of the fact that we're about to tie the knot, I kicked him out of our shared room, and he obeyed without question, which only confirms that he's been playing me this whole time. Surely, if he cared, he would fight a little harder. 2 days ago, I could think of nothing I wanted more than to marry Mikkel Koslov. I glance at the closet door where my wedding dress hangs, freshly steamed and ready for me to wear. The moment I chose it, all I could think of was Mikkel's reaction when he saw it. How his dark eyes would glaze over as he pictured ripping it off me after we were declared husband and wife. Despite everything I've gone through, I thought that I was finally about to get my happily ever after. I gingerly dab at the corners of my eyes to try and preserve my makeup. This wedding might be a complete scam, but I'll be damned if I won't look incredible for it. Sitting at the vanity table in Bianca's room as Elle fiddles with my hair, I try my hardest to appear happy despite the growing pit in my stomach. Bianca and Zara sit on the bed, each holding one of the twins who are both fast asleep. All three girls are dressed in various shades of pale blue to match the color scheme of the wedding. I can't fault Bianca's organizational skills. She really has pulled everything together, and I feel so much guilt for not being more excited. Zara smiles, her eyes shining. You just look so beautiful. I catch her eye in the mirror and offer her a smile, though it doesn't reach my eyes. Zara, I swear if you start crying after I've just done your makeup. Bianca rolls her eyes as Zara dabs at her cheek with a tissue. I'm not crying, she huffs, waving a hand in the air. The movement stirs Sasha, who starts to squawk. Well, that's going to set Ben off, she groans. Right on cue, Ben starts wailing in Bianca's arms, and Zara sighs. Hopefully, they'll wear themselves out before the ceremony. She glances my way. Please don't stress. I love that all the kids will be there. Zara seems to relax as she gently rocks Sasha back to sleep. You won't be saying that when Leo is trying to eat your wedding bouquet. Bianca smiles. If it's still long enough, he will put it in his mouth. Welcome to the madhouse, Lucia, Zara grins. In a few hours, you'll officially be part of the family. I lower my gaze as my throat thickens, and not in a good way. Lucia, is everything okay? Bianca asks. The excitement seems to have been sucked out of the room, as all eyes turn to me. Of course, I smile. Elle pauses, her fingers hovering over my curls. Bianca shakes her head. That's a lie if ever I heard one. She gets to her feet, careful not to wake a now sleeping Ben, and moves to perch on the edge of the armchair beside me. What's going on? She reaches for my hand. Nothing, my voice cracks. I thought you and Mikkel were getting along great. What's changed? We were, it's just, I wave a hand as my eyes start to well with tears. It's an emotional day. I pretend to touch up my makeup, just to keep my hands busy. Thankfully, Ben starts stirring again, and turns Bianca's attention away from my lack of enthusiasm. Zara gets to her feet. I think we should go and get the twins settled. We will see you on the other side. Bianca and her leave of the room. The moment the door closes behind them, Elle puts her hands on her hips and gives me a look that tells me I'm about to get a lecture. Ignoring her, I get to my feet and adjust my silk robe. I need to change. Lucia, I don't want to be late. What the hell is going on? I pause, letting out a long breath as I stare at my wedding dress. I told you, I'm just getting emotional. I keep my back to her. Everything happens so fast, you know. I just can't believe I'm actually getting married today. I gingerly run my fingertips over the delicate lace of my dress, as I try my best to keep it together, despite the fact that my chest is being cracked open. Yeah, I'm calling bullshit. Elle moves to stand in my line of sight. I know you too well, Lucia, so you might as well drop the act and tell me the truth because you're really starting to freak me out. The pity in her eyes is enough to send me over the edge. I overheard Mikkel and his cousin talking the other day. Okay, and they were talking about how Mikkel's plan is to have me call off the wedding, so he doesn't have to. That makes no sense, Elle frowns. It's what I heard. Well, what did Mikkel say? Did you talk to him about it? What's the point? I shrug. The reality is, I have to go through with this wedding regardless of our feelings for each other or lack thereof. Lucia, please don't. I hate the sympathetic look she's giving me. Can you just help me into my dress? Fine. Neither of us speak as I dress, the reality of what I'm about to do weighing heavily on my shoulders. I know things could be a hell of a lot worse. I could have been like Bianca, who turned up at her wedding without even knowing she was the bride. At least Mikkel and I know each other, or at least I thought I knew him. There is a knock on the door, then Bianca calls from the other side of the door. Lucia, it's time. This is it. With one last deep breath, I plaster a smile on my face and follow Elle out of the room. Bianca is waiting for us on the stairs, and her eyes light up when she takes me in. "Oh, Lucia. Don't you start crying too." "There's no time for crying." She waves a hand, fanning her face, glancing out of the window. "And it looks like your father has just arrived." I nod, smoothing my hands over my dress. "Elle, would you mind carrying the train?" Gunshots explode in the air, and the breath leaves my lungs. Elle grabs my arm and yanks us both down onto the floor, as Bianca's scream echoes in my ears. "What the hell just happened?" I yell. Bianca peers out the window, and the color slowly drains from her face. "Bianca." She only shakes her head, her body trembling as she stares out the window. I get to my feet and hurry down the stairs toward her to see what all the commotion is about. Though when I look out the window and see my father lying on the gravel, his crisp white shirt slowly turning red with blood, I wish I hadn't. "Oh my God," I sob, my hand going to my mouth as I fight the urge to vomit. "Lucia, it's okay." Bianca tries to reach me, but I can barely hear her. I run down the remaining stairs, almost tripping over my dress as I hurry to get to my father. "He can't be dead." "Papa," I scream as I race toward the front door. But before I can cross the threshold, arms are around me, holding me back as dozens of guards start to storm the grounds. More gunfire echoes in the air, but I can barely hear it over the sounds of my screams as I stare at my father's still body, the pool of blood surrounding him growing larger with each second that passes. He's dying, and I can't get to him. "Let me go," I scream, trying to push against the hard body behind me. I glance down and let out a strangled sob at the tattooed hands around my waist. "Mikhail, let me go." "I can't do that." He tightens his hold on me. With each second that passes, my father gets closer to death. I have to get to him before it's too late. "Let me go." I sob, trying to pull against Mikhail, but he doesn't listen. I go to scream again, but there's a loud commotion and more gunfire. Mikhail hauls me back inside the house, placing a hand over my mouth to muffle my screams as all hell breaks loose. Two of our guards appear, their faces smeared with blood as they drag a half-dead man between them, who looks to have multiple bullet wounds in his legs. "Get him tied up now," Alexei orders as he jogs in behind them. He glances to his right and spots Mikhail and me. "Let's go, Mikhail, before this fucker bleeds out and we lose our lead." Mikhail's grip falters for a moment, and I take the opportunity to break free from his hold and sprint out of the house, and down the steps toward my father's bleeding body. "No, no, no," I cry as I collapse beside him. There's so much blood, and it doesn't seem to be clotting. There are at least 3 bullets in his chest, and more blood seems to be pooling around his head from a significant wound to the side of his skull. He's going to die if I don't get him to a hospital soon. "Someone call an ambulance," I yell, holding my hand over one of the bullet wounds in his chest. "Please help him." I look back to the house to see Mikhail sprinting toward me. "He's dying," I sob as he crouches beside me. "You have to help him, Mikhail." I collapse on top of my father, clinging to his blood-soaked shirt as my body trembles. "The ambulance will be here any second." Mikhail rests a hand on my back. His touch feels strange, but I don't push him away. I need his heat, his presence. As much as I should push him away, right now, all I care about is saving my father's life. Sirens blare nearby, but already my father looks pale, his chest barely rising with each breath, and I fear they might be too late. "Oh God," I cling to my father. Mikhail keeps a hand on my lower back as we watch the ambulance race down the drive toward us. As soon as the back doors open and the medics come rushing out, Mikhail grabs me around the waist and hauls me off my father. "No," I scream, clawing at his arms. "You need to let them work." I can barely see through my tears as the medics cut open my father's shirt to reveal the multiple gunshot wounds in his chest and abdomen. "He's dying," I sob, my knees buckling beneath me. Mikkel tightens his arms around my waist and keeps me locked against his body as the paramedics get to work readying him for transport. "Papa," I cry. They are just putting him into the ambulance. Mikkel holds me back as they bring out a stretcher. "I need to go with him," I cry, fighting Mikkel. "You have to let me go, he's dying." "I'm coming with you." Mikkel hauls me into the back of the ambulance. "It's going to be okay, Lucia." I want to believe him, but I'm not sure I can. I barely remember the drive over to the hospital or the doctors rushing my father to emergency surgery. I block out the sounds of the machines and the doctors assuring me they're going to do everything they can to save him. It's as if I'm watching everything from above, not quite believing that this is real. Time seems to slow down as I pace back and forth around the waiting room. Mikkel never takes his eyes off me, even as he answers calls from his brothers. Looking down at my blood-stained wedding dress, I feel as if I'm living a nightmare. "This wasn't supposed to happen," I whisper, sinking back down into the seat beside Mikkel. "I thought moving the wedding was meant to be safer. I thought." My voice cracks, and I bury my face in my hands. "I will find whoever did this." Mikkel reaches out to tug a loose curl behind my ear, and I can't help but recoil. "Please just stop." I wrap my arms around myself. "What's going on? You've been acting strange for days, and I've been trying to rack my brains as to why, and I'm coming up short here, Lucia." "Really? Well, maybe you need to think a little harder." I get to my feet to put some distance between us. When Mikkel looks just as confused, I decide to rip the Band-Aid off. "I overheard you and Anton talking the other day about how you want me to call off the wedding." Mikkel frowns, but then his expression turns to one of disbelief. "Lucia," he gets to his feet, reaching out his hand. "I don't want to hear it, Mikkel." I turn my back on him. "Lucia, look at me." I screw my eyes shut at the sound of his gravelly voice. The voice that provided me with comfort, that whispered sweet nothings in my ear as I lay asleep in his arms. This time, when Mikkel reaches for me, I don't have any fight left in me to push him away. I let him turn me around and lift my chin so I have to look at him. "I won't lie to you, it was like that at first." My chest tightens. "After that first night, when you left me naked in Coney Island, I was pissed off, and I said some things to Anton. I told him I planned on making you hate me enough that you'd want to call off the wedding. And then," he looks away for a moment, the muscle in his jaw flexing. "And then, well, you know the rest." I shake my head. I thought I did. "Look," he wipes away the tears on my cheeks with his thumbs. "Did you hear what I answered?" I lower my head and shake it. I had heard enough by then. I wasn't going to stick around and listen anymore. "Well, you should have. Because if you had stuck around to listen to the whole conversation, you would have heard me tell Anton that I love you." "What?" "The last thing I want to do is get out of this marriage, Lucia." He bows his head to rest his forehead against mine. "Because I love you, and I want nothing more than for you to be mine. To be able to shout to the world that you are my wife." I have no words. "You've brought me to life, Lucia, and I will happily spend the rest of my days making sure you know how much I love you." "Mikkel." "I love you, Lucia." Mikkel cups my face and leans in to kiss me. The caress of his lips against mine has the last of my strength shattering, and I cling to his shirt as tears start pouring down my cheeks. "I promise I will find who did this." I nod, my throat too thick with tears to speak. "And then once your father is well again, I will make sure we have a proper wedding. The kind of wedding that you've been dreaming of your whole life." I wrap my arms around his neck and kiss him again. "I love you," I whisper against his lips as I sink my fingers into his hair. "I have something for you," Mikkel says after we break apart. I was going to give you this last night so you could wear it for the wedding. My stomach twists with guilt as he reaches into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulls out a red box. This was my mother S. He opens up the box to reveal a gold heart-shaped locket. You want me to have it? I want you to have something to remind you that I am always with you, Lucia. He offers me a shy smile before taking the locket and clasping it around my neck. It's beautiful. I finger the delicate gold chain. It's an honor to wear it, Mikkel. Miss Conti. I whirl at the sound of my name, my hand going to my heart as I find a doctor coming toward me, his expression unreadable. Mikkel wraps an arm around my waist, pulling me tight against him as we brace ourselves for the worst. How is he? He's made it out of surgery, but he's still critical. Mikkel frowns. What does that mean? Your father's injuries were severe. One of the bullets in his chest ruptured his left ventricle. Oh God, I reach for Mikkel. We were able to repair it, but your father lost a lot of blood, which put a lot of strain on his heart. He also received a significant blow to the head, which caused internal bleeding in his brain. Our surgeons were able to stop the bleeding, but because of how severe his injuries were, we had to put your father into an induced coma to help his body rest. Mikkel squeezes me closer to him. Is he going to be okay? We need to get through the night, and then we'll go from there. We'll keep you updated on his condition. I glance at Mikkel, and he offers me a grim smile, and I know these next few hours are going to be the longest of my life. 26. MIKHL. I was supposed to spend my wedding night worshiping my new wife, not sitting at her father's bedside as he fights for his life, while we're both wearing blood-stained wedding clothes like some fucked-up scene from a horror film. This wasn't supposed to happen. The whole point of moving the wedding to Alexei's place was to avoid Igor's attack, and yet, somehow, we still ended up in the hospital with Massimo barely clinging to life. My phone vibrates constantly with incoming calls from my brothers, but I send them all to voicemail. I know I should be focused on interrogating the fucker that put Massimo in the hospital, but I can't bring myself to leave Lucia's side when she's in such a state. I have no idea how many hours it's been since we arrived, but the sun set a while ago. Solnishka, you should try and get some sleep. I place a comforting hand on her shoulder as she watches over Massimo. I need to be here in case he wakes up. She clutches her father's hand. She hasn't moved from his side since we were brought up to the ICU to see him, and she looks exhausted. I want to remind her that the doctors will have to manually wake him up from his coma in a few days, but I don't want to squash the hope that she's desperately clinging on to. Will you at least try to eat something? Not hungry. I give her shoulder a squeeze, deciding not to push her further. Is everyone else okay? She glances up at me, her brown eyes red-rimmed and swollen from crying. Leo A and the twins. They're all safe. A few of our guards were wounded, but no casualties. That's good, if anything happened to your family because of me. Lucia, this is not your fault, do you hear me? I crouch down beside her. If it's anyone's fault, it's mine. I'm the one who thought moving the wedding to Alexei's place would be the best option. You were trying to keep us safe. And I failed. A soft knock on the door has us both looking up to see Elle, hovering in the doorway. I thought you might want to change. She holds up a duffel bag. How is he? She steps inside, looking anxiously at Massimo. Stable, I get to my feet. Elle's throat bobs as she drops the bag down on the small cot that was set up for Lucia, so she could sleep. How are you doing, Lucia? Elle moves to stand at the end of the bed. I'm okay. I'm just going to make some calls. I give the two girls some privacy. I'll be right outside. Lucia nods, offering me a watery smile as Elle moves to take my place beside her. I take the chance to listen to my voicemails. There are a few from Alexei and Dmitri, with updates on the status of some of our men who were wounded as well as the guy who took down Massimo. He bled out before we could get any information, Alexei says, but I have no doubt it was Igor. I just want to know how he caught wind of the fact that the wedding was moved. I grind my teeth as I listen to his message again. Of course, the fucker bled out before I could get my hands on him. I would have made him suffer a hell of a lot more if he ended up being responsible for Lucia losing her father. I can only pray that we don't get to that point. Finally, there is a voicemail from Anton letting me know about a drug shipment coming in tonight from one of Igor's suppliers. I immediately call Anton back as an idea starts to form in my mind. What's this about a shipment? Felix got wind of an incoming shipment later tonight that Igor will be at in Harlem. I thought you should know. Have you told Alexei this? Not yet. He's been focused on dealing with the aftermath of the attack. The guy who took down Massimo bled out almost instantly before they could get much information. I run my fingers through my hair. How long have we got until this shipment comes in? It's set to arrive at midnight, so in about an hour. Okay, that should give us enough time to organize a raid. A raid? You can't be serious. I'm deadly serious. You really want to do this now? I huff out a breath. I don't have a choice. Massimo is hanging on for dear life, and if he dies and Igor is still breathing. I glance through the glass window as Lucia clings to her father. Shouldn't we consult Alexei? And risk him saying no. Anton, we need to move now. My cousin takes a deep breath down the phone. Okay, I'll speak to my guys. Well, you better call them on your way here. We don't have any time to waste. Meet me outside in 20. Pocketing my phone, I head back into Massimo's room. Lucia doesn't even glance up as I walk over to her side and gently stroke her cheek. I look at Elle, who's unpacking the bag she brought with her. I have to go and take care of some business. Are you okay to stay here? Of course. Lucia frowns. I don't need a babysitter. I bend down to press a kiss to her hair. I'll be back as soon as I can. There's a hollow ache in my chest as I leave Lucia's side. I know I can't let this opportunity to capture Igor go to waste, but I hate not being there to comfort her when she needs me the most. I meet Anton and Felix outside the hospital 15 minutes later. I climb into the passenger seat of the blacked-out SUV and open up the glove compartment to start loading myself up with weapons. Felix pulls out of the parking lot and begins to drive toward the city. Carlo, Reed, and Sergei are en route. Is that all? They've been instructed to bring as much backup as possible without arousing suspicion. Many of our guys are still at the house with Alexei. Fuck, I tuck a few more magazines into my jacket pocket. Anton sits forward, his head coming between us from the back seat. From what we know, there will likely only be half a dozen of Igor's men at the location. Including Igor. Yes, what do you want to do with him? I'm bringing him to Alexei, so no fatal shots. No matter how much he deserves it. As we approach the warehouse, I spot 4 figures dressed in black loitering outside, but I suspect there are way more inside. Carlo is waiting around the back, Felix informs me. They're under instruction to ambush the delivery. Might as well make some profit from these fuckers while we're at it. Good, I click the safety off my gun. Let's go and have some fun, boys. I jump out of the SUV and press my body close to the brick wall of the neighboring warehouse, my eyes never leaving the 4 men hovering outside under the orange streetlights. I signal to Anton and Felix to follow close behind me, holding up my fingers to count us down. 3, 2, 1. Shots are fired straight at the SUV, but the bulletproof glass stops the windshield from shattering. I throw open the passenger door and crouch behind it, letting it shield me as I take aim. But as I peer around the door, the 4 men have turned into at least 15, all with guns aimed straight at us. There's a groan behind me, and I whirl to see Felix clutching his shoulder, blood seeping between his fingers. Felix. He grits his teeth and yanks his gun free from his holster. It's a fucking ambush. Stay alert. He sprints straight into the line of fire. Fuck, I follow him. All hell seems to break loose as I sprint toward the bifolding doors of the warehouse, as more and more bodies come out of the shadows. I grab one man by the shirt and slam my head into his nose. Blood spurts everywhere, and he crashes to his knees, giving me the perfect opportunity to put a bullet between his eyes. I thought there was only meant to be a dozen. I yell at Anton as I fire at another man, landing a shot right to his chest. Do you see Igor? He yells back, ducking just in time to dodge a shot to the head. I glance around, but all the bodies seem to merge into one, and not one of them resembles Ivanov. He fucking played us. He's not here, so all bets are off. My cousin gives me a feral grin as he takes out a second gun and opens fire on Igor's men. It doesn't take long for bodies to start littering the floor like trash as I storm inside the warehouse and land blow after fatal blow. I spot Carlo and Reed, both locked in hand-to-hand combat with Igor's men, their weapons long forgotten. Crates and boxes are piled high across the warehouse floor, making it easy for me to keep hidden as I scan the dimly lit warehouse. I spot a few of my men lying bleeding on the concrete floor, minutes away from death. This never should have happened. I should have predicted that Igor would pull a stunt like this, and my mistake has cost my men their lives. Oh no, you don't, Felix growls, snapping me back to the present. My head turns his way, and I do a double take at the guy that Felix has in a headlock. Don't fucking shoot. I sprint toward Felix, who has the barrel of his gun pressed into the guy's temple. Felix looks at me as if I've lost my damned mind, but I hold up a hand to halt him. He's Igor's son. I look down into the gray eyes of Maxim Ivanov, and he's coming with me. What a fucking shit show. Anton shakes his head as we take in Maxim's unconscious body tied to a chair in the middle of my family's warehouse in Chinatown. There are still bloodstains on the concrete from where Dmitri and I tortured Giovanni Sakon because he was going after Dmitri's wife. I never thought I would be standing here in that very same position. I tuck my gun into the back of my pants and shrug out of my jacket. Igor must have known we would show up. Anton shakes his head. Alex's going to be pissed. What my brother thinks is not my fucking priority right now. I roll my shirt sleeves up to my elbows. Despite a bullet to the shoulder, Felix insisted on staying behind to tidy up the mess, including the multiple men that we lost, while Anton and I brought Maxim to a safer location. Anton is right. My brother is going to pissed as hell, but I'm hoping that whatever information I can get out of Maxim will make up for my colossal fuck-up. Maxim starts to stir, his head hanging forward as he groans in pain. The side of his head is caked in blood from where I slammed the barrel of my gun against it to knock him out. But that will be the least of his worries if he decides not to cooperate. So, Daddy thought he'd send you to do his dirty work. I grip Maxim's dark hair, lifting his head up. His lips are pulled back over his teeth as he glares at me. You walked right into that one, Koslov, he laughs. Perhaps, I shrug. But I guess it turned out in my favor, considering you're the one tied to a fucking chair. I land a swift kick to his shin, and a smile tugs at my lips as he winces. I'm going to have some fun with this. You're wasting your time. Maxim pants, his tongue darting out to wet his cracked lips. Maybe, but maybe not. Because, trust me, I have no issue slitting your throat regardless of whether or not you talk, so you might as well make your death mean something. I let go of his hair and step back. The only person my father trusts is himself. I don't miss the sour tone in his voice. You want me to believe that Igor didn't disclose any information to you? Yeah, right. You're his oldest son. You're set to inherit his empire, so don't fucking play me with that bullshit. I don't know anything. So I guess we are done here. I turn my back on Maxim. Anton, hand me your blade. Anton reaches inside his jacket and pulls out a 6-inch knife. His face grim as he turns it handle first toward me. Wait, Maxim yells. I know about the affair. I pause, my fingers hovering over the handle of the blade. What do you know? I glance over my shoulder. I know that there was a son. I glance at Anton, whose face pales. I snatch the knife off him and stalk back over to Maxim as my heart rate begins to quicken. I press the tip of the blade into Maxim's throat. His face pales as he looks between Anton and me. There is a son. His name is Lev. He only recently learnt that Igor isn't his real father. A thin sheen of sweat breaks out over Maxim's top lip as he glances at the blade, though it shouldn't have been a surprise to him. My eyes narrow. Why? Maxim pulls against the restraints, but winces as the rope burns his skin. Igor used him as his very own punching bag, and Lev never understood why. The poor bastard had to take the brunt of our father's rage. That information isn't worth your life. I press the knife in deep enough to cut the skin slightly, so I suggest you keep talking. What do you want to know? What do you know about Alfonso Morano? He works for my father. I bite back a curse as I lower the blade and turn to face Anton. You want to kill him now? Anton asks, but I shake my head, pocketing the knife as I think about what to do. That will only enrage Igor more. I rub at my jaw. I suggest we lock him up in one of the cells. He's more useful to us if he's alive, and from the looks of it, I reckon he'll be willing to spill a lot more information on his father if it means keeping his life. You're marrying her, right? Maxim calls out. Lucia. My body tenses at the sound of Lucia's name on his lips. I turn around to face Maxim. That's none of your fucking business. Oh, I beg to differ, Koslov. His lips pull back in a sneer. You should be fucking thanking me, by the way. Why the fuck would I thank you? I step toward him. Because I shaped her into the woman she is today. Maxim smirks. She likes it rough, huh? It takes a second for me to register what he's talking about. It was you. You're the one who locked her up in that room and fucking threatened to rape her. I want to end this fucker. Anton steps slightly in front of me. But I won't let anything get in my way now. I know that Maxim Ivanov is the reason for Lucia's nightmares. She's still talking about me. Maxim has on a sly grin that has me seeing red. Mikhail, Anton yells, but I barely hear him over the roaring in my head. Before he has a chance to stop me, my fist smashes into Maxim's jaw. He cries out in pain as a bone cracks with the impact, but that is just the beginning. I land a few more punches to his face, splitting the skin over my knuckles before Anton locks his arms around me and tries to pull me away. But I fight him off. He fucking touched her. I slam my fist into Maxim's nose. We need him alive. I'm barely listening. Reaching for my knife, I slice through the ropes binding his ankles and wrists and haul Maxim to his feet. Mikhail, Anton starts, but I ignore him as I start to drag Maxim back outside toward the SUV. Mikhail. I throw Maxim to the ground before opening up the trunk. Where the fuck are you taking him? Anton yells. Straight to Alexei. The sooner I can put a bullet through his head, the better. The sound of a gun safety clicking off catches my attention. I whirl around to find Maxim pointing my gun straight at my head. The fucker must have pulled it free when my back was turned, and I was too lost in my own rage to notice. "Mikhail," Anton yells. I lunge for Maxim, grabbing hold of his wrists to try and dislodge his aim, but he's strong despite his injuries. Sending a knee into his abdomen, I get Maxim to stumble forward, and I glance down to find the gun now aimed straight for my chest. A shot is fired, and I brace for the pain. But it never comes. Maxim's body jolts, and then falls to the floor with a thump, revealing a panting Anton lowering his gun. I stare down into the unseeing eyes of Maxim Ivanov. What the fuck are we supposed to do now? 27. Lucia. I don't know how long I've been sitting at my father's bedside. Elle came by to drop off some clothes, so I'm no longer wearing my wedding dress, but I still smell the coppery twang of his blood on my skin. I've never seen my father look so weak, so small. Please don't die. My eyes go to the tattoo of my name on his neck, and my heart breaks in two. We might have our differences, but despite it all, he's still my father, and he's the only parent I have left. I can't lose him. Mikhail eventually returns, dressed in a fresh shirt and pants and smelling of sandalwood and mint. I don't ask him where he went because I'm not sure I want to know, and I'm not sure he'd tell me even if I did. "I'm taking you home, Kisa. Elle is going to stay with your father so you can get some sleep." "I can't. I'll call you if anything changes." My cousin looks just as tired as I do, but I appreciate her offering to stay with my father. He's the closest thing she has left to a parent, so I know she'll be hurting just as much as I am. I glance at Mikhail, and I know that this is a fight I won't be able to win, so I reluctantly follow him out of the room. I barely register the drive back to Alexei's mansion. I keep my eyes down, trying not to wince as the gravel crunches beneath the tires, reminding me of the sound of the ambulance as it raced down the drive toward my father's bleeding body. A sob escapes me as Mikhail parks the car and darts around to my side and opens up the door. "I've got you." He lifts me out of the car, and I bury my face in his shirt, keeping my eyes screwed shut as he carries me upstairs. I feel like a child as Mikhail sets me down on the bed while he runs me a bath. I'm so exhausted that I don't even have the energy to undress myself. Mikhail does it all without complaint, and the combination of the scalding hot water followed by the feeling of the silk sheets against my skin soon pulls me into a deep sleep. By the time I wake, the sky outside is clear. My limbs feel stiff, and there's a dull ache in my temples, but I feel marginally better after getting some rest. I find my phone on the bedside table, and I quickly reach for it and scan through my messages. There's at least 10 from Elle giving me updates on my father, but it seems his condition hasn't changed. There's also several from Bianca and Zara wishing me well, and letting me know I can call them at any time if I need anything. And there's not a single message from Kara or Macy, not that I'm surprised or even annoyed. If anything, their silence only makes me more grateful for the new friends I've made in Zara and Bianca. My phone tells me it's almost 3 in the afternoon, and I groan as my stomach cramps. I'm not hungry in the slightest, but I know I should probably force something down seeing as I've not eaten in over 24 hours. So I quickly get dressed and head downstairs into the kitchen, where I find Mikhail busy by the stove. The moment he sees me, he crosses the kitchen and wraps his arms around me, pulling me tight against his chest. I sink my fingers into the soft material of his black t-shirt that shows off his tattooed arms. Where is everyone? Bianca and Zara have taken the kids to Dimitri's place. My brothers are currently with them. I relax a little. I'm glad they're all okay. "And I'm glad that you're okay," he murmurs against my hair. He puts his hands on my shoulders, guiding me over to the table. "Now, I want you to eat something." "I want to go back to the hospital." Mikhail takes the seat beside me, reaching for my hand. Solnishka, I think you should stay away for a few days. Absolutely not. I snatch my hand out of his grip. You can't keep me from my father. Believe me, I don't want to, but Igor could easily intercept us. I don't care. But I do. I jump. Mikkel rubs at his jaw as he looks at me. I could have lost you yesterday, Lucia, so forgive me if I'm a little on edge. And I could lose my father. I have to be there for him. We both know you can't keep me in this house. I'll only find a way to get out. The muscle in Mikkel's jaw ticks as he shakes his head. Not today. I need to go into the city to speak with Anton. Can't you drop me off on the way to the city? I'm not leaving you unattended. You did last night. Circumstances have changed. Like what? I don't like the way that Mikkel is refusing to meet my eyes. Mikkel, what aren't you telling me? He runs his fingers through his dark hair, messing up the strands, as he seems to battle with himself over whether or not to tell me the truth. Mikkel, please. There was something that I needed to take care of last night, and it resulted in Igor's son getting killed. It's only a matter of time before Igor learns of Maxim's death, and he's going to want revenge, so I need to take every precaution to make sure you're safe. I know this information should frighten me, but if anything, it only makes me more anxious to see my father. Mikkel, if something happens to my father and I'm not there, my voice cracks and my eyes start to well with tears. Please. He sighs, pulling out his phone. Maybe I can ask Dmitri to take you. I reach for his hand and squeeze it once. Thank you. Mikkel stays with me until Dmitri arrives an hour later, making sure to give his older brother firm instructions not to let me out of his sight. For a moment, I fear that Mikkel might change his mind from the anxious glances he keeps sending my way as he speaks to Dmitri. But in the end, he lets us go. I'll see you in a few hours. I push up on my tiptoes to kiss him. I'll miss you. His fingers dig into my waist, pulling me tight against him as he kisses me harder, his tongue gently teasing my lower lip. I'll be waiting for you, he says before letting me go. You bring out a different side to my brother, Dmitri comments as we walk down the steps toward his car. One I haven't seen since our parents died. Is that a good thing? I open the passenger side door. It's a very good thing, Lucia. I stay quiet as Dmitri drives us over to the hospital, my head too full of what-ifs to bother with polite conversation. I don't know Dmitri that well, but I figure we're going to be family at some point, so I can let the mask drop for right now. I'll wait out here, Dmitri says, breaking the silence as we reach my father's room. Just shout if you need anything. Thank you. Elle is exactly where I left her yesterday, curled up in the chair with her eyes glued to the beeping monitors. When she sees me, her entire body sags as she rubs her eyes. There's no change, but the doctor said he'd stop by in an hour to do another check. I drop my bag down onto the cot and move to stand at my father's other side, reaching for his hand, ignoring how strange it feels without all the rings. Thank you for staying with him. I was happy to. She stifles a yawn. He might be a hard bastard, but he's all I have left too. I swallow the lump in my throat as I look at my cousin. I sometimes forget all that she's gone through, and despite it all, she still manages to shoulder on with such strength. It gives me hope that I'll be able to get through this too. She fights another yawn. Do you want me to sit with you? You can go. Call me if you need anything. She gets to her feet, giving me a quick hug before disappearing out the door, leaving me alone with Papa once more. My father and I might not have the easiest relationship, but he's still my Papa. I love him, and I'm not ready to say goodbye to him yet. I have no idea if he can hear me or not, but I want him to know that he's not alone. I bend down. Papa, if you wake up, I promise not to be a pain in your ass for the rest of my life. I'll be an angel child like Federico. I'll marry Mikkel and give you dozens of little grandbabies, so you can't die. Otherwise, they're never going to meet their no. A stabbing pain tears through my stomach, doubling me over. Ow, I hiss through my teeth as another cramp hits. I clutch my abdomen as I try to breathe through the pain. Now is not the time, Mother Nature. I think I have enough to deal with, don't you? Despite the worsening cramps, I stay with my father until the doctor comes, wanting to speak with him myself before heading home. It seems his condition is stable, but they want to leave him in the coma for a few more days while he recovers from the bleeding in his brain. I hate to leave him, but hospital food sucks, and I smell like hospital. I want to go home and shower before getting Mikkel to bring me back later, once he's finished up with Anton. How is he? Dmitri asks as I close the door to my father's room. Dmitri stands with his hands in his pockets, his appearance almost identical to Mikkel's, except for the slight curl to his hair and the stubble that coats his jaw. No change. Can you please take me back home? Dmitri offers me a sympathetic smile before leading us toward the exit. Do you mind if I pop in here? I point to the hospital drugstore. Dmitri hesitates, a deep frown appearing between his eyebrows. Don't worry, I'm not getting sleeping pills to sneak into your coffee. I just need some tampons. Oh, sure, I'll wait out here. I fight the urge to roll my eyes. These men don't bat an eye at torturing guys to death, but the mention of feminine hygiene products has them acting all squeamish. I head inside and make my way to the aisle, which stocks the supplies I need. Grabbing a box of tampons, my eyes flick to the shelf below and I freeze. I start doing the math in my head, allowing myself a few extra days as my cycle is anything but regular. But according to the dates, my period is very late, which is unusual even for me. I really don't need this right now. I grab a test, hoping that the stress of the last few weeks will explain my lack of period, and it's not because Mikkel's gone and knocked me up with his super Russian sperm. I quickly pay and stuff the supplies into my bag so Dmitri won't notice. Though from the way I bounce my knees up and down on the drive back to Forest Hills, I'm surprised that he doesn't ask if I've taken something. My body is a bundle of nerves as I think about the possibility of a baby. After everything that Mikkel and I have gone through, I'm worried that we're not ready for such a big step. I know we were meant to be married right now, but marriage is very different to having a child. I think of Bianca and Zara with their kids, and wonder if I even have what it takes to be a mother. Though I have no doubt in my mind that Mikkel will make a wonderful father. I'm happy to stay until Mikkel gets back, Dmitri offers as we cross over the threshold into the house. Oh no, that's okay. I was just going to go and take a nap, and there's plenty of guards around to keep an eye on things. I'm sure Zara wants you home. He hesitates again. I'll be fine, Dmitri. I smile at him. Okay, well, give me a call if you need anything. I keep my face locked in a smile as I shut the door. Once the sound of the tires crunching over the gravel reaches me, I bolt up the stairs and into my bedroom, locking the door behind me before heading into the bathroom. I look inside my panties to see if there are any signs of my period. When there aren't, I groan. I can't believe I'm doing this. I grab the pregnancy test out of my bag and get to work shimmying my leggings down my thighs before perching myself on the toilet. Once I'm finished, I set the test down on the side of the sink and set a timer on my phone. 2 minutes suddenly seems like a lifetime. I pace around the bathroom, fiddling with the gold locket around my neck as I wait. My heart is racing in my chest, and I feel as if I'm going to throw up from the anxiety. In just a few short weeks, how have I gone from partying until the sun comes up, to being betrothed to a man I couldn't stand, to falling in love with him and having my father get shot on our wedding day to potentially be carrying his child? It's enough to make my head spin. I better not be pregnant, because I need a fucking drink. The timer bleeps, and the air leaves my lungs as I pick up the stick and stare down at the 2 pink lines. Oh fuck. I'm pregnant. But I don't have a chance for the news to sink in as a huge crash reverberates through the house. And I jump, the test slipping through my fingers as I clutch the locket around my neck. Glass shatters somewhere. What the fuck? Something's wrong. Mikkel, I breathe. I throw open the bathroom door and rush across the room. Peeling open my bedroom door, I catch the sound of shouting coming from the foyer, followed by loud grunts and more crashes as furniture is thrown about. Mikkel, I call out. A gunshot echoes from somewhere downstairs, followed by the heavy thud of a body hitting the floor. No, I sob as I race down the hallway toward the stairs. The huge window that looks out over the driveway shatters as more bullets are fired, and I fall to the ground, throwing my arms over my head to shield myself. This can't be happening. Not again. I can't lose Mikkel too. Panting, I crawl forward and peer through the railings to see if I can see him. Every one of the guards has been slaughtered, their blood staining the marble floor, but there's no sign of Mikkel. I swallow a sob as I reach for my phone. I can only hope he's still in the city. At least that way, he won't have to bear witness to my death if he can't reach me in time. My thoughts stray to the positive test, and for a moment, an image of what could have been flashes in my mind. Of Mikkel and me cuddling up together in his movie room with our kids as we watch old black and white films. Come back for me, I sob. My fingers are shaking so badly I can barely unlock my phone, but I manage to load up my call list. Just as I'm about to click on Mikkel's name, the device is knocked out of my hand, and I cry out as something sharp collides with the side of my head. There's nothing but pain before everything goes black. 28. MIKHL. I stand in the doorway of the damp cell, staring at the lifeless body of Maxim Ivanov. Do you think we should send him to Igor as a message? Felix asks. The bullet wound in his shoulder makes his movements a bit stiffer, but Felix takes it without complaint. According to Carlo, the hard ass pulled the bullet out himself before taking down 4 of Igor's men. It's why I keep him around. I want nothing more than to do that, but I can't risk Lucia's life like that. It would start an all-out war. Anton shakes his head. I think we're past worrying about that. This fucker took out Massimo and is coming for your bride, Mikkel, not to mention your half-brother too. I rub my hand over my jaw as I look at Maxim's body. Anton and I locked him away in one of the underground cells until we decide what to do with him, but I'm running out of time. Igor likely already knows we took him, and I can't risk him storming my family's residence again. I look at Felix. Take him to Igor's warehouse. Make it look like he's been there the whole time. As much as I want to take credit for ending this fucker's life, I need to be sensible here. It will send enough of a message to Igor without directly linking his death to us. For all he knows, he just got caught in the crossfire and his body was lost behind crates. Felix nods. Antos steps forward. I'll go with him. You should get back to Lucia. Keep me updated. As I slide behind the wheel, I quickly check my phone to see a few messages from Dmitri letting me know Lucia is safe, and that they're heading home, as well as an update on Massimo from Lucia. My body relaxes slightly, a smile tugging my lips as I read her name, and I want nothing more than to hold her in my arms. It's all the motivation I need to get back to Forest Hills as quickly as possible. But it seems I wasn't quick enough. I spot the shattered windows immediately, and my blood runs cold. I slam my foot on the pedal, the gravel flying around my tires as I race down the drive toward the house. My pulse quickens in my neck, as I grab my gun out of the center console and click off the safety. The smart thing to do would be to call my brothers for backup, but I don't want to waste time that I might not have. I sprint across the gravel and up the front steps, my gun aimed and ready. But the moment I step over the threshold, I realize I've walked straight into a nightmare. Fuck. Bodies of the guards litter the foyer. The place has been ransacked, with end tables flipped over and glass from the windows shattered all over the floor. I press my back to the wall, holding my breath as I try to listen for any sign of movement. The house is eerily quiet. The only sound is the pounding of my heartbeat in my ears as I scan the foyer. From the looks of things, there wasn't much of a fight. This attack was carefully planned, and our guys didn't stand a chance. Keeping my gun ready, I step out of my hiding place and make myself known to any intruders who might have overstayed their welcome. LUCIA, I race through the house, but the only response is the glass crunching beneath my feet. LUCIA, storming up the stairs, I run to our room and throw open the door. Other than the unmade bed, the place is exactly as I left it this morning, with no sign of a struggle. But that doesn't mean she's safe. Pulling out my phone, I open up my tracking app and click on Lucia's name. I might have given her my mother's necklace as a romantic gesture, but it also served a purpose as I hid a tracking device inside the locket in case something like this were to happen. I just never expected to need to use it so soon. The icon buffers for a moment before zooming across the city and landing on a location in Brooklyn. Fuck, I roar as I slam my fist into the wall. Sprinting up the second flight of stairs, I head straight for Alexei's office to check the security footage. For once, I'm actually hoping that Lucia disobeyed my orders of coming straight home after the hospital, and somehow managed to persuade Dmitri to make a pit stop along the way. I log onto the computer and load up the footage from the last 2 hours. Switching between the cameras, I watch in horror as I spot Lucia dart from the bedroom toward the stairs. She drops to her knees as the window above her smashes and crawls toward the banister. Bile burns my throat as a huge figure, dressed in black, approaches her from behind and slams his gun into the side of her head, knocking her unconscious. Zooming in, I spot the signature snake tattoo of Alfonso Morano peeking out from the collar of his jacket. You fucking bastard. I curse myself for being so caught up in revenge that I didn't see the trap right in front of me. Even when I planned for such things, I still allowed myself to get distracted. Perhaps Alexei was right to hold off on giving me more responsibility within the Bratva. It's clear that I can't be trusted to keep a level head when it comes to Lucia and her safety. I close out the tracking app and open up my call log and dial Alexei. I need all of you at the house now. What's going on? Alfonso has Lucia. The entire house has been fucking ransacked. All the guards are dead. What? I wasn't notified of a break-in. Seems they hacked the security system, but left the camera footage for me to find. Fuck. I can't find Dmitri either. Dmitri is with me. What? He was meant to be keeping an eye on her. I roar. Mikhail, I need you to chill the fuck out. I suggest you go back through the footage while you wait for us to get there. I must watch the security footage a dozen more times by the time my brothers and Anton arrive at the house. Daniel's way of greeting is by pouring me a drink and practically forcing it down my throat. Better. Not even a little bit. I glance across the room at Dmitri. You better have a fucking good reason for leaving her here alone. To my surprise, my brother only shakes his head, his face grave as his eyes meet mine. Not one that will make you forgive me. Alexei moves to my side and puts his hand on my shoulder. Show me the tape. I grind my teeth and turn my attention back to the computer monitors, rewinding the tapes once again. My brothers and Anton crowd around the desk and watch the footage of Alphonse taking out Lucia and throwing her unconscious body over his shoulder. Alexei reaches forward and pauses it, zooming in on the tattoo that confirms her attacker as Alfonso. Fuck. I have her location. I show them the live location tracker on my phone. She's at some house in Brooklyn. I'll send the location to Rurik to find out who it belongs to. Dmitri pulls out his phone. Does it fucking matter? We all know Igor is the one who's really behind this. Mikhail, we need to know what we're walking into. Alexei tightens his grip on my shoulder, but I shrug him off, needing to put some space between us before I lose my shit. Getting to my feet, I stalk over to the drinks cart and grab the vodka, pulling the stopper out with my teeth and spitting it out before taking a large swig straight from the bottle. Dmitri paces before the fireplace, his phone glued to his ear, no doubt in conversation with his own private investigator. Alexei and Anton watch the rest of the security footage, while Daniel stays close to my side. I'm not a fucking flight risk, Daniel. Never said you were. He crosses his arms over his chest. But I suggest you use me as a punching bag and not Dmitri. He feels bad enough as it is. He'll feel a hell of a lot worse if anything happens to Lucia. Dmitri glances in my direction, and I let the fury show on my face. The last thing I care about is sparing my brother's feelings. I trusted him. Alexei gets to his feet as Dmitri ends the call with Rurik. Alexei tucks his hands into his pockets. What did he say? Alphonse has been whispering to anyone who will listen that he's involved in a big plan to take us out. I scoff. That's not exactly news to us. 2 attacks in 2 days. I think it's pretty clear what the plan is, Dmitri. Mikhail, Daniel warns. What the fuck are we waiting around for? I have her fucking location, so let's go. Anton throws his arms in the air and walks straight into another trap. Alexei's glare zeroes in on him. Another trap. Fuck. I take another swig of vodka, my eyes burning through Anton S. At this point, I couldn't care less what's waiting for us. I'd happily have the blood of 100 men on my hands if it means getting Lucia back. Alexei shakes his head. No one is doing anything without a plan. Fuck the plan, I'm going now. I grab my discarded gun off the desk, tucking it into my pocket. Anton blocks the door. Calm the fuck down, Mikkel. You're no use to Lucia if you're dead. I'd rather die than wait around like a sitting duck while Igor murders her. I'm about to lunge for Anton, but Alexei steps in front of him. I suggest you take a moment to compose yourself, Brat. Otherwise, this will turn into a bloodbath. Your top-notch security system already did that for us. Alexei's dark eyes darken with anger, but he doesn't deny it. I know I shouldn't be taking this out on Alexei. I'm only masking my guilt, but the thought of losing Lucia because of my lack of judgment is too much for me to bear. Not only that, but once Igor learns of the role I played in his son's death, I can only imagine the sort of revenge he'll plan. He won't stop until he's slaughtered every member of my family, and I'll have no one to blame but myself. Alexei crosses his arms over his chest. We need to figure out Igor's angle before we go storming in there. I've already lost too many men because we've been ill-prepared. Dmitri stares at him. What do you suggest? We need eyes on the location. Alexei turns to Anton. Find out how many men he has stationed there. On it, Anton pulls out his phone. We also need to consider the possibility that the tracker has been placed there on purpose. This time, Alexei looks at me, and my shoulders start to sag under the weight of my reality. Fuck. He's right, but I can't just stand here and do nothing. Whether she is there or not, it is a starting point. It might have some clues about where she is if they took her elsewhere. You have an hour, and then I'm going to get her, with or without you. 29. Lucia. Forcing my eyes open, I glance around the tiny room where I'm being held. There's no light except for the sliver that creeps in under the gap in the door, but it's enough for me to realize that there's nothing here except for the chair I'm sitting on. Fucking great. As I pull against the restraints that bind me to the chair, I try not to imagine the life I thought I was going to have with Mikkel. With each minute that passes, I know it's slipping further and further out of reach, and my heart breaks a little more. I always knew it would be risky to let down my guard enough to experience the sort of pleasure that I have come to crave with Mikkel. And not just the kind in the bedroom, but from the simple things such as the way he tucks my hair behind my ear or the slight twitch of his lips as he tries not to laugh at whatever inappropriate comment I've made. Perhaps I should be thankful for the throbbing pain in my head. It's providing a welcome distraction from the gut-wrenching pain in my chest at the thought of never seeing Mikkel again, never wrapping myself in his arms as we fall asleep. I'm not sure if the ringing in my ears is from my screams or from the aftermath of the blow I took to the head that knocked me out. Either way, it won't stop, and my throat feels dry and raw. But none of this is new territory. I would think having been kidnapped before that I would have learned a thing or two, but it turns out I'm just as fucking clueless as I was at 15. The only difference is that this time I have so much more to lose. I've been broken before and managed to stitch myself back together piece by piece until I was a close enough image of my original self, and I'm grateful for the invisible scars. They remind me to always be on my guard. But then I met Mikkel, and everything changed. I knew that if I had him by my side, then I would never have to experience pain like that again because he had me. So, I lowered my guard and let myself imagine a life with him. I started to believe that I could have my happily ever after because of him. How wrong I was. A strangled sound spills from my lips as I look up and spot a small window, my only link to the outside world. The sky is dark, but I have no idea whether only hours have passed or days. I've been here before, and I know all too well how time likes to slow down when you're staring death in the face. And my death is wearing the face of Alfonso Morano, who's coming to finish what he started. I remember seeing the snake tattoo on his neck as he bound me to the chair. His stale breath on my cheek as he told me how I would be long dead before anyone even realized I was missing. It comes to me in flashes, my mind barely registering the difference between a memory and a dream. The pregnancy test. The shattered windows. The blood. I think of the 2 pink lines and the baby that is probably barely the size of a fingernail growing inside me. Of Mikkel, and the fact that he's going to eventually find that test long after I'm dead. Oh God, I sob as bile burns my throat. Mikkel. I slam my mouth shut at the sound of footsteps approaching. This is it. This is my end. I send out one last silent prayer to Mikkel, hoping that he's only seconds away from storming the place, because I'm not sure how much fight I have left in me. The sound of metal scraping against metal fills my ears, and then the door is swinging open, revealing the silhouette of a man. 1 minute, he's nothing but shadow, and the next, he flicks a switch, and the room floods with light. I blink once, twice, as I realize the man standing in the doorway is not Alfonso Morano. Igor, I breathe. Hello, Lucia. I bristle at the way he purrs my name. I've seen enough pictures of the man to know he's fucking terrifying, from the towering frame and shaved head down to the half-chewed off lobe on his right ear. His dress shirt and pants cling to his heavily muscled body, though the weathered lines on his face give his age away. My body silently screams at me to run, but I'm bound so tight that there's no chance of me leaving this room except for in a body bag. Where are my manners? Igor's tongue darts out to wet his lower lip. I should apologize for ruining your wedding. Tell me, Lucia, how's your father? If I didn't know what this man was capable of, I might have believed his sympathy. But Igor Ivanov doesn't have a sympathetic bone in his body. Dead for all I know. I wish, but no, it turns out your father is hard to kill. Igor chuckles, the sound making the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Even with multiple bullets in his chest, he still clings to life. He has a lot to live for. Unlike you, you heartless fucking prick. Igor's gray eyes narrow as he moves to crouch in front of me, the muscles of his shoulders straining against his navy shirt. I would have preferred him to have a swift death. Igor shrugs, if only to prevent you from suffering so much. My suffering clearly doesn't seem to bother you. I pull against my restraints. Igor laughs, bracing his hands on his thighs as he looks up at me. I'd be curious to see how you would fare taking over from your father. You have guts, I'll give you that. If I wasn't in such a hurry to take out the Koslovs, I'd have liked to have given you a few years at the top just to see what you could achieve. I keep my mouth shut about my brother back in Italy. I have no doubt that Igor is aware of Federico's movements, but I refuse to remind him of the rightful heir to my father's empire. If my father survives, I don't want him waking up to the news that both of his children have been murdered. But it seems Igor doesn't appreciate my silence from the way he pulls his hand back and slaps it across my cheek. I hiss at the sting, though the pain is welcome. It means I'm not dead. Yet, I just gave you the highest compliment, ungrateful bitch. You want a fucking thank you card. I'd watch your tone, girl. Or what, you gonna tie me to a chair? Oh wait, you already did that. I could tie you to something much more fun. He must see the color drain from my face as a cruel smile tugs at his lips. So, I suggest you keep the snide remarks to a minimum. Why? We both know you're going to kill me anyway. Not until Mikkel arrives. I want him to see the light drain from your eyes. Igor gets to his feet. So, how much you suffer is on him. I guess we'll see how much he really cares about you. Mikkel will kill you. Igor laughs. You truly believe that? Yes. Whatever keeps your spirits up, sweetheart. It's no fun torturing someone who's already given up. I wouldn't know. Igor laughs again. Oh, we'll have some fun, you and me. What are you trying to achieve here? I've done nothing to you. Oh, believe me, darling, you have. His expression turns cold, but I refuse to back down. Whatever twisted game you're playing with my father, it's time you called it off. The Koslovs are my family now, and they don't take lightly to having one of their own being kidnapped and tortured. They will come for you. Why do you think I took you? Igor tucks his hands into his pockets as he leans against the doorframe. I want the entire Koslov Bratva to show up on my fucking doorstep, so I can personally put a bullet between the eyes of each one of them as payback for what their father did to me. An image flashes in my mind of Mikkel, lying in my arms as blood pours from his wounds, his dark eyes slowly losing that slight sparkle they get when he's amused. They never knew until recently. They weren't the ones who hurt you. I don't give a fuck. Igor pushes off the doorway and stalks toward me. I hold my breath as he bends down, his face barely an inch from mine. There's nothing but cold-blooded rage in his eyes, and I have no doubt that he won't stop until he's claimed the lives of Mikkel's entire family. My thoughts turn to Bianca and Zara, to Leo and the twins, and I choke back a sob. It turns out I'm not above begging. It might be too late for me, but I'll be damned if I let this monster anywhere near them. Please, have kids. I don't give a fuck, sweetheart. If anything, it only makes their deaths even sweeter. Those kids will grow up, and they'll fucking come after you. I pull against my restraints, the rope rubbing my skin raw. See, that's where you're wrong. It seems you're failing to understand here, sweetheart. so let me spell it out for you. Once I've finished taking out Alexei and his band of merry fucking men, I'm turning my attention to the rest of his fucking bloodline. I have no qualms with putting a bullet in the skull of a child, believe me. My urge to vomit intensifies. You're a monster, I whisper. I'm no more of a monster than your precious Mikkel. You do well not to forget who he truly is, Lucia. A phone rings. My breath hitches, wondering if it's one of his men calling to inform him of Mikkel's arrival. Igor keeps his eyes locked on mine as he reaches into the pockets of his pants and pulls his phone out. I do my best to keep my face neutral as my pulse quickens in my neck, but as I watch the color slowly drain from Igor's face, the last of my hope vanishes. Without another word to me, Igor turns his back and stalks from the room, slamming the door shut behind him. At least he left the light on. I glance over at the tiny window, and a hysterical laugh escapes me. Even if I could get free of my restraints, there's no way in hell I could squeeze through such a small gap. I guess that's why he put me in here. My only hope is Mikkel, and that thought has another laugh escaping my lips. If past me could have looked into the future and seen me now, tied to a chair and begging for my life and the lives of those I love, she would have thought me a lovesick fool to land myself in such a position after what I had gone through when I was 15. But I have no regrets. I'd rather die having loved Mikkel than never having loved him at all. 30. MIKHL. The hour is up. Alexei rallied our men quicker than expected, and were climbing into SUVs and racing toward the location of Lucia's necklace as the clock chimes the hour. I've lost count of the amount of weapons I've strapped to my body. I have no idea what I'm walking into, but I'm not about to take any chances, not when Lucia's life is on the line. Dmitri turns to us the moment we pull up to the house where Lucia is meant to be. Daniel and I will wait in the car. To a passerby, it's nothing more than a suburban house sitting on at least an acre of land, with a perfectly manicured front lawn and freshly painted shutters. In a matter of seconds, that illusion will be shattered. We have to assume that this is a setup, so we need to ensure we're ready to make a getaway if it all goes to shit. Good idea, I nod, turning to Alexei, who's slotting a fresh magazine into his gun. I take it you're coming with me. Wouldn't have it any other way. I reach out to grasp my brother's hand. He squeezes mine. Let's go and get your girl. As I climb out of the car, my body hones in on the task at hand. Get to Lucia. I barely register the gunshots as Alexei, Anton, and I storm the house alongside our men. The coppery twang of blood, the grunts of pain as I put bullets in chests are lost to me. My mind quietens as I clear a path through the house. When we come to a set of stairs that leads from the basement all the way up to the higher floors, I pause. I look at Alexei and nod up the stairs. You go this way, Anton and I will hit the basement. Alexei nods, signaling Felix and Carlo to follow behind him. Anton appears at my side, spitting bloody drool onto the concrete before wiping his mouth on the back of his hand. Some fucker thought he could take me out with a punch to the jaw. I hope you put a bullet through his head. Anton grins, showing his blood-stained teeth. Course I fucking did. Well, you're going to have to do it again, because we've got company. I jerk my chin in the direction of the stairway leading down to the basement, where 4 men are now heading our way. Anton and I quickly take out the first 2, their bodies going down and knocking the others off their feet like bowling pins, buying us enough time to get down the stairs. Though what I wasn't expecting to find at the bottom was Alfonso himself. You fucker, I roar as he stalks down the corridor toward me, a feral smile on his lips as he aims his gun right at my chest. Missed me, he smirks. You really should get that tattoo of yours lasered. I aim my gun at his head, It makes it all too easy to find you. Perhaps I wanted to be found, Koslov. You won't be saying that when you're dead. One of the men blocking my path starts to climb to his feet, groaning. Alfonso's eyes flicker to the man, and I take my chance. I pull the trigger, sending a bullet straight into his chest. Alfonso's eyes go wide as he stares down at the patch of blood on his shirt that grows larger by the second. He stumbles back a few steps, clutching at his chest as he gasps before collapsing on the floor. I stalk toward him, ready to make the killing blow. Mikhail. Lucia, my blood freezes. She's alive. I look down at Alfonso, whose face is contorted in pain as he clutches his chest. It seems this fucker is not wanting to die. Mikhail, she cries again, and the air leaves my lungs. Go, I've got this. Anton slaps me on the shoulder. Lucia needs you. Right on cue, she screams my name again, and I take off. Lucia, I roar as I sprint down the corridor. Mikhail. Her voice filters through the door at the end, and I race toward her, almost slipping on the damp floor. I reach for the iron bolt that's keeping the door locked, but it's stiff as hell. Mikhail, Lucia sobs. Screw this. I take a few steps back. With a deep breath, I launch myself at the door, sending my shoulder into the wood with such force that the bolt breaks off, and the door swings open to reveal Lucia tied to a chair in the center of the room. Lucia, I stumble inside. Her ankles are bound with rope, and her wrists are tied behind her back. Her skin is pale and clammy, and there's a significant amount of dried blood on the side of her head, no doubt from the blow Alfonso gave her that knocked her out. If he isn't already dead when I get Lucia out of here, he'll be wishing he was by the time I'm done with him. I reach into my pocket for my knife and get to work untying her ankles. With every strangled sound Lucia makes, my heart feels as if it's being cracked open. It's okay, Solnishka, you're okay. I gently massage her ankles. The skin is red and blistered from where she must have fought against the restraints. I keep repeating the words as I move behind her to untie her wrists. You're here, she sobs, her body trembling. Of course I'm here. I slice my knife through the ropes. She sags as her arms come free, and I move to pull her into my arms. I'm right here, I whisper, stroking her hair. I thought I'd never see you again. She buries her face in her hands. The red marks on her wrists catch my eye, and I try to ignore the bubbling rage inside me. Igor and Alphonse fucking hurt my girl, and I'll make sure they both suffer the consequences. SHH, it's okay. Tell me, Kisa, are you hurt? She shakes her head, lowering her hands from her face. Her eyes are red and swollen, and her cheeks are damp with tears. I reach out to wipe them away with my thumbs, hoping that my touch will bring her comfort. I want nothing more than to take her straight home, where I can spend the rest of my life taking care of her. But I can't ignore why we're here in the first place. Is Igor here? I glance around the small room. There's nothing here except the chair she was strapped to. My mouth goes dry as I think of how terrified she must have been. He was, but he left in a hurry. Did he say anything? I know this is a lot, Solnishka, but anything you can tell me will be helpful. Her lower lip trembles as she clings to my shirt. He got a call before he left. I didn't hear what it was about, but he seemed angry, livid even. She wipes at her cheeks, and I can tell from the worry in her face that there's more. Lucia, what is it? He's going to come for all of you. Even Leo and... Her voice cracks, and she buries her face in my chest. He can fucking try, but he's not going to get very far. I stroke her hair. Though my thoughts turn to Maxim, and I can't help but wonder the lengths that Igor will go to in order to avenge his son. I can only hope that my brothers and I get to him before Maxim's death costs us the lives of our entire family. Oh my God, I need to check if the baby is okay. Lucia looks panicked. Baby, I frown. What babies? My eyes flick to her stomach. My entire body freezes. I just found out, before, her hands move to her abdomen. You're pregnant. Lucia nods, her eyes filled with worry. Anton, I hope my voice carries down the corridor to him. I need to get Lucia to the hospital right fucking now. I'm an anxious wreck as I sit beside Lucia in the examination room at the hospital. I still can't believe that she's alive and that I managed to get to her in time. Now I just have to hope that our baby is okay. Our baby. I still can't quite believe this is all real. I need a fucking drink. Now, how far along do you think you are? Dr. Harlow asks as she takes a seat beside Lucia. I don't know. Lucia glances at me. I shrug, realizing that we've never once used protection. I sort of assumed it was taken care of as Lucia never brought it up, but it seems we were both irresponsible. But I don't regret it for 1 minute. Have you been actively trying then? No, we both say in unison. She glances nervously between us. So it's a happy surprise. Lucia glances at me, and I see the question in her eyes. A very happy surprise. I bring her knuckles to my lips. Lucia instantly relaxes as I offer her a reassuring smile. But it could be up to 6 weeks, Lucia says, frowning as she tries to do the math. The haunted house. I shake my head. It would be fitting that that's where our child was conceived. I don't remember a baby being on the bucket list. Her eyes dance with mischief. I wink at her before turning my attention back to the doctor, eager to know that everything is all right. Have you experienced any symptoms so far? Dr. Harlow squeezes some ultrasound gel onto the long probe. I had some cramping the day I took the test. Lucia looks at the probe warily. I tense. Why didn't you tell me? I try not to sound hurt. It was when Dmitri took me to visit my father. I took a test as soon as I got home, and then, her voice trails off, but she doesn't need to fill in the blanks. I know all too well what happened next. Some cramping is perfectly normal, Dr. Harlow explains. I squeeze Lucia's hand tighter, and she looks up at me with wide eyes. I can't even imagine how overwhelming this is for her, and it only makes me even more in awe of her. Shall we take a look, Mom and Dad? I can't seem to keep my hands off Lucia, needing to feel her warm skin beneath my fingers. I clutch her hand in mine as I gently stroke her hair with the other. Even though she barely flinches as the probe is inserted, my entire body is on alert, watching her face intently for any sign of pain or discomfort. Now, depending on how far along you are, we might not be able to hear a heartbeat yet, but don't panic. It typically only shows up after the 6-week mark, sometimes even 8, so it's nothing to worry about. Lucia lets out a breath as she squeezes my hand tighter, her eyes glued to the monitor. Dr. Harlow adjusts the probe slightly, and then a fast thumping sound filters out through the machine. There's the heartbeat. She smiles at Lucia. It's very strong, which is a good sign, and there's your baby. She points to the tiny bean-shaped dot on the screen. Oh my God, Lucia breathes, her expression one of complete awe. That's our baby. It sure is. Dr. Harlow presses a few buttons on the machine, and you look to be about 6 weeks along. I still can't quite believe that this is real. I love you so much, I murmur against Lucia's hair. She reaches up to cup me around the back of the neck, her fingers sinking into my hair as we both stare at the monitor. I love you too, Mikhail. Where are we going? Lucia asks as I pull out of the hospital parking lot. Where do you want to go? I glance over at her, and she's anxiously chewing on her lower lip. I don't want to go back to Alexei's just yet. Can we go to the townhouse? We can go wherever you want to, Solnishka. Lucia naps on the drive back to the city, and I take the opportunity to make a few calls to make sure that there are guards waiting at the townhouse. I'm not taking any chances, especially not now that it's not just Lucia's life at stake. I also check in on the status of Igor and Alphonse. Anton made sure to take care of the later, but Igor was nowhere to be found. By the time I pull up at the townhouse, 2 of my men are waiting outside the door. I greet them with a nod as I get out of the car and walk around to Lucia's side, hauling her into my arms. She stirs, peeling her eyes open as she realizes where she is. Go back to sleep. I hold her tight against my chest. I've got you. I take her upstairs to my room and settle her in the center of the large bed, tucking the sheets up around her. Once everything has calmed down, I make a mental note to move her things into my room. I never want to spend another night without her in my arms. Sleep tight, Solnishka, I whisper as I kiss her forehead. She lets out a contented sigh as she snuggles down into the bed. I want nothing more than to join her, but I have a few things I need to take care of first. After closing the door softly, I make my way to my office. I desperately need a drink to try and clear my head. I still can't quite believe that in a few short months I'm going to be a father. It's not something I ever pictured for myself, but I'm excited nonetheless. I keep the door to my office ajar in case Lucia wakes up. Even though she's only down the hall, I can't shake the anxiety that something is wrong. I've known what it is to live with her and without her, and without is not something I ever want to experience again. It will take some time to trust that she's safe. But until then, I'm going to act like the overprotective asshole that I always teased my older brothers for being around their women. Pouring a double vodka, I take a seat behind my desk. But before I turn on my computer, I spot a small red jewelry box with gilded edges beside the photo frame of my family. It's the last photo of all of us before my parents died, and it's something I cherish. I reach for the small box and flick open the lid. Fucking hell, I wrinkle my nose at the severed finger. I toss the box back on my desk, causing the finger to roll, revealing not only a small cursive tattoo along the edge, but a handwritten note beneath it. I straighten as I read the Russian cursive. It's a distinctive tattoo, one I have no problem recognizing as belonging to one of my men who should be outside my front door right now. But then I glance at the handwritten note beneath it, and my spine stiffens. The Koslov Bratva will pay. Fuck, I slam the lid of the box shut. My eyes flick to the photo on my desk, and an overwhelming sense of rage builds inside me. I have no doubt that this is a message from Igor. I reach for my phone and dial Alexei. What is it, Mikhail? My brother already sounds stressed. I received a little present, I suspect from Igor. Do I even want to know? Severed finger of one of the guards who is meant to be outside my townhouse right now. He's not going to fucking stop. He huffs out a breath. Do you both want to come back to Forest Hills? Lucia wants to stay away for a while. Understandable. Well, the offer always stands, or you could stay at the family penthouse. I appreciate that, Brat. I glance again at the photo and my chest tightens. If I have any chance of keeping my family safe, then it's about time I come clean to Alexei about Maxim. There's something else I was meaning to tell you. I take a deep breath. Anton and I were caught in an ambush at one of Igor's shipment locations, but we managed to capture Maxim. Igor's son. Yes. Shit, okay, where is he? He had to be taken care of. Fucking hell, Mikhail. As if Igor doesn't have enough reasons to come after us already. I bristle at my brother's tone. Anton made a call, and it saved my fucking life, so I'd take Igor's revenge plan over being dead any day. No shit, but that has added some serious fuel to the fire. Perhaps, but he did reveal some useful information. It better be really fucking useful, considering the price we'll have to pay for it. I grind my teeth as I fight the urge to snap at Alexei. He told me that our brother is named Lev, and he's still alive. Are you serious? I'm having Rosa look into it, but he seemed like he was telling the truth. And from the sounds of it, Lev might have had a bit of a shit time, so it's likely he'll be willing to turn against Igor if we can get to him. He's alive. I'm sorry I couldn't get much more. I rub at my jaw. It's still a lead, which is a hell of a lot more than we had before. He takes a deep breath, and I brace myself for a lecture, but it never comes. I'm proud of how you handled all of this, Mikkel. You've really stepped up in the last few weeks. Because of you, we're one step closer to taking Igor down. I release the breath I didn't realize I was holding as I allow myself to accept the praise. I appreciate that, Alexei. It's well-deserved. Now, please go and get rid of that fucking finger. I was actually just about to send it to Dmitri for safekeeping. Fucking hell, Alexei laughs. I think Lucia has been rubbing off on you. I take that as a compliment, Brat. 31. Lucia. I never thought I would get to wake up beside Mikkel again. The thought makes my eyes sting, and I snuggle closer to him, inhaling his intoxicating scent as I wrap my arms around his waist. Morning, Kisa, he murmurs as he tightens his arms around me. Did you sleep? His voice is rich and gravelly as he rouses from sleep. Pretty good, considering the circumstances. I rest my cheek on his chest. May I ask you a question? Anything, Solnishka. Solnishka, Kisa, what do those words mean? He kisses the top of my head and smiles. Solnishka means little son, and Kisa means pussycat. Oh my God, no way. I burst out laughing. He chuckles but sounds confused. Lucia, what is it? You have been calling me pussycat this all time. He nods, frowning. Why? Remember what I used to call you at the beginning. Coochie something. I nod, laughing. Cucciolo, do you have any idea what that means? He frowns harder, shaking his head. It means puppy. We have been calling each other pussycat and puppy while fighting like cats and dogs. I roll over with laughter. Puppy, you were calling me puppy, what the hell? But then he starts laughing too. When we calm down, he kisses me, and I just take the moment in. I'll never take a moment for granted again, with him or anyone else. Is there any update on my papa? L's been with him, and she's been giving me updates, but there's been no change. Mikkel soothingly traces circles on my back. I want to see him today. My stomach does the loudest rumble. Mikkel nods. You can, but first you need to eat something. I grumble as I push off his chest, but he wraps an arm around my waist and pulls me back down. Stay here, I'll bring you something to eat. He kisses me softly. I roll my eyes, but don't fight him as he climbs out of bed. I admire the powerful lines of his body and the intricate tattoos that cover his back as he pulls on a pair of shorts. I think it's going to take a while for me to realize that this is not a dream, that I really do get to wake up next to Mikkel every morning. While I wait for him to return, I lie back against the pillows and rest my hands on my abdomen. How is it that in a few short weeks, I've gone from being on the front page of every gossip magazine, spending my nights drinking and partying, to waking up in bed beside the man of my dreams? When I used to look into the future, I never saw myself as having this sort of life. I think deep down it was because I wanted it too much, and I was terrified it would never happen. I swallow the lump in my throat as I think of Mikkel and the child we're going to have together. I never knew it was possible to be so happy. The only thing that would make it even better would be if my father were to recover, but that is out of my control. I just have to hope that there's enough good karma left to bring him back to me. Mikkel returns with a tray of food, and we lounge on the bed as we tuck in, though the thoughts of my father have somewhat killed my appetite. Eat, Lucia. You and the baby need nourishment. Are you going to be this overprotective throughout the entire pregnancy? I grumble as I pop a piece of fruit in my mouth. I'm going to be this overprotective forever. Mikkel leans down to kiss the corner of my mouth. Great, I mutter through my mouthful of food. Don't pretend you don't enjoy it. Mikkel pinches my waist. The lounging in bed while a hot man brings me food is something I can get used to for sure. I wave my fork in the air, but I'm curious how far it's going to go. For example, right now I need to go pee. Would you like to carry me to the bathroom? Don't be a smartass. Mikkel slaps my ass cheek as I saunter past. I scowl as I disappear into the bathroom and take care of my needs. When I emerge, I find Mikkel sitting bolt upright as he stares at his phone. What is it? I freeze in place as I try to read his expression. Massimo's awake. He looks up at me. He's awake and talking. Oh my God, my knees buckle. Mikkel is at my side in an instant, wrapping an arm around my waist. Can we leave now? As we park at the hospital, Mikkel switches the engine off, but he makes no move to get out of the car. What is it? I bounce my knees up and down. I want to see my father, but whatever it is that's bothering Mikkel seems important. Before we go in, there's something I want you to know. Mikkel turns in his seat to face me. What is it? Mikkel's brows pull together in a frown, and I wait patiently as he gathers his thoughts. I found out who attacked you when you were 15. I inhale sharply at his words. That was the last thing I expected him to say. Igor's son confessed to it. Igor's son. Maxim. I frown. It was so long ago, and I blocked out most of the faces of the men who came into the room where I was held hostage. Eventually, they all merged into one man, the one who haunts my dreams. Anton took him out. Mikkel reaches for my hand, and I will make sure to take out the rest. You have my word, Lucia. I nod, feeling at a loss for words. I'm glad that Maxim is dead. He deserves to die for what he did to me. But I don't feel the overwhelming sense of relief that I thought I would have at the news. What is it, Lucia? Mikkel reaches out to wipe away a stray tear from my cheek. I hadn't even realized I had been crying. After everything that's happened, I think I might need to speak to someone again, I admit, glancing anxiously at Mikkel. It's brought up a lot of things that I thought I had gotten over, and I want to make sure I'm in the best possible mental state considering our new circumstances. I place a hand on my stomach. He offers me an encouraging smile before reaching over and kissing me tenderly. I'll arrange for you to speak to someone if that's what you need. I think it is. Then it's done. Now let's go and see your father. I hold tight to Mikkel's hand as we make our way to my father's room. Part of me is terrified that there might have been a mix-up, that I'm going to walk into the room to find him bleeding out. Mikkel squeezes my hand, as if sensing where my thoughts are going. It's all going to be okay, he says before knocking on the door. Lucia. The sound of my father's gravelly voice has me holding back tears as I open the door and peer into his room. He's sitting up in his bed with his usual scowl on his face as he glances my way. Hey, Papa, I force a smile. No tears, he waves a hand. I'm alive, and that's all that matters. I swallow a laugh at my father's frankness. Even when it comes to near-death experiences, he's still all business. I cross the room and throw my arms around his neck. Don't ever die, okay? I choke. My father only grunts, no doubt hating how emotional I'm being, but his strong hand gently pats my back as I hug him tighter. Look who the cat dragged in. I freeze at the sound of my brother's voice. What the hell? I straighten to find him standing in the doorway with a smirk on his face. You're here. I haven't seen him in almost 4 years, though he still looks exactly the same. Where I inherited my mother's dark brown eyes, Federico inherited our father's piercing blue eyes along with his height. He looks exactly like Papa did when he was in his late 20s. The only difference being that my brother still has a full head of dark brown hair and isn't sporting a nasty scar along his jaw. Of course, I'm here. He gives me a cocky grin. I thought the old man was going to croak it, so I hopped on a plane. Watch your fucking mouth, my father grunts. I needed to make sure you hadn't cut me out of the will. I try to laugh, but it turns into a sob as I glance between my father and brother. Mikkel moves to my side and squeezes my shoulder, but his touch only makes me cry more. The three men that I love most are all in one room together, alive and breathing. That realization almost sends me to my knees. Hello, Lucia. Federico crosses over to me, pulling me into a tight hug. You've not aged well, I mutter as I try to hold back tears. Nice to see you too. Federico laughs, the sound making his chest vibrate against me. Still using humor to cover up your emotions. Fuck off, I can't fight the smile that pulls at my lips. God, I've missed you. I've missed you too, Sorelina. Now, I need you to fill me in on what the hell's been going on. Papa said you were getting married. Where the hell was my invite? I glance at Mikkel and smile. You should sit down, this might take a while. After I recount my story with Mikkel, minus a few shenanigans that I'd rather my father and brother didn't know, I finish by telling them our happy news. I'm pregnant. Amazing, Federico claps Mikkel on the back. Congrats. I grin at my brother, so glad that he's pleased by the news, though my father's lack of response is concerning. Papa, did you hear me? You're pregnant. Yes. His brow furrows even more as he looks at Mikkel, and I think for a moment that he might launch himself at him for defiling his daughter. Papa, if this is about us not being married yet, don't worry. It's still going to go ahead. My father holds up a finger, his attention still on Mikkel. Do you love my daughter? With everything that I am. I look over to where Mikkel stands at the end of the bed, his eyes locked on me as he speaks, and my heart swells. And you promise me that you will look after her and my grandbaby. I promise. My father narrows his eyes, but to Mikkel's credit, he doesn't shy away from my father's stare. If anything, it makes him stand taller. Well, I guess I'll finally have an heir to carry on the family name. A genuine smile tugs at my father's lips, and I smile. Federico scoffs, what about me? What about you? I'm your son. And I turn to Mikkel, who looks a little uncomfortable. You might want to go and get some coffee, they're going to be at it for a while. I chuckle. We stay at the hospital for a few more hours, catching up with my brother and filling my father in on what he missed while he was unconscious. I let Mikkel take the lead on that one, not wanting to relive the horrors of the past few days. Eventually, my father kicks us all out, demanding that he needs some peace and quiet, so Mikkel and I say goodbye to my brother, who is spending the evening in the city, catching up with some friends. Come to dinner tomorrow night, I suggest, glancing at Mikkel, who smiles. I'm not done catching up. Don't worry, I think I'm going to stick around for a bit while Papa recovers. You're not getting rid of me that quickly. Good, I give my brother another hug. I like having all my family in one place. It's like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders as Mikkel drives us back to the townhouse. Not only is my father alive and well, but I also got to see my brother in the flesh for the first time in years. I guess I really did have some good karma to cash in after all. Mikkel barely puts the car in park before he's racing around to my side and opening my door. Oh my God, Mikkel, I can walk. I squeal as he lifts me into his arms. I know you can, but I still want to carry you. One day, you're going to regret giving me the princess treatment. I laugh as I wrap my arms around his neck as he carries me inside the townhouse. I doubt that very much. You won't be saying that if we have a girl, and you end up being outnumbered by two high-maintenance divas. If that's my future, then I can't fucking wait. He captures my mouth with his. I melt at his touch, savoring the feeling of my fingers in his silky hair as I deepen the kiss. We only pull apart once we reach our bed, and Mikkel gently sets me down before pulling his shirt over his head. Chef, chauffeur, personal stripper, remind me again why I didn't want to marry you all those weeks ago. I watch Mikkel shed his clothes. You always wanted to marry me, Kisa, he smirks. Now, lie back and let me worship you. I do not have to be asked twice. As I settle against the pillows, Mikkel climbs onto the bed and hooks his fingers into my leggings. He takes his time pulling them over my thighs, trailing kisses over my bare skin as he moves. With each kiss to my thighs, my pussy grows wetter, so by the time he's pulling down my panties, I'm so slick and ready for him that I'm panting with need. Mikkel, I sink my fingers into the sheets. When his tongue licks along my core, I cry out, my back arching off the bed. Fuck, I've missed this, he grunts as he laps at my pussy. I squirm as his tongue flicks my swollen clit. I'm so sensitive that with just a few licks, I'm already about to come. What is it, Solnishka? Mikkel frowns as he looks up from between my thighs. I am so sensitive, I gasp. Fuck, I need more. I push up so that I can strip out of the rest of my clothes. The moment I unclasp my bra, freeing my swollen breasts, I collapse back against the pillows. So fucking beautiful, he growls as he watches me knead my breasts. I look down at Mikkel, whose eyes are locked on me as he sucks my clit. My skin is on fire from how intense the pleasure is. This man is mine. Mikkel, my thighs start to clench. Eyes on me, Kisa. He sinks his tongue inside me. I let out a guttural moan as a rush of wetness floods between my thighs. I pinch my nipples as Mikkel pumps his tongue inside me once more before licking up my core and flicking my clit. Oh God. I'm not sure if I'm screaming or crying as I come. It feels so damn good, and the pleasure doesn't seem to stop. Mikkel continues to lick and suck at my clit as I ride out my orgasm. My thighs so slick with release that my cheeks heat. From the glazed look in Mikkel's eyes as he watches me come, I have no doubt that he's enjoying every moment just as much as I am. The moment my body falls limp against the sheets, Mikkel wastes no time climbing on top of me and sinking his cock inside me. Our eyes go wide as we stare at each other, the pleasure washing over us as our bodies join. Lucia, he rests his forehead against mine. He doesn't need to speak the words out loud. I can see it in his eyes, the agony mixed with pleasure. We had come so close to losing each other, to never experiencing each other like this again. Mikkel, I cup his face and press my lips to his. I gently stroke his cheek, letting him know that I'm here, that this is real. He's still for a few more moments, both of us breathing heavily, before he slides his cock out of my pussy and thrust back in so slowly that my mouth opens in a silent cry. Nothing has ever felt so good. I love you, Mikkel groans as he thrusts deeper inside me. So fucking much. Mikkel, my back arches off the bed. What do you need, Lucia? I sink my fingers into his hair and bring his mouth down to mine, needing to be as close to him as possible. I part my lips, and Mikkel instantly slides his tongue into my mouth as he continues to move inside me. His movements are gentle, as if he's relearning my body. I let my fingers trail down his neck and over his back, memorizing every tattoo, every muscle. I love you, I gasp against his mouth. I want to be your wife. Mikkel groans against my mouth, his pace increasing. There's nothing I want more. He pumps his hips faster, his cock sliding so deep inside me that my eyes roll. I want him to stay buried inside me forever, showing me with his body how much he loves me. Mikkel, I cry as my release builds. I'll give you your dream wedding, Solnishka. He licks at my neck, his breath tickling the sensitive skin. Whatever you want, it's yours. I want you. I dig my heels into the hard muscles of his ass. I need you. You have me. His words send me over the edge, and I cry out with pleasure, my body trembling from the intensity of my orgasm. I'm yours, Lucia, Mikkel groans as he fucks me through my release. And you're mine. Yes. For the rest of our lives, he grunts as he spills inside me. 6 months later. She's so tiny, I whisper as I reach into the incubator and gently stroke my thumb over my daughter's hand. I'm trying to ignore all the tubes and wires attached to her because they only make me anxious. The doctor said she's strong enough to go home in a few days. Mikkel squeezes my shoulder. I smile, that's good news. Exhaustion starts to set in. It's been a chaotic and emotional few days, and I don't think I've slept in almost 48 hours. We were meant to be getting married today. I reach for Mikkel with my free hand. Somebody didn't want to miss all the fun. Mikkel drops into the chair beside me, reminds me of her mother. I'm starting to wonder if we're destined never to have a proper wedding. Maybe it's a sign from the universe. I promised you a real wedding. Mikkel squeezes my hand. If we have to postpone it again, then so be it. I chew on my lower lip as I look at Viviana hooked up to all the machines. Even though she arrived 6 weeks early, the doctors say she's strong and thriving. I couldn't ask for better news, but I still can't help but wonder about the alternative. I don't want to wait. We've done enough waiting. Lucia. I don't care how or where, Mikkel. All I care about is being your wife, and I don't want to wait any longer. Can you get everyone here? Of course I can, he grins. I'll be right back. When Mikkel doesn't appear for a while, I start to get anxious. I'm just reaching for my phone, about to call him and ask where he went. I look up at the sound of Bianca's voice in the hallway. Right, let's bring the flowers over there. Dimitri, have you got the rings? Please tell me you have the rings, Leo, honey. Don't eat your bow tie. She and Zara wave at me through the window, both wearing their bridesmaids' dresses. Dimitri and Federico walk past, dressed in full tuxes and carrying vases of white lilies. What on earth's? The door to the private room opens, and Zara and Bianca duck inside. We thought you should still have the wedding of your dreams, even if it is in a hospital. Zara comes over to give me a hug. We brought as many of the flowers over from the venue as we could, and Elle should be here any minute with your dress. Are you being serious right now? Mikkel said you didn't want to wait. Zara glances nervously at Bianca. I can't believe you did all this for me. Lucia, when are you going to realize that we're always going to be here for you? I blink back tears as I reach for their hands. Thank you for being the best friends I always wanted. Enough with the mushy stuff, I don't want to ruin my makeup. Zara fans her eyes. Let's get you married. Elle soon arrives, and we turn Vivi's room into a dressing room. Despite my dress having been altered to fit around my heavily pregnant belly, we make it work considering I barely gave birth 24 hours ago. Elle pulls the lace garter from her purse that she gifted me all those months ago at my bachelorette party. I know there won't be any funny business for a while, but I thought you should still have this. I'm sure Mikkel will still appreciate it, I chuckle. Within half an hour, I'm fully made up and being wheeled out into the corridor by my father, who looks particularly dashing in his three-piece suit. Is this allowed? I glance at the nurse, who's wheeling Vivi's incubator out into the hallway ahead of us. Technically no, but who am I to deny two people in love? She offers me a warm smile. I'd say it's a pretty special way to welcome this little one into the world too. It really is. I smile as I look at my daughter. Be careful, that's my granddaughter in there, my father warns. The nurse pales a little. Papa let her do her job. He grumbles, but keeps quiet as the nurse wheels the incubator down the corridor. I have to say, Bianca and Zara have managed to turn a hospital corridor into a perfect wedding venue. With vases of lilies lining each side, as well as the huge flower arch at the end that I had planned on standing beneath as I exchanged vows with Mikkel. I can't believe they got that here, I whisper. My father pats my shoulder from behind me. You've made some very strong allies, Lucia. They're so much more than that. They're my family. Elle hurries over to me and hands me my bouquet. Ready when you are, she winks. I take a deep breath before nodding. I've been ready for this since the day Mikkel and I completed that bucket list all those months ago. I knew then that he was either going to forever break my heart or heal it. I'm so grateful that I was given the opportunity to love and be loved by him. He's my everything, and I can't wait to tell him that in front of our family. I can barely see through my tears as my father wheels me down the corridor to where Mikkel stands with one hand on Viviana's incubator. My entire family, old and new, lines the makeshift aisle as Dimitri plays my entrance music through his phone. I can't help but laugh. This is not what I envisioned at all, but it's so much better. When I reach the end of the corridor, Mikkel helps me to my feet, and I take a moment just to admire how handsome he looks in his tuxedo. I catch the top of his newest tattoo peeking out above the collar of his shirt, and I choke back a sob. The moment we found out we were having a girl, we picked out a name, and Mikkel immediately went out and got the name tattooed, deciding that he wanted to carry on the tradition that my father set. I love you. I wrap my arms around his neck, reaching up on my tiptoes for a kiss. Daniel clears his throat. That part comes later. I glance to my left and frown at the youngest Koslov brother standing beneath the flower arch. Daniel, what are you doing? I got ordained. Daniel shrugs, looking particularly pleased with himself. Figured it would come in handy at some point. What, in case the mafia didn't work out? Daniel grins, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Never hurts to have a backup, he winks. Watch it, Mikkel warns. Alexei wrestles with a squirming Leo in his arms. Can we please try and get through one wedding without a fight? If there's any place to have a fight, it's in a fucking hospital. Dimitri shrugs as he bounces Ben on his hip. Language, Zara scolds as Sasha starts to cry. Daniel, you're up. I wave at him to get started before all hell breaks loose. We are gathered here today to witness the union between Lucia and Mikkel. Mikkel barely waits for me to finish sliding the ring on his finger before he's cupping my face and kissing me so fiercely that my knees almost buckle. Daniel chuckles. I guess you may now kiss the bride. Are you happy? Mikkel murmurs against my lips as all our family cheers. So happy that it doesn't seem real. It's very much real, Kisa, and I'd get used to the feeling. It's how I'm going to make you feel every day for the rest of our lives. I can't wait, Cucciolo. I laugh as I reach up on my tiptoes and kiss him. Anton and Nina's story, Sinful Betrayal, is coming soon. If you're into arranged marriage mafia boss romance, you will love Mafia Boss's Surprise Baby. Read on for a preview. Mafia Boss's Surprise Baby. Marrying my enemy was never part of my plan. Instead of getting revenge, I ended up getting her pregnant. Mia Lorenzo wasn't exactly my top choice for a wife. She is 14 years younger, a hopeless romantic, and in line to become the head of the family that just orchestrated my father's murder. Too bad my father's dying wish was for me to marry Luca Lorenzo's daughter. I will unite the two families for my father's sake, even if it's just to find proof that they killed him. The only problem is my brand new wife. That auburn hair, those bright blue eyes, and the way my gut twists whenever I see another man go near her. Suddenly, Making her mine is my top priority. But having a baby with her is a complication I didn't predict. Continue to read Mafia Bosses, Surprise Baby. Chapter 1 Dante. I take a deep breath as I walk into my father's office. I haven't been in here since he died a couple of weeks ago, but I know that this is where all his important documents are. I'm looking for anything that might help me, really, although I'm really hoping to find his will. My more money-grubby family members are squawking about it, but I know that my father wouldn't leave his important business to anyone but me. I'm an only child, after all, and he's been training me to take over as Caputo since I was 17. I walk around his desk, running my fingers along it. It's gotten dusty since I haven't allowed the cleaners to get in here since he passed. Passed, that's what everyone kept saying. I'm so sorry to hear about your father's passing. He didn't pass, he was murdered. My phone rings. Hey, how are you holding? Nico asks. Just going through his things. Nico is my best friend. I've known him for years. We are more like brothers than anything else. I know he'd give his life for me in a heartbeat, and I'd do the same for him, even if it's his job to protect me and not the other way around. I just found my father's key ring on the desk. Give me a sec. I say as I put him on speaker so I can unlock each of the drawers. In the second to last drawer, there's a stack of paperwork. I've got something, I mention out loud to Nico. Anything useful? Looks like his medical records. You know he had a bad ticker, right? Even if it took a bullet to take him down. Yeah, he says grimly. Fuckers, what else? Stuff like my birth certificate, my mother's death certificate, things like that. I remember when my mom died. Of course, they never solved my mom's murder. They won't be solving Dad's either. Cops are useless unless you pay them, and even then they are a bunch of incompetent little bitches that can only whine and beg for more money. Nico spits on the other side. Pigs. Not like it matters, does it? Because at the end of the day, we both know who killed both my parents. Luca Lorenzo. I'm almost certain of it. You know, we own most of South Chicago, while Lorenzo rules over North Chicago. He doesn't like that he doesn't own the whole of Chicago, and he also doesn't like that he doesn't have a male heir. Just that girl you saved once, right? Yeah. After that, Luca swears left and right that he doesn't have any beef with the Rixus. My dad might have believed him, but I know better than to believe Luca or anyone with the last name Lorenzo, even if my father took strides to forgive Luca toward the end. A memory assaults me, a fight we'd had in this very office. You know he killed Mama, I burst out, after we'd seen him at a party, and my father had been friendly and charming toward him and his little daughter. We don't know that, Dante, my father said with a sad little smile. Your mother died because of me, because I had my fingers in too many pies. It could have been anybody. I gritted my teeth to keep from saying something disrespectful to my father. I loved him, and I'd always done what he said, but this? Luca Lorenzo. We know he's our rival, and that he doesn't have an alibi for when she was killed, I said tightly, and my father sighed. Don't you get tired, son, of all the killing, of always wanting revenge? Never, I said firmly, and my father ran a hand through his thick, mostly gray hair. What about that little daughter of his? What's her name? Mia. You saved her life a while back, you know that. So what? I asked, exasperated. She's a little kid, I wasn't gonna let her get shot. You took a bullet for Lorenzo's daughter, Dante. Of course he wants to make amends. I scoffed. It was just a scratch, and she could have been any kid. Nevertheless, I think we need to accept this olive branch from Luca, my father insisted. So, no more scuffling around with his brothers and cousins, yeah. I set my jaw but was silent. Dante, there was a warning tone in my father's voice, and I knew that I had no choice. Yes, Papa, I said finally, and stalked out of his office. Hey man, you still there? Nico's voice pulls me out of my head, but my rage toward Luca is still boiling. Yeah, I'm here. I shuffle through the papers that I found in the locked drawer, and I come across my father's will, my heart jumping into my throat as I begin to read it. I found it, I near whisper it, but it's enough. Yeah, what does it say? Not that I have any question about it. Nico sounds eager. I know he is behind me and same as me, he is sure my dad wanted me to step up in his place. Not surprisingly, he's left almost everything to me. Marissa got some of it, but yeah, we were right. I don't mind that Marissa Lopez, our housekeeper, got a small amount in the will. She's a second mother to me. She's kind and lovely, and she deserves what my father left her. She was also his mistress for the last 15 years. I'll go through this in detail and let you know if there are any surprises, but as far as I can see at first glance, it's pretty clear. Okay, let me know if you need anything. We hang up, and I read the whole thing with an eagle eye. No reason to just skim it only to have someone find something that will screw me over. It's all pretty standard until I come across a section later in the will called a list of wishes. It's probably not legally binding, but it lists out all of Papa's desires on how he wants to be cremated, how he wants the service. And then, at the bottom, he lists something that shocks me. I wish for my son, Dante Rixai, to marry Mia Lorenzo. What the hell? Mia is just a kid, for one thing, and she's Luca Lorenzo's daughter. I stare at it for a long while before the wheels in my head start turning. What's the best way to get close to Luca Lorenzo? To punish him for what he did to my family? Getting close to his daughter. A smile spreads across my face as I take the will and slide it into a briefcase, taking it with me to the lawyer. Don't worry, Dante, Edgar Lent tells me, looking over the list of wishes. This isn't legally binding, so you don't have to marry Mia Lorenzo. I smile at him, showing my teeth. He looks a little nervous. I guess when we come to Edgar, usually something is terribly wrong, so he's worried that I might snap after my father's death. Lucky for him, I'm pretty strong-willed, and I've got a plan that will help me grieve. But I want to marry her, I say, and Edgar blinks at me. What do you mean, you want to marry her? He chokes out. You're not the marrying type, Dante. How many times have you told me that? I shrug. Well, I've changed my mind. I want to honor my father's wishes. Edgar sputters. Well, you'll have to have her consent, of course. I'll get it, I say easily. I'm meeting with Luca tonight. Tonight? You want this handled tonight? Edgar shuffles through the will. Dante, the estate can't be transferred to you right away. I wave a hand to dismiss him. I don't care about that. I just want the wheels turning on my marriage. Edgar just stares at me, looking shell-shocked. Well, okay, I'll handle all the paperwork when you get Miss Lorenzo's consent. Consider it done, I say, sliding him a stack of cash that he quickly slides into a drawer. As uptight as Edgar is, he always gets the job done, and I have no doubt that he'll have my father's estate transferred to me soon. You'll want a prenup, of course, he says, and I shake my head. Edgar blanches. Dante, trust me, you want a prenup, with your assets plus now your father's estate. I don't need a prenup, I say firmly, making my tone low and dangerous, and Edgar swallows hard. Fair enough, he mumbles, trying to put the papers all in one folder. He's nervous and trembling, and I understand, but I know what I am doing. I stand up and clap a hand on his shoulder. Don't be so nervous, Edgar. You'll get it done. I trust you. Yes, he says dumbly, and I walk out of the office to prepare for my meeting with Luca Lorenzo. Mia Lorenzo is too young for me. I have a vague memory of the last time I saw her. She's not my type at all, too mousy, too flat, her legs too long. She was 17 when I saved her from being caught in a crossfire, but 4 years won't have made much of a difference, I'm sure. Not that it matters. She's just a means to an end, and that end will be Luca Lorenzo's life. I can't wait to hear him begging for his life as I aim the gun at the back of his head, the same way he did to my parents before pulling the trigger. Continue to read Mafia Bosses, Surprise Baby. Chapter 2, MIA. Papa, I'm going out, I announce, sliding on my heels. My father comes to the door of his office, frowning at me. Not tonight, Mia, he says in a demanding voice that tells me I'm not going anywhere. I deflate, finishing putting on my shoes, hoping against hope that something changes, and I get to go out with my friends. It's my best friend's birthday, and I really don't want to miss her party. Why not? I ask, and I know there's an edge to my voice. I don't ask for much, I really don't, and my father usually dotes on me, so I'm sure he has a very good reason for wanting to keep me home. Because we're having company for dinner, Papa says, gesturing for me to come into his office. I do as he says, and I sit down in the chair across from the desk, huffing out a breath. Why do you need me there for a business dinner? I ask. Because Dante Rixai has requested your presence. I sit straight up where I'd been slumping. Dante, what could he want me there for? I ask out loud, my heart beating too quickly in my chest. I don't know, Mia, but he saved your life, you know? Plus, he just lost his father. We owe him at least a dinner. I nod, thinking that this might be better than any night out with my friends I could have imagined. Dante Rixai is a god of a man, standing over a foot taller than my 5'2" frame, broad shoulders, muscular back. These piercing hazel eyes and dark hair that he lets grow too long. I haven't seen him, other than just in passing at events, since I was 17. I'd been just a kid, so of course I'd developed a crush on him. Who would? He'd been so brave, stepping in front of a bullet for me. I guess not much has changed in 4 years, given that my heart is doing backflips in my chest. I can't wait to see Dante, and I smile at my father. I'll be there, I say, not wanting to appear too eager. But when I leave his office, I all but sprint upstairs to my room to change. I don't want to wear a club dress when Dante's father has just died. They haven't had a service, yet, but all the mafioso will be invited, of course. I'm glad that I'll get to see Dante before the ceremony, something less formal. I change my dress about 4 times before settling on a sky blue, low-cut number. Not quite an evening gown, but a little more than a cocktail dress. The blue looks good with my auburn hair, and it matches my eyes. The cook is making veal chops for dinner, and my mouth waters as she starts to cook them. I know I've put on a few pounds recently because I've been staying home too much, which is one of the reasons I was trying to get out of the house. My dress fits a little tighter than expected, and I keep pulling it down to cover more of my thick thighs, frowning. Dante is half an hour late, and I'm a little annoyed, but it's okay because Alina, our cook, has made us peppermint tea. She says it aids digestion, and I'm sipping it when our butler, Charles, announces Dante Rixai and bows as Dante walks in the room. Dante smiles at Charles, and all the air goes out of my lungs in a whoosh. While I've been gaining weight the past 4 years, Dante has just been getting more attractive. There are a few lines around his eyes that just add to his rugged good looks, and there's stubble across his jaw, a little darker colored than the hair on his head. He's wearing an obviously tailored suit, and he takes off his jacket and sits it on his chair before sitting down, across from me. He looks right into my face, and I freeze. I think this is the first time he's actually acknowledged me since the day he saved me. "Hello, Mia. You're looking beautiful as always," he says in a low, charming tone, and I can't help but smile at him. "You look well too, Dante." I pause. "I was so sorry to hear about your father. He was always kind to me." I didn't know Dante's father that well, but Enzo had been kind to me on that day. Suddenly, I'm no longer sitting at the dining table. I'm back there again. Back in the day where nearly everything changed for me. I dropped to the ground, hiding under someone's desk. We were at a dinner party, and I didn't remember nor did I really care whose party it was. I'd never even seen a shootout, much less been involved in one, and my heart felt like it was going to climb out of my mouth. I wasn't breathing well, hyperventilating and looking everywhere for my father. "Hey, hold up." A voice yelled from behind me, and I whirled around to see Dante, holding his hands up. "You fucking idiots, there are children here." He walked toward the gunfire as I was trying to crawl away, kicking one of the shooters' legs out from under him. I remembered thinking, even in my terrified haze, that he was awfully brave. I turned slightly when the gunfire died down, but the other guy kept shooting, and bullets were whizzing by my head. Dante ducked, crouching in front of me and grunting out when a bullet grazed his bicep. "Are you okay, pretty girl?" he asked, and I looked up at him with wide eyes, terrified. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't do anything but stare at him as my heart seemed to seize up in my chest. Dante put both his hands on my shoulders. "Breathe, kiddo, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Slow, yeah." I did as he said, and I squeezed my eyes shut so I wouldn't see the blood trailing down his arm. When I opened my eyes, Dante picked me up, bridal style, and carried me to my father, who took me from his arms and squeezed me tight. "She'll be okay," Dante said, his voice tight with pain as he grimaced and looked at the wound on his arm. "Dante, I can never repay you." "Forget it," Dante said harshly, leaving the room, and that was the last time I'd spoken to Dante Rixai. I shake myself from the memory. Later, I found out that it was just a stupid fight two cousins had over a girl, and it wasn't anything important to the mafioso at large. Luckily, no one was killed. I never did find out what punishment my father put on those boys, but I never saw them again, so I could assume it wasn't good. "Thank you," Dante says easily, his smile fading. "You and your family are, of course, invited to the service." My father pipes up then, "When is the service, Dante?" Dante shrugs, not sure yet, waiting on the autopsy. I hum in the back of my throat. I know that in our lifestyle, autopsies aren't performed very often. My heart goes out to Dante. I don't know how his dad died, but I can only assume it wasn't natural causes. "Do you have any ideas about who did it?" my father asks, and Dante shoots him a look, something flashing in his hazel eyes. "A couple, and the forensics from the autopsy will help clear any lingering doubts," he says, his voice low. "But let's not talk about such things at dinner." He smiles at me again, showing even, white teeth. It's almost a predatory smile, and I'm not sure how to take it, so I clear my throat, blushing and looking down at my hands as Alina starts to serve the first course, some bone broth and fresh Italian bread. Dante eats well, dipping his bread into the broth and praising Alina for her efforts, and she smiles at him brightly before heading back into the kitchen to finish up the main course. "You've got quite a chef," Dante says, and my father smiles. "She's been in the family for 30 years, he says. Dante nods. "We have a housekeeper that's been with us quite a while," he says. "She's taken to bed since Papa died." My father sighs. "Surely you know that she was also his mistress." Dante raises an eyebrow. "Of course I did, but I'm surprised that you know." My father chuckles. "I knew Enzo better than you think, son." Dante stiffens just slightly at the way my father called him son, and I feel something tight starting in my throat. During my life, I've had dinners with lots of dangerous men, some that even wanted to court me. But my father has always been protective, and he's kept me away from the most dangerous men. Dante Rixai has a reputation, with women and with the law, having been arrested several times, but getting off because of his excellent lawyer. Is Dante one of those dangerous men my father has been trying to keep me away from? "What brings you to dinner tonight?" Papa asks, and Dante smiles, loosening up. "A list of my father's last wishes in his will. There's one I need to discuss with you." Dante turns his gaze to me, and I'm all but paralyzed by those hazel eyes of his. "And you, Mia." "Me?" I put my napkin down in my lap, finishing chewing the bit of bread in my mouth. My father wants you to be my wife, he says, looking deeply into my eyes, and I choke even though there's nothing in my mouth. Continue to read Mafia Bosses, Surprise Baby.